This story will tell us about the game Nine Heavens, based on quantum entanglement and neural connections technologies. According to the developers, this game could convey real sensations of temperature, taste, and touch. In this world, players were said to be able to embark on extreme expeditions, engage in intense combat, and even fly freely. Furthermore, the game promised countless business opportunities, allowing one to become rich literally overnight. However, the most amazing element was considered to be the new gaming helmet, which was capable of repairing nerves and restoring the human body. Our main character had also heard about this game, but he had one problem. He was disabled and could not walk. As Luke walked past after finishing his shopping, he noticed a crowd of people discussing how real this game was and whether the rumors were true. As soon as this game appeared, the whole world turned upside down. Luke, who previously worked for a company with the prospect of a good salary, lived with his sister, Lily. However, his life turned upside down after an accident. To save him, his sister spent absolutely all their savings and sold their property. However, Luke considered himself a failure who could only move his head and arm. Since he lost his mobility, he became a burden to his sister and an object of contempt from those around him. Deep down, Luke knew he didn't want to be a burden. Just when he was already thinking about committing suicide to free his sister, information about the Nine Heavens suddenly appeared. There were a lot of rumors about it, and it was also said that the players who tested it seemed to change after the game. One even became something like a superhuman. However, what most interested Luke was the idea that the game could restore motor activity in people with paralysis. So he gave up the idea of suicide and decided to bet everything on this game. When he returned home, he received a message from his sister Lily that she was delayed at work and would be late. By this time, Luke had bought a used gaming helmet, hoping it would work. He then put it on, logged into the game, and mentally hoped that Nine Heavens wouldn't let him down. A digital girl immediately appeared before his eyes and welcomed him to the game. After logging in, the game asked him to enter his ID. When Luke entered the data, the game greeted him and transported him to the first realm of the Nine Heavens, the mortal world. However, Luke was shocked when he realized that he had turned into a weak werewolf. He was puzzled as to why he had become this particular character, since usually a player chooses their appearance and character before entering the game, so something was clearly wrong. Then he wondered if he could at least hunt monsters like in other games to level up and earn money. But when he opened the character menu, he almost panicked. His role was listed as a tall and weak jackal. His qualities were weak, and he only had basic stats, which were furthermore reduced by 20%. His talent was listed as lesser werewolf, which gave him a low critical hit chance of only 1%. Luke was becoming increasingly nervous, but suddenly he realized he could move. Even though he was a jackal and not a man, this body truly felt like his own. He even laughed with joy because he could run. This realization completely shifted his attention. However, other players in the game noticed the werewolf and, considering him ugly, decided to kill him. Because no one here likes ugly monsters. It was a group of 5 girls who were hunting for just such monsters. Luke realized that it was really hard to be ugly here, but rookie clothes were easy to get, so everything was fine. They rushed towards him wondering if they could knock the club, which was worth 300 coins, out of him. Luke was surprised when he heard the price of his weapon and really wished he could sell the club right now. One of the girls immediately hit him, but realized that the wolf was also causing her great damage. So her friends decided to help her. They didn't believe that the 5 of them couldn't beat him to death. Luke knew this couldn't go on, and then he suddenly remembered that other werewolves could take the initiative and attack players. When the girls started attacking him, the noise attracted other monsters. The wolves immediately rushed at the girls, and they were extremely unhappy. In their opinion, this was mean, because there were more than 10 monsters. Without thinking twice, the werewolves immediately rushed to attack the girls. Together with them, Luke killed a level 1 player named Ki, receiving 10 experience and 1 reputation point among monsters. He also unlocked a reputation shop called Prestige. Luke realized that killing players brings rewards. He then destroyed 2 more players who dropped medicine, but he only got basic potions, which only healed 2 HP per second. While browsing the reputation store, he noticed that there were no healing items for sale. Monsters, unlike players, could not buy them, but their talents and status could be improved. The hero remembered that players only receive talents after completing a career path, so the mere fact of having a talent is already an advantage. Plus, he had a weapon and higher damage than most newbies, so he thought maybe being a wild beast was a secret cheat. If he can hunt other monsters, he will be able to evolve quickly. So Luke began to carefully exterminate the animals one by one, without attracting the attention of other werewolves. Because he did it quietly, the other monsters didn't pay any attention to him. For one of the kills, He received 10 experience and a fragment for upgrading a talent, which could also be exchanged. He also received 1 talent evolution fragment, which was pretty good. Luke was very happy about this, as this fragment could be sold or developed. Therefore, the main character decided to destroy everyone he saw. After 10 minutes, his stats finally increased. Not only did his game character change, but his actual physical body also became stronger. Luke grinned contentedly, enjoying being a wild animal. However, suddenly he heard someone cry for help, someone complaining that they had run into a pervert. When the hero turned around, he was horrified by what he saw. He saw 3 guys approaching the girl, saying that they wanted to try to destroy her clothes with a bat. Standing in front of them was a young girl with long pink hair named Lauren. Her sister tried to convince her to quit the game since she was in the newbie village, but Lauren explained that quitting during a battle would result in a penalty. Meanwhile, one of the guys claimed that she had a good figure, and that the game allegedly used the real physique of a real person. However, Luke intervened and attacked these guys. At first, the boys were surprised that a jackal suddenly attacked them. They immediately tried to hit him back, but when they took damage, they quickly realized that he was not a weak werewolf at all, but a very ordinary one, and much more dangerous. But the hero had no trouble dealing with 3 players with low health, especially with good recovery potions. That's why he dealt with the scoundrels who were pestering the girl in just a few blows. Luke then crouched down next to his opponents and pulled out a bottle of potion. But the system informed him that each player could only have 1 such bottle. Lauren watched in amazement as her enemies were destroyed so easily. She couldn't believe that this jackal had helped her. Then the girl took out 2 vials and handed them to the werewolf, mentally thanking him for saving her. Luke also thanked Lauren and took the potion. And the girl was even more surprised. This jackal could talk. After the werewolf left, Lauren received a call. Company management asked her to start an advertising campaign for the game's release. Meanwhile, Luke realized that there was a newcomer village nearby. There were too many people there, and he decided to stay away. Then he reached the monster field, decided to rest a bit, and watch the official commercial at the same time. At that moment, Lauren was ceremoniously announcing the launch of the server, which had already attracted 80,000 people. Luke looked up from his recording and stole a glance at the 2 werewolves behind him. He was very pleased that there were so many animals around. In a few seconds, he had already dealt with 3 weak jackals. They were not even able to resist. After some time, Luke was sitting on a pile of bodies, but this was not enough for him. The necessary elements only dropped from stronger enemies. Then the system notified him that his werewolf talent had increased, and now even a normal attack could deal a critical hit. Luke was happy. His character was getting stronger, but there was one problem. He still only had basic evolutionary shards. Opening the menu, the guy learned that he needed to combine 10 reset fragments to get 1 first-level shard. Therefore, it was necessary to kill higher monsters, and Luke decided to start with jackals of his level. A few minutes later, he killed 2 people, receiving 2 level 0 fragments for this. The killing spree also raised his overall level, but his equipment did not improve, so he realized he needed a serious opponent. A powerful jackal, twice as big as Luke himself, was strolling nearby, and the guy thought that this was exactly the kind of enemy he needed. He followed him cautiously, figuring that although he looked more powerful, he was lower level, and the healing potion should help. However, to his surprise, he was only able to deal 8 damage, while the strong jackal dealt him as much as 12. The difference in strength was obvious. So Luke realized that he had better run, because he couldn't defeat such a monster. But the large beast didn't even think of retreating, so the young man had to continue the fight. The duel lasted a full 5 minutes. The reward for killing a first-level monster was decent, but he had to spend some potion. Nevertheless, the goal was achieved. Luke finally received a level 1 evolution fragment, which cost him a lot of effort. In addition, the system rewarded him with a higher quality gray metal bat. The guy couldn't believe his eyes. His character received a new item. The new bat looked pretty good. He carefully compared the 2, and the new one really did turn out to be more massive and longer. And then Luke decided to see if he could sell the old one. The system store sold bits with varying damage and quality, and the price depended heavily on the weapon's level. The guy realized with regret that the average price of his old bat was about 100 yen, so he decided to try listing it for 260. Surprisingly, a buyer was found almost immediately, and Luke was delighted to sell the new bat. Immediately after this, a system notification arrived, and the system assistant suggested opening the email sent to the user's address. It turned out that the system transferred 247 yuan to the linked bank card minus the commission. Luke couldn't believe it was happening. He reread the letter and checked the notification on his phone. The SMS confirmed everything. The transfer was indeed received. The main character jumped for joy. Now he was no longer a burden to his sister and could earn money himself. The experts weren't lying. The game truly provided each user with unlimited opportunities for development. Buoyed by his success, Luke, now a level 2 jackal, found several more opponents and won within minutes. 10 minutes later, it was all over. The jackal walked through the field of fallen enemies and finished off each one, so that the system would accurately count the victories. So Luke reached level 3 quite quickly, and his stats increased significantly. The only disappointment was that he killed 20 weak jackals and 1 strong one, but nothing useful dropped. Then the werewolf realized that he needed stronger and more agile second-level monsters, as they would offer better rewards. Luke knew there were 5 agile jackals nearby. He spotted one of them, a level 2 monster, and hit it with a bat. This opponent turned out to be too easy, and the guy hurried to find the other 4. An unexpectedly strong blow to the shoulder took away 9 units of health, and the surprised jackal noticed his enraged relative with a bump on his head. Luke couldn't figure out why these monsters dealt such little damage, almost like level 1 monsters. This time he met a truly strong opponent, and they exchanged blows furiously. After thinking for a bit, the young man realized that due to his low level of development, agility and speed did not yet have much of an impact on the outcome of the fight. After this, Luke tracked down the first and second level monsters and dealt with them one by one. It took him 40 minutes to destroy them all. And after the battle he knelt down next to his fallen enemies, leaning on a bat. Then the hero opened the updated profile. It turned out that he could now inflict a double critical hit with a 10% chance. Luke was delighted. With each level his abilities expanded, and the game became more and more addictive. In addition, the system offered him a choice to increase strength, agility, or endurance. After some deliberation, the protagonist chose strength. Then his strength stat immediately increased by 5. His combat stats looked good. Luke was pleased. He finally became a strong jackal. Then he decided not to stop and continue developing. Half an hour later, his level had increased again, and he had accumulated quite a lot of trophy bits, so they could be sold. After some thought, the guy put 5 bits up for sale at 300 yuan each, confident that they would sell even at that price. Then the jackal sighed heavily and closed the shop window. He'd only reached the 4th level, and the best was yet to come. At this moment, 5 notifications came one after another. Luke was surprised to see that all 5 bits were sold very quickly at 300 yuan each. He happily calculated that he had earned 1,700 yuan in just half a day, and now he could finally give his sister money for new clothes. Meanwhile, Lauren was no less happy. She had finally found a decent weapon at a good price in the system store. However, she couldn't understand where an ordinary player could get so many bats, considering that she was at the strongest level in the county. The girl then opened the system menu and entered the seller's name, but he wasn't among the first half of 1,000 players. Lauren suddenly realized why the seller's name wasn't showing up. The user was only selling used bits, but hadn't used them themselves. Then it was time for the broadcast, and the girl proudly informed the viewers that there were already more than 100,000 users on the game server. The game's popularity was skyrocketing, with many desperately trying to get into it, vying for the right to log in online. One of the girls was outraged by the behavior of those around her and loudly complained about them, while users looked at her with bewilderment. Meanwhile, Lauren was cheerfully advertising on the screen a wonderful level 1 bat, perfect for starting the game. Luke now understood why this bat was in such demand. It really was not bad. At that moment, a crowd of monsters ran up to him, dodging the blows. Luke noticed 4 larger opponents. With each kill, the character's abilities grew. And then it turned out that these monsters were unusual. They were a level higher than the guy himself. The agility he had been developing now played its role. After a successful counterattack, another werewolf collapsed onto the grass. For killing a level 5 monster, the system gave out a generous amount of aura and shards, and the beast also left behind a bat. Luke looked at the specifications and almost jumped for joy. The thing is, this rare bat added 2 points to strength, 2 to attack, and 1 to defense. The hero quickly calculated all the odds and realized that the item was expensive. He was afraid of selling it cheaply, and decided to act carefully. There would probably have been experts on the forum who knew the true value of such a weapon, but they didn't believe him at all. Then Luke got angry and left the forum. He expected to get some good advice, but instead he just wasted his time. And then it dawned on him. He was in such a hurry to find out everything about the wonderful bat that he completely forgot about the auction, where he could definitely get a fair price. The young man put the weapon up for auction with a starting bid of 1,000 yuan and hoped to sell it for 1,800. Then he closed the system window, although he dreamed that in half an hour he would already receive his money. In his dreams, the bat was bought for 3,000. One of the auction participants was shocked that such a bat was being sold so cheaply, especially since the seller had recently sold 5 bats at a reasonable price. After defeating a couple of enemies, Luke leaned over them with a sense of satisfaction, his level having risen to 5. Suddenly he felt another monster approaching, and he was right. Analysis confirmed that there was a particularly voracious level 6 jackal nearby. These are the kind of enemies that were already dropping level 2 shards. Then Luke decided to destroy him at any cost, although the enemy was much larger. Thanks to double critical hits, the guy dealt significant damage. Bending over the fallen jackal, he joyfully realized that he had obtained valuable prey, and immediately decided to hunt only such monsters. By midnight, Luke himself had reached level 6, complaining that leveling up now required too much experience, and opened his character profile. The jackal's work was not in vain. After receiving a second-level evolution fragment, the character's stats doubled. Then the main character stretched and yawned. Then he decided to log off the network and rest a bit. The monsters from the village weren't going anywhere anyway. The bat he received turned out to be quite ordinary, so he put it up for sale for 300 wen without hesitation. Now it was time to find out if Lily had returned home. The guy really wanted to show off the money he had earned. Taking off his helmet, Luke exhaled. He had spent quite a lot of time in the Nine Heavens game, and was glad to return to reality. And suddenly he noticed with surprise that his leg had warmed up. Then he cautiously suggested that perhaps in the future he would be able to walk again. The guy's mood immediately improved. Now he knew that he hadn't bought a used gaming helmet in vain. Suddenly, the door creaked quietly behind him, and Luke instantly realized it was his sister. But the smile disappeared from his face, and the good mood was replaced by anxiety. Lily entered the house, staggering, her face flushed from the alcohol she had drunk. She started to take off her shoes and boasted that she had earned a decent amount of money. But Luke reproached his sister. He had already asked her not to drink on the way home. Lily then happily announced that her company would be registered in the Nine Heavens game, and that she would be given a leading role in the main office. The girl was told that the game had limitless possibilities, and she was also promoted to deputy team leader. Luke declared that this was all fine, and asked his sister to get off his lap. Then he added that he no longer understood what he should pay attention to. In response, Lily said that the young man should pay attention to his sister, since she was going to spend her whole life with him. Without giving the guy a chance to say a word, the girl leaned towards him and gently ruffled his hair, pressing his face to her body. Then Lily dropped her brother to the floor, leaned over him, and smiling, announced that the game's release had attracted hundreds of millions of people around the world. She added that major companies have expressed interest in the new project, so she will now have the opportunity to take proper care of her brother. Luke hugged his sister and said that he also had something to tell. He spent the whole day in this game, and during this time he was able to earn good money. However, Lily was no longer interested in anything. She was so drunk that her eyes closed on their own, and she soon fell asleep. It didn't work out to talk in the morning either. My sister left for work very early, and only sent a message that she would find a way to get my brother back on his feet. Luke had a great night's sleep, and immediately after breakfast he put on his gaming helmet. He was already eager to enter the village inside the game. Now the main character was even happy that he was playing as a monster, and also that he received almost 4,000 wen. Meanwhile, Lauren started a live broadcast and complained to viewers that she had been playing until late at night, but her character had only reached level 3. She added that she was only able to achieve this result thanks to the high-quality bat that Luke sold her. The audience suspected that he was just a reseller, but the girl laughed and noted that the developers did not conduct closed beta tests. Luke watched the streamer with interest and decided to send her a small donation. Having received a donation from a subscriber with a familiar nickname, Lauren was very surprised that the jackal was watching her broadcast. Immediately after this, the young man continued to level up his character and killed a couple of level 6 jackals, receiving rewards. 3 hours later, his character had transformed into a giant jackal, reaching level 7 and amassing a whopping 740 blood units. However, Luke didn't like the character's status. His description was already taking up 1.5 lines, and this was noticeably annoying. He realized that the description increased with each level, and that from the next level it would be visible from afar. Suddenly, he noticed a special monster nearby. Its status even included the character's name. It turned out that it was a level 8 saber-toothed jackal. His name was Jean, and what's more, there were a dozen high-level monsters next to him. Luke shook with fear, realizing that he could not cope with them at the same time, and he desperately began to look for a way out. There were only 17 useless bits and a bunch of entry-level items in the inventory. This was clearly not enough to become stronger, and suddenly it dawned on Luke. He finally understood what he needed to do next. and he reproached himself for not having thought of it earlier. It was possible to spend reputation points in the system store, for example. For 10 experience points, you could hire a monster 1 level lower than your character. Luke sat down and thought about how profitable such a system could be, but it wasn't quite what he wanted. Hiring a mercenary was cheap, but acquiring the next one required 500 reputation points. Jackal almost cried. He worked so hard to get level 3 items, and now he would have to sell them. After selling the items, the young man raised the order for recruiting a legion to level 3, and could now hire 2 mercenaries at once. To strengthen the monsters, Luke beat them mercilessly with his bat, turning them into especially powerful jackals. The mercenaries frowned at their master, and he realized that each of them needed a serious boost in their combat performance. Then, having leveled up his own jackal, Luke gave them bits. The guy was eager to destroy more enemies and improve his financial situation. The 4 of them headed to the clearing to fight the enemies. The mercenaries acted in a coordinated manner, not allowing the enemies to recover. 10 minutes later, the main battle began. Luke encouraged his mercenary and sent him into battle with the leader of the 8th level. To the young man's horror, Jean knocked out more than half of the mercenary's health with 1 blow, while he himself received only 18 points of damage. Then Luke realized that he had to intervene. He changed tactics and ordered the mercenaries to distract the jackal. Even the huge 8th level werewolf couldn't withstand the onslaught of 4 enemies and eventually fell. Luke was extremely pleased. His jackals had become much stronger after the battle, and he himself had received excellent level 3 evolution shards. In addition, the monster dropped unique level 5 equipment, items he had never seen before in the game. Jackal literally fell in love with the bat made from a level 5 stone fragment. Its quality was capable of destroying mountains. Its properties significantly increased the already enormous damage, and so the guy didn't even want to sell it. He ordered the mercenaries to continue killing high-level jackals and immediately report to him once Jean was revived. The protagonist decided that his monsters would clear the area faster, and in the meantime, he decided to check the broadcast. While attacking the monster, Lauren explained that the city had already opened in the game, and that soon everyone would be able to choose a profession. One of her friends asked if they were going to start their own group, and the girl replied that it would take a lot of resources. This opportunity intrigued Luke, and he closed his eyes dreamily. The game server opened up new avenues of development every day. 8 hours later, Luke reluctantly began to open his eyes and felt someone touching his nose with a claw. It turned out that he had slept too long. Jean was reviving every 8 hours, which meant it was time to visit him again. The jackal reached out and demanded to see the character's profile. Then he stated that they needed to buy equipment and go hunting. To his surprise, the level had almost risen to 9. Luke assumed that the mercenaries had been leveling up all night, and all 3 nodded confidently. Then the guy smiled happily and put on his gear. With such helpers, even the elite jackals were no longer scary to him. After that, he shouldered the bat with stone fragments and called the mercenaries to hunt. It was time to kill a few monsters. After killing Jean, the young man collected the dropped items and the 3rd-level evolution fragments. Then he asked if his mercenaries had picked up the equipment left behind by the enemies. The warriors looked at each other in surprise. Then Luke looked into his backpack. There were already 20 bits in there. Now he didn't have to worry about having to sell them one by one. Although the price of equipment had dropped a bit recently, such items could still fetch a decent amount of money. Moreover, the young man was very interested in how much he could sell a green bat with stone fragments for. Seeing that the mercenaries were simply standing and watching him, Luke angrily demanded that they continue destroying the monsters. The protagonist then decided to put the green one up for auction with a starting price of 1,000 yuan, confident that he was risking nothing. Meanwhile, Lauren's friend screamed that user Luke posted a green bat. The streamer was surprised. The guy recently had white equipment. The girl asked if this player was working alone, and Lauren replied that several people had now joined him. She asked her friend to track Luke's ID and let her know as soon as he appeared on air. It would be nice to befriend this young man. Meanwhile, the guy himself wasn't interested in the broadcast. He was busy hunting monsters and trying to reach level 9 as quickly as possible. After studying the system requirements, he was surprised to discover that he needed to accumulate 50,000 experience points to upgrade. Suddenly, Luke noticed a large amount of loot near the defeated enemies and approached closer with curiosity. It turned out that there were 15 bottles of a potion there that restored blood after a battle. The same flasks were lying around everywhere, and the guy was puzzled as to why anyone would try to kill the monster if he didn't have enough strength. Luke carefully collected all the containers of potion he found. There were so many of them that he definitely wouldn't have been able to buy such a volume on his own. Then he realized the flasks were bait. A boy and a girl came out of the bushes, discussing the jackal that had fallen for their trick. The girl could not believe that the beast was so large, and her companion pointed out its status and equipment. Luke began to suspect that these players liked his gear and were planning to kill him. At that moment, 3 more guys with bats jumped out of the bushes. One of them assured the others that with such a bat, they would be the first to capture the city. The girl hesitantly asked if they could kill him, and her companion stated that they were much stronger than Luke, and that he did not have the slightest chance. After that, he boldly rushed at the monster with a bat, offering to assess their power. But Luke waited calmly for the blow, knowing that it would not harm him. And as expected, the blow took only 1 unit of health from him. Only now did the young man realize that something was wrong here. The jackal grinned as if he hadn't been hit on the head, but tickled. One of the players thought to look at the character's stats, and shouted in amazement that he had more than 1,000 health points. However, a girl named Belle suggested not to panic. They had enough potion, and sooner or later they would be able to corner the monster. And Luke simply waited patiently for them to get tired of it, each blow taking away no more than 1 health point from him. After many unsuccessful attempts, the girl in the blue dress said in confusion that she had to try harder. However, the hero understood perfectly well that they could not inflict more damage, and he wondered why they did not simply admit defeat. Then Luke got tired of waiting. His eyes flashed with a greedy red light. He promised himself to arrange a real massacre. The very first swing of his bat took away 52 health points from the opponent, and the player indignantly exclaimed that he had lost 1/6 of his life bar. A blow to the head took off another 100, and the situation became critical. The guy screamed that he urgently needed a potion. He jumped back and quickly drained the life-saving flask in 1 gulp. One of the group said that it was too late, but one girl was determined to kill the big boss, and believed in the strength of the group. But at that moment the jackal turned around and dealt her a powerful blow, almost turning her top into rags, and from the force of the blow she dropped the bat. And then one of the boys saw how the monster rushed at the defenseless girl. Luke opened his mouth triumphantly. He realized that the players had wavered and were now trying to escape, but he was not going to give them that chance. He delivered a few more powerful blows, and the boys flew off in different directions. Thanks to this girl, the jackal made a good profit. 27 vials of magic potion remained from her. Luke realized that they had originally come for Jean, hoping to take his equipment, but now they definitely wouldn't be showing up here anytime soon. Meanwhile, the defeated players were animatedly discussing their defeat in the Zhangcheng City Technology Park. The young men sat at the table in business suits, and one of them suggested that the boss had extremely rare equipment. Then the leader rose from the table and angrily remarked that this was no reason to be despondent. However, he admitted that one man alone could not have killed their entire group, and this was incomprehensible to him. Taking advantage of the break between battles, Luke scrolled through the forum. Then he decided to check if the items on display had sold out. To his surprise, he found that all the equipment sold with great success, earning him more than 25,000 yuan. There were also a lot of people who wanted to talk to him, but the main character didn't want to waste time on communication, and sent the same answers to everyone. After 8 hours, the character reached level 10. The guy was very tired, but he still received a lot of equipment for sale. The new level opened up additional opportunities in the system store. Apparently it was worth paying attention to strengthening the body. However, the store only offered the appearance of a jackal for 1,000 yuan. Luke was puzzled. He already looked like a jackal. Then the guy suddenly realized that if you can buy a human form in a store, then someone can hide under the guise of a person. In addition, mana was sold there, allowing one to use magical attacks and defensive skills. After studying the parameters of magical elements, Luke decided to sell shards with mana. In his opinion, this could give him amazing results. After purchasing, the system warned that the user would not be able to perform any other actions during meditation. However, thanks to the acquired mana, the character's strength and dexterity increased even with the open system. Then Luke decided that he had done enough for today. It was time to put the equipment up for sale and go to bed. Meanwhile, Lauren was complaining to her friend that she would like to reach level 7 already, but she needed to accumulate a whole 20,000 experience. In response, the girl reported that Luke had, after all, entered the stream anonymously and sent his 4-digit ID there. The streamer was very happy about this, and, as a sign of this, promised to choose one lucky subscriber and give them a bat. As soon as Luke came on stream, Lauren congratulated him on winning the grand prize and started clapping. The guy couldn't understand what was going on. He had just connected, but had already received an award. Lauren then tried to get his account ID so she could add him as a friend, but he refused to give it to her and offered to give a gift to her fans. After 3 minutes of conversation, the guy asked if there was a way to prevent the girl from handing him the equipment. Luke thought that Lauren was a good girl because she had helped him many times before, so now it was time to help her in return. Lauren thanked him for finally accepting the request, and then said that the poison mist forest leading to the 10th level city had finally opened. The hero wanted to remove her from his friends list, but he realized that it would look bad right after receiving the reward, so he decided to leave everything as is. Then he went to see the very forest that the girl had just told him about. The forest was the only way into the main city of the 10th level and was teeming with a huge number of monsters. Statistics said that only one person out of many could get out of this forest. Despite this, Luke decided to take a risk and enter the forest. However, soon monsters jumped out at him. They were level 8 poisonous forest spiders, and along with them, a level 9 queen. Luke's plan was this. The second jackal was to fight 2 spiders, the third and fourth, 1 spider each, and he himself was going to take the fight to the queen. The jackals started the battle with the poisonous spiders as best they could, and everything was going pretty well until Luke was poisoned. The poison took away 20 health points per second for 5 seconds, but fortunately the damage was minor and did almost no harm to him. After 3 minutes, all the attacking monsters were destroyed, and the reward was 2 mana points and 3rd level fragments. The hero also received a spider silk armband and 2 pieces of durable spider fiber. Then Luke decided to put on the armlet right away, because sooner or later he would still have to spend reputation to open the 4th equipment slot. However, just as he was rejoicing over his victory and prey, he saw new spiders approaching him. After 5 minutes of fighting, Luke decided to leave the game. His subordinates did not have time to recover in such a short time, and therefore did not survive the fight. The boy woke up in a wheelchair and stretched, feeling very tired. And then he suddenly realized that he could raise his arms, something that had previously been impossible for him. The fingers still didn't move very flexibly, but the entire upper body had become at least somewhat mobile. At that moment his sister called him and asked why he hadn't answered for so long. He said that he simply hadn't heard because he had fallen asleep. Then Lily told him how hard it was for her to level up, and added that the boss had bought everyone a bat, so they will have to work even harder to get to the main city. Luke was eager to continue playing, and decided that he would definitely return to the game tomorrow. He wanted to be normal by the time Lily arrived. On the second day, he entered the poison mist forest again and continued to fight the spiders. He soon realized that as long as the queen remained alive, the other spiders would continue to respawn, and the situation began to become a real problem. Suddenly he saw a notification that his second level 7 subordinate had died in battle. This news shocked Luke. He was not prepared to see the death of his comrade. Most of the subordinates also died, and although they were strong enough, this time they failed to emerge victorious. This made the hero very angry, because he tried his best to save his guys. 10 minutes later, he left the forest and returned to the newcomer village, tears welling up in his eyes over the loss of his comrades. All 3 of the boys had died. Then Luke decided that when he was resurrected, he would ask Jean to borrow new subordinates, so that he would not have to waste time leveling them up again. On the second day, his team continued to fight monsters, during which time he was able to improve the characteristics of 3 subordinates. Then, as soon as the hero dealt with the boss, another one approached him, and along with it, more and more small spiders began to appear. The boss turned out to be a poisonous widow named Alice Anna, a level 10 spider. She was quite a difficult opponent. Luke then ordered his men to follow him and fight with all their might, after which a retreat further into the forest was to follow. Half an hour later, the poison widow was killed. The reward was 400 aura points, 3 tier 3 talent fragments and attributes. To the hero's surprise, the boss also dropped 3 pieces of equipment, one of which was green quality. The first item was a level 6 poisonous spider gauntlet of white quality, and the green item turned out to be a level 8 poisonous spider necklace. Although it was expensive, Luke decided it was still worth the expense. Then the hero decided to play some more, since the bosses were too easy for him, and the rewards were too valuable. For some reason the bosses were respawning way too quickly here, which is probably why there was a danger sign on the sign at the entrance to the forest. However, this only fueled the hero's interest. He informed his subordinates that they were continuing the game to get another 80 pieces of equipment. Luke then began the boss fight by hitting him with the massive mace that was his main weapon. By 5 o'clock in the evening, the guys had finished off the last group of spiders, and now it was time to check out the new items in the prestige store. Without thinking twice, he decided to upgrade his spider bloodline talent to the 3rd level, and at that very moment, his body began to renew itself. Due to the integration of his new bloodline, his skin took on a yellowish tint and his body became half spider-like. It wasn't the change he expected, but there were some positives. After the integration, his movement speed became significantly faster. He assumed that the system was thus hinting to him to buy a new look. However, Luke still decided to leave the game and have a little snack. because the day had turned out to be too busy. When he went to read the comments, he saw that people were outraged that he hadn't put anything up for auction today. Suddenly, the hero saw a discussion about Lauren and her trip to the forest, where she was going to destroy Jean along with her subordinates. Her entire group was already in the forest when they unexpectedly encountered Jean. Her partners suggested destroying him, but the girl dissuaded them. Another girl from their group suggested that they carefully approach and pick up the stone fragments. But suddenly, one of the girls called Lauren to look at something truly frightening. At that moment, the strong, agile, and resilient commander of the Jackals, Hebelton, was running towards them. He shouted the name of Jean, whom he was rushing to help. The team didn't expect to meet someone so strong here. Then they tried to convince themselves that looks were deceiving, and that perhaps he was not as strong as he looked, because his face looked confused. They agreed to attack him one by one. His long name seemed funny to them, but the jackal was so huge that it even surpassed Jean. The first guy from the team to enter the battle was the one who hit the jackal on the head with a bat. But when he saw that he had only taken 1 unit of health, he immediately panicked. It then became clear to the team that the enemy had around 2,000 health and very high damage, and now they had to somehow survive. The team then decided that they needed to focus all their efforts on destroying Jean. They assumed that his role was only to distract the players. However, Luke was determined to protect Jean, and if their target was his comrade, the jackal was ready to deal with them. He immediately hit the guy with his spider leg, dealing 202 poison damage. And the very next second he pierced his body with a spider's leg. The rest of the team was stunned. The jackal's damage was around 250, and with a slight deviation, the guy could die instantly. The boys immediately started running away, and Luke was puzzled why they were all looking at him as if he was incredibly attractive. He scattered a poisonous cloud over them, and by the time they realized what it was too late to drink the antidote. Many of the players who had been taken down by the jackal lay on the ground, lifeless, while Luke continued to run and deal with the rest. While the players were arguing among themselves whether to kill Jean, another jackal appeared behind them. Jean had very little health left, but there was still enough time to save him. When the spider's leg came too close to Lauren, she reacted instantly, but still received a hit with 94 damage. She was shocked to see the bar above her head. It read 60 poison damage per second. At this time, Luke was enjoying a good income. Then he ordered his subordinates to go collect potions while they collected bags of items. He himself planned to go to Lauren's stream to see what other players were doing. At the same time, the girl was upset. The mission to destroy the boss had failed, because none of the players expected Hebelton to appear. A guy from her team suggested that this strong opponent could be Luke. However, one guy interrupted the argument, saying that he was very tired and suggested leaving the place. Then the players remembered that Lauren was friends with Luke, and suggested asking him how he dealt with Jean. Eventually she agreed. Lauren politely wrote a letter asking for advice on how to defeat Jean and Hebelton. The girl was incredibly happy that he answered her at all, even though he asked her to write tomorrow. At this time, Luke gathered all his subordinates to personally go and destroy Jean. The next day, he and his team had almost completely assembled a new set of equipment, and they continued on their way. The hero admired the beauty of the game. Sometimes it was impossible to predict which monster would appear next. Then, moving further into the forest, he noticed a strange silhouette on the road. It turned out to be a bamboo python, monstrously huge, even larger than the previous spiders. Then the hero called the rest of the jackals from the team and said that they needed to try to defeat the monster. The jackals were dumbfounded by its size, but still began to deal damage. But even after 10 minutes they were unable to defeat the boss. There were too many pythons, which again confirmed that the game is trying to scare players in every possible way. The fight dragged on, and it was necessary to act differently. So Luke threw 80 bottles of the potion to each of his subordinates. However, even after 2 hours the snake was still alive. The players were tired of the endless battle. Luke did not know how to finish him off, and decided to get some sleep. The next day, the young man had a good rest, put his helmet back on, and entered the game with renewed vigor. But he had no particular desire to fight. When he returned, he was surprised to notice one oddity. His subordinates did not disappear from the game when he left, and continued to fight the snakes. By this time they had already leveled up and were ranked 9th. Luke couldn't understand how this was possible, since he had never encountered such peculiarities before. It turned out that his 3 subordinates took turns resting and farming, since Luke was not in the game. They shared experience among themselves and raised levels. The guy used to worry that the leveling of his subordinates was slow, because their level did not increase on its own, and when dividing experience, he received too little. Now it seemed to him a brilliant solution. The killed pythons were enough to buy a new pedigree for his subordinates. He received a lower serpentine bloodline that gave the effect that if the target was poisoned, Then with each step they took, the damage would increase by 10%. Luke wanted to improve his talent, but he knew that his appearance would change again. But the 10% increase in damage was appealing to him. As he improved his talent, his appearance became even more terrifying, and now his body was not only half spider-like, but also acquired a snake's tail. Despite his unattractive appearance, the knowledge of his own strength calmed him. Then he immediately began to finish off the python. Luke struck with a huge club, and the effects of the poison activated instantly. One poison lasted 5 seconds, the other 7 steps. Then he ordered his subordinates to run through the forest and undergo difficult tests, gaining maximum strength. They then pounced on the python and began to damage it. So Luke finally reached the long-awaited moment he had been working towards for so long. After destroying the python, he finally met the main boss of the Poison Mist Forest. It was a level 12 monster, Elvenhill, whose equipment was likely extremely durable. The hero wondered whether it was worth fighting, but he didn't think long and finally decided to do it. There were no mobs near the boss, and with the help of his subordinates it was possible to try to achieve victory, and he immediately ordered the guys to attack. The next second, a substance similar to a web flew out of the monster's mouth. She instantly covered 3 subordinates and began to pull them towards her. The boss turned out to be extremely serious due to his complex skills. Then Luke realized that he would hardly be able to win in a direct fight, and decided to resort to extreme measures. So he realized that 3 subordinates were not enough to defeat the boss, but they still needed to be freed. So the hero rushed towards the monster and first of all hit him with his weapon. The damage started to decrease little by little, but the boss's health was over 4,000 HP, and his regeneration rate was so high. The hero continued to fight, giving it his all, and after a few more hits, the boss's speed and attack speed decreased by 10%. Elvenhill turned out to be an extremely powerful boss. Luckily, Luke had upgraded the forest spider's bloodline beforehand. The hero had to monitor his health, talents, and skills, and also rely on subordinates who were already ready to strike. However, as soon as his team approached, the boss reacted immediately. Even though her back was to them, she activated her skills again and grabbed them, tying them up. It then became clear that she had no cooldown on the skill, which meant Luke could only rely on himself, so he decided to use the kiting maneuver. Half an hour later, he managed to deal with her and received a reward, 4 shards, 5 items, as well as green and blue equipment. The first item turned out to be equipment, Elvenhill armor. If this item was sold, it would bring a huge amount of money. Even if one of the players had been able to defeat John, the journey to this place would have taken a colossal amount of time, but it would have been worth it. Half an hour later, the boss respawned, and faster than Jean, who was most likely a regular boss for players. The Poison Mist Forest was intended to block players from reaching the main city, so local bosses would respawn faster. 10 hours later, Luke returned to the real world, completely exhausted, having collected 17 poison kits and many fragments. After a long period of farming, he decided to check on the progress of other players who probably thought he had died in the Poison Mist Forest. The young man was browsing through various products and came across a helmet. Despite the cost of 4,000 points, he decided to buy it in order to sell it later for a profit. At this time, the players were discussing Poison Mist Forest. No one even mentioned Elvenhill, and apparently, not a single player had reached level 3. This was a great sign for Luke. His next step was to create a real sensation, and he decided to advertise on Lauren's stream. Remembering the girl, he went to see how she was doing, while Lauren and her team were fighting the spiders. The spectators realized that even if the goddess could not proceed further, the remaining players would die immediately after the spiders appeared. Someone on the team mentioned that spiders have protective equipment against poison, but Lauren didn't know about it, which really annoyed her. Then viewers started insisting that the girl write to Luke and ask for equipment. She had no choice, even if he unfriended her. The girl was surprised that he was alive and had equipment. Then he said that he had a full set, and this amazed Lauren and her viewers. The girl agreed to buy it and suggested meeting at the trading floor or sending it by mail. They started discussing the number of sets, but the question of how many she was willing to take left her a little confused. The other players started to rudely attack Luke, insisting that he was cheating because he couldn't have that many suits. Then Lauren wrote that she needed 3 sets. Luke explained that each player has a personal account on the marketplace. He asked her to go there, and this meant that he was confirming the deal. And then the girl was incredibly delighted. Lauren immediately began trying on her purchases, the realization that she could now defeat the spiders driving her wildly excited. Lauren's purchase had been great publicity, but he still didn't understand why he'd been able to get through the Poison Mist Forest without a protective suit. He told the players that he would be holding an auction that evening and decided to farm a little more to put all the loot up for sale. That same evening, 20 minutes after the auction began, The girl asked for silence in the room. Luke was not used to such gatherings, but for the sake of money, he was willing to endure them. The first lot was a spider silk headdress, 3 pieces with a starting price of 2,000 yuan. Most players thought Luke would only sell poison-resistant suits, and were willing to pay huge sums for them. By the time the girl counted to 3, the hats had sold for 9,800 yuan. Luke beamed with happiness. The amount was huge. He realized that if the hats were bought for that kind of money, then the suits would cost even more. When the presenter announced the next lot, the buyers were shocked. They couldn't understand where he got so many things from, as if he was printing equipment. Next to be announced was the long-awaited Poison Mist Forest costume, which was sold in 3 sets with a starting price of 15,000 yuan. Everyone immediately rushed to place bids, and the price rose with each new step of the auction, since 3 sets at once were an extremely rare thing. There was a real buzz in the hall, with every spectator trying to buy a set for themselves, and in the end, 3 suits were sold for 45,000 yuan. The first batch of suits went to buyer number 3 for 45,000. The next lot was the second batch of costumes from the Poison Mist Forest with a starting price of 15,000. As soon as the presenter announced the product, the man immediately held up a sign with a price of 45,000, and it was again number 3, who had bought the previous batch. The other guests began to complain that they would also like to take the second set, since without it they could not go further into the Poison Mist Forest. Then another buyer decided to intervene and put up a bid of 47,000. After him, the bets started pouring in one after another, and the price rose higher and higher. The final price of the set was 50,000 yuan, and the owner of the batch was buyer number 27. The last batch included 5 sets at once, so some teams decided to fight for it to the end. Suddenly someone in the room raised a sign with an offer of 90,000, and the third batch was again bought by number 27. The players realized that they had missed their chance to buy at least 1 set, and began to leave the hall in despair. By this point, the auction was going well, and the host announced that after the snakes, the players would not find an exit from the forest. On the contrary, the worst would come next. This stunned everyone, because getting past the snakes already seemed impossible. The girl then introduced another piece of equipment that could help players break through the Poison Mist Forest. The shoppers discussed the unfamiliar item, and were shocked to learn that Luke had even more powerful equipment. It was Elven Hill armor, the highest blue class. The guests wanted to get them at any cost, because the armor had the ability to reduce the victim's movement speed and attack speed by 10%. All the auction participants immediately began asking the host what the starting price would be. The presenter took a breath and calmly announced the starting price. 15,000 for 3 suits of armor in 1 lot. The lot almost went for 60,000, but at the last moment the bid was outbid. The final price became 63,000, and the lot went to this buyer. Luke finally took off his helmet and breathed a sigh of relief. The auction lasted more than an hour, and in total he received about 450,000 yuan. In addition, one of his arms began to obey completely, and his leg began to feel slightly, which was a big breakthrough. Luke decided that he and his sister needed to buy a new apartment, although this would require saving up a little more. Meanwhile, the 2 teams decided to join forces and fight their way through the Poison Mist Forest together. The squad leader announced that it was time to begin the operation, and all the players rushed into the forest, where poisonous spiders were already waiting for them. Lauren asked the team to continue despite their fatigue. They managed to destroy the widow Alice, and it seems that the gauntlet fell from her. The next stage was the snakes. When the guys reached them, the girl again asked for silence and ordered the troops to get ready. When it was almost 5 in the morning, the 2 teams broke through the snakes and continued on their way, becoming the first to reach this point. But suddenly the squad stopped. There was something strange ahead. It turned out to be exactly the monster that Luke spoke about, a creature more terrible than snakes. That monster was Elvenhill, the 12th level boss and ruler of the Poison Mist Forest. The players were confident that if Luke could defeat her, then they could too. Then one guy from the team volunteered to enter the fight first. But as soon as he approached to start the battle, the creature immediately attacked him. The guy, like the other players, was completely entangled in her web. Once everyone realized that the monster had no cooldown, they began to wonder how to fight it at all. The next morning, Luke decided to log into the game. He called his subordinates and asked them to stop farming, as they needed to go to the city. Upon returning, the young man realized that Elvenhill's skills were quite good and worth learning. The yellow-level combat skill scroll cost 100 reputation. But when he decided to take another look at the item, the price suddenly increased by 1,000. Luke opened the scroll in front of the monster. It revealed the skill of web entangling, which required mana to maintain the bound state. Luke then called his 3 subordinates and they headed towards the city. 10 minutes later, They reached a signpost that showed two roads, one leading to the 100 Beast Mountains and the other to the main city of the 10th level. However, with his hero status, the young man could not yet get into the main city, so he decided to go to the mountains. However, as soon as they walked a little towards the mountains of 100 beasts, the hero was amazed by their size. They turned out to be incredibly large. The team continued on their way, and Luke ordered his subordinates to inspect the surrounding area, in case they encountered any monsters suitable for serving him. All three creatures found were strong, but hiring them as subordinates seemed boring and uninteresting to the hero. Then he decided to go to the mass grave, which was located in a creepy, dark place. On the other hand, something valuable could be found here. When Luke reached the tomb at level 20, he received a message stating that he had exceeded his level, and therefore the beginner protection was no longer active. At that moment, the hand buried in the ground suddenly burst out, followed by the banshee sticks, whose level was 24. The hero was amazed by the level, as he did not expect to meet such a powerful creature. The monster instantly rushed at Luke with the skull in his hand and began to damage his subordinates. The monster's speed was high and its attacks were multiple. However, this was exactly what Luke needed. Soon, new monsters began to appear throughout the cemetery. The hero ordered his subordinates to rush at the monsters and attack them. The jackals immediately rushed forward and began to fight. Fortunately, the monster's damage was weakened. Otherwise, the subordinates might not have survived. Luke asked them to stay put while he went to pick up someone to try out his new web-slinging skill. After 2 minutes, the skill was activated. It turned out that to use it, the hero must be in a strange position, holding his stomach forward. 10 minutes later, he managed to subdue the banshee sticks, lowering her level to 11, the same as Luke's. Thanks to her high damage, she could reduce the armor of enemies, which was a big bonus. Now all that remained was to hire a 5th subordinate. Within 15 minutes, Luke's squad had all 5 of their subordinates, and as a result, a hidden mission called Shelter was revealed to him. The player would have been rewarded with a plot of land on these lands, but Luke decided to choose a plot of land on a higher level, so that players would not be able to access it for some time. He looked at the peak of Mount Guanyun, which was the highest point in the 100 Beast Mountains, and decided that it was an excellent vantage point. Suddenly, a powerful beast appeared in front of Luke and his team. At first glance, it was clear that it was a strong monster. The Tiger Lord's damage was high. Fortunately, however, there were no other monsters nearby, and Luke ordered all of his subordinates to stay back and watch while he entered the battle. The tiger attacked first, but the hero managed to dodge its powerful paws by using the opportunity to duck. The tiger was too fast and his damage was too high, and Luke's health might not be enough, so he ordered the whole team to attack at the same time. The jackals obediently rushed to help and began to actively fight. With each new blow, the monster's damage decreased, and the tiger gradually weakened. After 40 minutes, the monster was defeated, and the player received standard rewards for destroying the tiger, so Luke decided to banish the tiger. The task was successfully completed. The tiger was driven away, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This stage completed the Shelter mission, and the hero received his own plot and the Die Hard title. Now all that remained was to clear Guan Peak of monsters. Luke decided to name the area Die Hard, as characters with that prefix received a 20% bonus to their base health. Even though Luke was a monster, he found the game exciting and ordered his squad to clear out the remaining monsters, allowing them to level up. Soon the team dealt with the monsters on the mountain, and destroyed many powerful creatures, for which he received a spiked mace. The hero finally received new items, 2 at a time, and Luke ordered the team to work hard to improve everyone's equipment. This allowed the hero to reach level 12, after which the system notified him that reaching a new level would open a secret dungeon. When he got to the right place, he saw that the mission was taking place in a single-player dungeon. Luke then ordered his subordinates to train outside, fighting monsters, but not to kill too many. In the secret dungeon, the player would receive items, but before entering, an artifact would appear, and the first one to find it would receive a reward. When Luke inserted the weapon, the monster inside the dungeon dropped it and hid it in his clothes. The hero realized that it was more profitable to use materials rather than ready-made equipment. He figured that if monsters dropped level 4 materials 5 times, he could make a lot of money. After the prayer, the entrance to the secret dungeon was opened. The place turned out to be huge. When other players saw the notification that Luke had reached level 12 of the secret dungeon, they were shocked, as this title was given extremely rarely. The hero was amazed that the entire server already knew about his entrance to the dungeon, which meant that a big battle could soon begin. At that moment, the silver wolves began to run towards him. The young man immediately decided to obtain new materials at any cost, and rushed into battle with the monsters. Luckily, these silver wolves weren't too strong, so there was no need to fight all 5 at once. Luke soon destroyed a special level 12 silver wolf and received 540 experience points, 5 talent shards, and 5 attribute shards for it. With each wolf destroyed, the main character became richer. Within an hour, he had managed to level up and collect 1,000 materials, and all of his talents had been upgraded to level 4. The hero discovered that the prefix king had been added to his name, but he did not know where to find the ancient fragments and the ancient heart to strengthen himself. Then it was time to deal with the boss. Luke had over 200 damage, over 140 armor, and almost 5,000 XP, so he had nothing to risk. When he started fighting the powerful monster, he saw that he only had 6,000 health, which meant that Luke was stronger. As a result, the level 15 boss was destroyed. The reward was 30 talent and attribute evolution fragments and 300,000 reputation points. Players noticed that the secret gorge had been completely cleared and would close in 5 minutes. Luke decided that with so many materials, it would be better to exchange them for reputation and upgrade the Legion recruitment order to the next level. Then he went out and ordered his subordinates to cut down trees and collect stones, as 500 trees and 500 stones were required. After giving orders to his subordinates, the hero exited the game into the real world, rejoicing that he had managed to earn 500,000 yen in less than a week. Luke was also able to lift one arm, which was completely healthy, and his upper body began to recover. The main character was incredibly happy that his upper body was already moving, and that very soon he would become healthy. He realized that he would soon be able to walk. But first he wanted to buy an apartment. Although he did not have money for a large apartment, a small one was enough. Then Luke opened his phone and looked at the information about the opening of a new small residential complex, and decided to go there tomorrow and surprise his sister. At this time, China's National Security Agency was dealing with another problem. The head of the special unit, Mateo, asked the director of the agency if it was true that their unit had created a special group to participate in the game. Director Gray responded that the game affected not only them, but also governments and armies around the world, and could change the future of humanity. He suggested that clues might be discovered in the next step. When Gray asked the employee how he was progressing in the game, he replied that he was in the poisonous forest. Since the game was difficult, the boss advised me to contact Luke, who had completely completed this forest. The next day, the main character found himself in a real estate office. The girl working there offered to help me choose an apartment. At the same time, the agents recognized him as the most popular player. But Mateo asked them to be prepared. The girl assured Luke that he would not regret choosing their company and offered him an apartment that was the best-selling option. The hero agreed to buy it in order to pleasantly surprise his sister and have the opportunity to earn more. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a strange girl who asked them not to buy the apartment, claiming that there were problems in the Huangshan residential complex. She stood in the center of the complex and started shouting to other people that the buildings were so poorly constructed that they could collapse. The customers present began to discuss her words and decided to trust her rather than test them out for themselves. The company employee immediately called security, calling the girl crazy, but she continued to claim that she was trying to protect people from danger. Luke also thought about her words, since it would be difficult to get the money back after paying, and decided not to buy an apartment in this place. The company's employees continued to insist that buyers purchase apartments immediately. One of them accidentally touched Luke's shoulder, after which he began to shout rudely and insult him. The company employee grabbed the girl, trying to stop her from continuing the protest, and suggested they discuss the issues in a private setting. The girl screamed, demanding to be let go, while the entire scene of the quarrel between customers and employees was filmed on camera. Then the girl asked those filming to stop, explaining that she was doing it for them. And then Luke intervened in the conversation, saying that the employees dared to offend the girl. In response, the employee began to mock him for being in a wheelchair and tried to kick Luke. Fortunately, the hero managed to grab it. The rest of the staff rushed at him with sticks to beat him. But as soon as one of the men approached him, Luke instantly responded by elbowing him in the face, and then quickly dealt with the other attacker. The hero soon realized that not only had his strength increased, but his reaction speed had also increased significantly. The worker clutched his stomach in pain and told Luke that he must be afraid they would tip his wheelchair over. After these words, the other immediately began to push the stroller with all his strength, trying to tip it over and make the young man fall with it. However, suddenly someone put their hand on his wheelchair and told him that he had nothing to worry about now, as they were there to protect him. There were 3 guys, one of whom approached the worker for his insolence towards his boss and suggested attacking him since he was so brave. The guys who came to Luke's defense started a fight with the offenders, and within a few minutes they all ended up on the floor. One of them realized that it was Mr. Mateo's tactic to pretend to be stupid in order to confuse the opponent and win. Mateo then apologized to Mr. Luke for scaring him, and asked permission to deal with the rest of the offenders. At this time, Manager Juan entered the building where the fight was taking place, looked around and asked who dared to create a disturbance in the company. Mateo then called someone, asking if he knew about the construction company, naming the manager who was standing in front of him. He then hung up and turned to Juan, saying he had less than 10 minutes. The manager simply calmly lit a cigarette and then ordered his men to throw out the unexpected guests. His assistants were sports champions and were confident that they could deal with these hooligans in a minute. One of them immediately started attacking the guys, shouting that he hated it when someone made themselves too important. But Mateo proved to be stronger than these two champions and instantly knocked down the first one who tried to hit him. When the second guard rushed at him, he punched him. The blow was so strong that the man was unable to stand. Manager Huang stood in the middle of the room, dumbfounded, not expecting his two large guards to be defeated by one person. Then Mateo approached him and made it clear that he had exactly 1 minute. Juan began to apologize for his misdeeds and promised to compensate for all the damage. However, Mateo did not want to let him go without punishment, and to make him answer for his actions, he punched him hard in the stomach. His gaze fell on the helpless manager lying on the floor, and he said that an apology and resignation would not compensate for the insult to their master. At this time, people behind were trying to figure out where this man in a wheelchair, who was now establishing his own rules, had come from. After this, Mateo bowed before Luke and said that 3 years had passed, and now he welcomed him into their family, inviting him to lead them. Luke frowned slightly in response, and noted that he had originally wanted to be a calm and ordinary person, but now that seemed like a luxury to him. 3 minutes later, a police squad entered the building and announced that the company was suspected of collusion between officials and businessmen. Juan was led outside in handcuffs, regretting his actions, as he had not expected a disabled person to have such a terrible past. The police apologized to the boys for the fact that the criminals remained unpunished for a long time. When the police left, Mateo suggested that the gentlemen go to a more suitable place for conversation. Luke, however, found it strange that the man was nodding constantly and assumed that they were dealing with influential people who wanted something from him. Then the screaming girl came up to him and thanked him. Luke in turn thanked her for opening everyone's eyes to these people. Mateo also thanked the girl for helping their master and noted that it was now time for them to go their separate ways. After a while, Luke and he found themselves in a cafe, discussing topics of interest to them. Luke's first question was about who was in front of him. Mateo replied that it was a secret for now, but they needed the help of a certain player. They were sure that he would help. Luke thought about the stranger's words and confirmed that it was indeed not easy to hack a banking system. Mateo then handed the hero a map, saying that it could be used to choose any villa in the complex as a reward. However, Luke could not accept such a big reward for such a small service, but Mateo insisted. Mateo added that with this card, they can get a 30% discount on any company property and full security for him and his family. In the end, Luke finally agreed, although he wondered why they were trying so hard if it was just a game. Mateo explained that this is not just a game. Governments and the military are involved, but no one knows what is really hidden. Then the hero said that they needed to come to the poisonous fog forest at a certain time, and promised to come to the rescue. But as soon as he said this, Mateo was shocked when he realized that the greatest Luke turned out to be himself. He asked why he was silent. Luke thought that the 30% discount card was nice, but it was more important to him to protect his sister's life and his own. That evening, at the appointed time for the game meeting, a crowd of players gathered in the same clearing, and one of them asked the boss if he was sure they could handle it. But Mateo replied that he was confident in his actions, and that they still wouldn't be able to buy better equipment anywhere. He then ordered all the players to follow him and finally finish off everyone they could. However, the players suddenly slowed down as they walked through the poisonous fog forest, and they saw something that shocked them and made them stop. The bodies of the jackals Luke had dealt with were already lying on the ground. The players were amazed that he had taken on an entire squad single-handedly, and were once again convinced that this guy was truly too strong. Luke, meanwhile, stood next to his body and thought to himself that if it weren't for his team, it would have been very difficult to cope alone. 30 minutes later, the players approached him, and saw that he had even dealt with the boss of Evenhill. 2 days later, in the Beast Mountains, Luke destroyed the following monsters, for which he received 47 spiked maces, and his entire team reached level 14. For killing 3 three-petal monsters, he received a strange piece of equipment that looked like a ball glowing with pink light. It was the first time he had encountered a monster skirt, and after 2 days of continuous farming, it meant the drop chance was extremely low. Luke decided to put the skirt up for auction with a starting bid of 1,000. If no one buys it within 20 minutes, he will withdraw it from the auction. At this time, Lauren decided to check if there was any equipment at the auction, since their team had to go to the poison mist forest in an hour. When the girl tried on the skirt, she was delighted with its appearance. The item gave off a pleasant aroma, and Lauren decided that she would definitely buy it. When Lauren saw the system notification, she noticed that the skirt was receiving a lot of bids, making the item expensive. At that moment, another woman told her father about the find, and he agreed to help buy the equipment. Other girls also admired the skirt and did everything possible to get it. In the last 5 seconds of the auction, the price reached 65,000 yuan, and Lauren watched with interest as many people participated in the bidding. In the end, the item was purchased for almost 1,000,000 yuan. Luke was pleased that he was able to sell the skirt for such a price, and will soon be able to buy a new house. Returning to the game, he decided to take the blood of the 3-petaled flower monster. As soon as the ritual was completed, his appearance changed again, and a small sprout of a future flower appeared on his head. This improved his vision and allowed him to discover a hidden area that could not be seen with normal vision. He also noted the mist that had a slight mind-clouding effect, which was invisible before it merged with the 3-petaled monster's blood. Then Luke came across a sign that said the roads were lost, which meant the area was dangerous. When players saw the notification that Luke was entering the Lost Garden of Eden, where the mission begins, they immediately sensed danger. As word of his location spread across the server, players learned that Luke was at level 20. They also learned that when the mission is activated, all cities are temporarily united into one zone, and players will be able to gather there in 15 minutes. Lauren's team invited the other players to complete the mission together, and they immediately agreed, as they were afraid that they could not cope alone. Luke watched the proceedings and was slightly surprised by how much noise they were making, as his talent gave him vision up to 400 meters away. Suddenly he noticed mutated monsters approaching him. There were a lot of them and they looked quite strong. At first he was scared, because he realized that it would be difficult to deal with them. But then he remembered that he himself was a wild mutated monster, and this gave him a good chance of winning. His squad included 2 mutated elite jackals. He also had an elite mutated banshee, Styx. Luke's attributes doubled: damage 400, armor 130, and health over 10,000, all of which gave him a clear advantage. After 15 minutes, Luke decided to go to Lauren's stream and see what was going on, since there were a lot of players in the combined area. The main character found himself in the main city of the 10th level called the City of Storm. Players suggested exploring the city after all zones merge, as the current main city has become even larger than the new village. In addition, for players whose level was higher than 10, the protection had already been removed, and now everyone was looking for the Lost Garden of Eden. Then Luke called his entire squad to follow him. He was glad that he was a wild monster, since being an ordinary player is not easy. It was expected that it would take some time for players to find their way into the Lost Garden of Eden, and they would need to hunt new monsters. He and his team began to diligently destroy all the monsters they encountered, and they were doing it very well. Luke was rewarded with a lot of valuable equipment that he received from the fusion of mutations. He was thinking about what might drop from the boss. Thus, the Silver Wolf boss was destroyed and he received the level 15 boss claw. Then Luke decided to sell the big mace, since he had a more powerful weapon. When he opened the store, he noticed that prices had gone up, which was due to the fact that the server merger meant that players needed more equipment. After 15 minutes, he and his team went back to farming, as they had earned 15,000 in such a short time. Meanwhile, on Beast Mountain, players were discussing selling Luke's gear that dropped from the Silver Wolf boss. They knew that most of the entrances to the Lost Garden of Eden were located here, and they warned everyone to be careful. Suddenly, they saw a thick fog in the distance, and decided that there might be an entrance there. The players saw that Luke had entered the southeast eye of the formation, causing the fog to advance faster. However, the players tried not to get upset, and reassured themselves that this did not mean his victory. Meanwhile, Luke had discovered the southeast eye of the formation, but before reaching it, a stone pillar had to be destroyed. He turned to his team and said that they should try to attack first. The subordinates immediately rushed to the pillar to destroy it. Immediately after the first attempt, the formation's defender rushed to attack them. It turned out to be Hati's only level 20 golden wolf. As soon as the monster struck the first blow, half of the subordinate's health was immediately knocked off. Luke was shocked because the monster turned out to be incredibly strong, and decided to attack first, while the team retreated. However, even Luke's 500th strike did not penetrate the monster's armor. But judging by the monster's attack, its defense against magic was 0. The hero realized that this time they were facing a truly difficult battle, for which they would need to arm the team and work together to destroy the monster. Luke's first move was to use a net, a technique that helped them confuse the monster and buy time for the team to drink the potion. But the monster still managed to escape from the net. When the rest of the jackals tried to attack him, he hit one of them with his huge mace. After an hour, the monster's health had almost reached 0, and Luke asked the team to attack more carefully, so as not to make mistakes when striking. At this time, the players were ready to reach the entrance to the Lost Garden. During the fight with the wolves, they realized that these monsters are much stronger than usual. During the battle, the wolves mutated and became even stronger. As it turned out, the poisonous fog not only strengthens the monsters, but also weakens the players. One of their team members stated that they needed to find a way out first, otherwise the fog could spread to the main city. The news that Luke had broken the Southeast Formation and won the MVP title shocked the players, as they had doubted his victory. Luke and his team breathed a sigh of relief when they managed to destroy the powerful monster's pillar. He understood that after such efforts the reward should be generous. Luke debated whether to take the baby Hathi or a full-grown wolf, and ultimately decided to take Hathi to raise on his own territory. In the end, he settled on the second option and took the baby. He lifted the little wolf cub above him to examine its properties. It turns out that Hathi only has 1 damage, so it will take a lot of mana to grow it. Luke then placed the wolf cub on his shoulder and looked around, not seeing any other players, assuming they were still killing monsters to level up. Meanwhile, Team 7 continued to fight, while Team 3 retreated to replenish supplies and was expected to return soon. A man from the team warned the others that the caster was using an amplifier and they needed to be careful. They then received a notification that Luke had entered the southern area, and the fog was accelerating, causing the players to panic as time was running out. Half an hour later, an entrance to a new level appeared at the site of the battle, and the players discussed teleportation through the portal and the possibility of a successful plan. Along the way, Joshua's team discussed union affairs, and Joshua talked to another guy about his progress in the game. But their conversation was interrupted by Joshua's assistant, who reported the arrival of 70 people, all of whom were destroying monsters. But suddenly a notification caught their attention. Luke destroyed the southern formation, and now there are 6 more to destroy. Joshua instantly became alarmed and told the team to move faster or they would be overtaken. By this point, Luke had already chosen a reward and now received another mythical animal, the Vidforner vulture. After examining his inventory, he noticed that he had accumulated a lot of equipment. But there were few healing potions left, and without them, he would not be able to cope with the boss. Suddenly he heard the voices of other players who had managed to get to this place. They warned each other to be careful not to attract the monster's attention. Through the fog, they suddenly noticed the appearance of some kind of monster. The players could not see it, but they felt that it was incredibly strong. Then Luke smiled and noted that they had no healing potions, so he had to fight. With these words, he ordered his team to attack. His subordinates began to fight, and it was obvious that they were much stronger than the players. When one of the players saw a strange item that was incredibly powerful, he couldn't even guess what it was. He rushed forward, shouting that at this rate his team would be destroyed, and decided to take the blow himself. As soon as he tried to attack one of the opponents, he was instantly killed. None of the players were able to find the strength to defeat this boss, as he was too strong. After 5 minutes, the battle was over, and Luke was able to get his gear back. He also learned that players above level 10 did not have the newbie protection. He then ordered his team to gear up, as he was about to go into battle through the nearest entrance to the Southwest Formation. The hero was going to use the Son of Sacred Fire in the Southwest Formation. The players were trying to defeat the main boss, and Luke noticed that there were about 300 of them, all well prepared for battle, and their boss found a way to get in here. However, he wasn't going to worry, as he was sure that they would fight for a few more hours and eventually lose. While he waited for their defeat, he decided to watch the official broadcast where Lauren explained the situation in the Lost Garden. The girl was in the Western Formation, and judging by the situation, killing the boss she was fighting would take a long time. She suggested looking at the other formations, and noted that the boss of the Southwest Formation would most likely be destroyed first. Then the Northwest Formation boss will be defeated, after which she briefly talked about the Western Formation. Luke received official information and decided to destroy everyone in that order. After half an hour, he allowed his subordinates to rest before the next battle with other players. Luke used his web skills on the player to confuse them and make them unable to fight back. The player, along with the rest of his team, looked scared as it was not easy to get out of the net. When they saw Luke's subordinates next to him, they were surprised to see more monsters, as they thought he was alone. The players were too weak compared to the boss, and during the fight they also realized that the boss could summon other monsters. After 8 minutes, Luke was fighting the boss, but still couldn't defeat him. And after another 5 minutes, he finally destroyed the Southwest Formation. His new equipment allowed him to use attacks and also deal damage to the boss. Players tried to deal with the monster, commenting that the boss's skills were high and could drain mana. However, Luke could absorb mana and convert it into health. An hour later, Luke received another small animal. He destroyed another formation, and now only one remained, and eventually gathered all 4 cubs from the beast village. The next mission, called the Lost Garden of Eden, was unique and time-limited. The mission description stated that one needed to capture any combination of 4 ancient beasts to start the mission. The protagonist wanted to choose someone stronger, and from the list of animals he chose the black dragon Nidhogg. The next second, 4 small animals appeared on the pillars in front of him and behind him. Luke tried to understand why this happened. He realized that it was not a prayer, and if he placed the animals on the pillars, they would not return. At the same moment, huge animals appeared behind the small animals, repeating the actions of their small relatives. Luke was stunned to see so many animals, as he did not want to destroy them. The next second, the image of a huge monster appeared in front of Luke's face, and Luke wondered how to quickly summon it. Looking around, he decided that these 4 huge monsters could help him. Haiti the Wolf is good at comboing, Vidfanir the Vulture is good at splitting, and Hellhound can absorb mana. After a brief moment of thought, he allowed the monsters to advance, hoping that they would actually help. His entire team stood in front of the huge boss who looked incredibly strong. Before the fight began, the boss spewed fire from his mouth, knocking Luke's squad aside. Then the hero realized that the boss was using a magical attack that deals 20,000 damage in one hit, and if it weren't for the 4 beasts, they would have definitely died. He ordered his previous subordinates to retreat and take refuge in a safe place, as they were unlikely to be able to hold out in battle for long. Then he released the net on the monster. The skill worked instantly. At first Luke thought that this skill was useless, but he did not expect such an excellent result. He ordered the Hellhound to absorb mana and the Chimera to use its dizziness ability, and the team began to act on his orders. The monster's health was decreasing, but very slowly, since it had 500,000 health. Thus, the battle dragged on, and the energy expenditure was high. An hour later, the players were trying to defeat the Northeast Formation. The girl turned to another player and said that something was wrong with the people from Joshua's team. Then another man raised his weapon and warned that if anyone came near the pole, Joshua's men could set a cruel trap. Joshua himself noted that although everyone is on the enemy side, this does not mean that the evil monster does not belong to their team. At this time, Boss Joshua had managed to destroy the Eastern Formation, and now he had to do the same to 2 more. Meanwhile, the rest of the players received notifications that the promised mission had been completed. However, they still had the opportunity to destroy the beast before the hidden mission was activated. Then the players in front of them began to activate their equipment to open a new passage. Following this, a second team appeared and demanded the return of the pet, claiming that Joshua had secretly stolen the second-tier reward. Joshua immediately tensed up, as the status couldn't be turned off, otherwise the pet would explode. Then Luke, who was close to destroying the main boss, continued to coordinate his team, which successfully dealt with the boss. The entrance to the Lost Garden of Eden was in complete chaos, with teams of players fighting each other, resulting in numerous injuries. The man anxiously asked his companions if they didn't know that the people from Joshua had robbed another team. Those who did not understand the reason for such a massacre were puzzled and decided to help the team. They immediately rushed into action, angry that the system remained silent about the theft, but continued to send out notifications. Everyone was filled with the desire to avenge the team, and were ready to stand up for it at any cost. At this point, Luke successfully completed the mission called Ultimate Beast and received a new mission, Blood Demon. To complete the task, he needed to collect 4 baby animals, and Luke was in complete shock, as the mission seemed almost impossible. However, he soon received a notification that the Lost Garden of Eden mission was completed, and the hero would be teleported to the entrance of the garden. When Luke teleported to the designated location, he was shocked to see a battle between players taking place in front of him. 1,000 men fought before his eyes, and he could not even guess what had caused such madness. When players noticed it, they thought it was another boss with a long name they could barely read. However, Luke suddenly disappeared, leaving behind only a shadow that quickly dissipated. He then decided to leave the place immediately, as the feeling of being attacked by so many people at once was terrible. He then returned to his team of subordinates and said that it was time to return home, and that this needed to be done as soon as possible. At that moment, he heard the players saying that Boss Joshua would not be able to escape responsibility for his actions. At the same time, 2 people were fighting behind the bushes, each trying to emerge victorious. Luke jokingly noted that they had chosen the wrong place, not knowing that the territory belonged to him, and decided that now they would have to answer for it. At this time, Lauren rushed at one of them with a bat, but they did not yet know that Luke's subordinates had sneaked up on them. The jackals attacked the attackers, and they all got what they deserved. After the battle, Luke thought he had finally received the reward that had caused such a stir. Luke looked at the sphere that contained the beast and understood why the system always announced the one who destroyed the formation's eyes. This is done so that someone can be snatched. He then nodded to his subordinates, indicating that it was time to move on, hoping that they could get someone too. It turned out that the players had not picked up the last monster while fighting among themselves. At one point, one of the teams almost overpowered their opponents, who had little health left. But suddenly Luke burst into their fight. No one expected to see another strong boss here. Within minutes, Luke was able to get everything in order, allowing him to collect the last of the beast cubs and complete the mission. The next mission was due to end in 5 minutes. Luke was to select one of the cubs and send it to the beasts in formation. After 2 hours, Luke decided to put all his gear on the trading floor and exit the game to rest, as he was very tired. At this time, he took off his helmet, returned to reality, and was able to sell the equipment, saving up about $1 million. Now he will soon be able to surprise his sister. However, when he picked up the phone, to his surprise he saw 16 missed calls from Lily, and immediately thought that something had happened to her. The girl said that her team was being deliberately attacked by the guys from Joshua, and every time they entered the forest, they were caught and attacked. After half an hour of conversation, she thanked her brother for the time they spent together, as she always felt better after talking to him. Luke, however, assessed the current situation with concern, but if Joshua dared to offend her, he was ready to make them pay. Finally, Luke was able to stand up, as his right leg was almost restored. He was overjoyed, because soon he would become an ordinary person. At this time, he was at level 14, and judging by his progress, he would be able to fully recover in about 3 levels. He became increasingly interested, because the game 9 Heavens seemed almost magical and not at all like ordinary games on Earth. He brought his team and gave them 10 cubs, ordering them to improve them. In the meantime, he decided to take a walk. The protagonist began to search for people from Joshua's team, but the wild zone was so vast that he decided to ask for help. 5 minutes later, he was already fighting the players he was the boss for, suddenly appearing and attacking them. Then, thinking about how to help his sister, he realized that to do this, he would have to become her support. And to do this, he would need to take human form. The main condition for obtaining a skin on the marketplace was the destruction of more than 1,000 monsters or players of the same type. At that point, Luke's progress was 43.9%, and then he remembered that he could help his sister and still get the required number of points. He immediately began to destroy players, which increased the number of victims with each attack. After 10 hours, he managed to deal with everyone, although the fight with human players was not easy for him. Then he decided to check how Lily was doing. After leaving the game, he called Lily and asked about her condition. The girl immediately began to complain that enemies were following her again. Luke asked her not to be angry and offered to help, clarifying that first he needed her ID, and added that he knew a specialist who could help. Lily was surprised how he knew about this, to which Luke replied that the specialist was trustworthy and an amazing person. After the conversation, he put his sister to bed, telling her that she could completely rely on him and be calm. 2 days later, the protagonist decided to add his sister as a friend, but did so anonymously, introducing himself as a friend of her brother. The girl told him about the problems with Joshua's team, and then Luke realized that the neutral zone was full of people, and his going there would cause problems. After talking with Lily, he said that he would soon arrive at the correct place that she had indicated to him. At this point, one team of players was trying to deal with a boss that seemed to be about to be defeated despite the ongoing struggle. Suddenly, their attention was drawn to the boss from the Lost Garden. They tried to attack him, but their skills weren't strong enough to even catch up with Luke. Luke stopped in front of one of the players, Joshua, who tried to crawl away from him with horror in his eyes because he noticed that the boss had poison. The next moment, the player was already lying on the floor, and Luke noted that it was a pity that he only received a healing potion and not equipment. Suddenly he received a new message. It turned out that it was a published video of Lily. Luke was very curious. He wanted to see what she looked like in the game. Lily then contacted the anonymous player and said that the enemies seemed to be gone, and they could now complete the mission without any problems. However, suddenly the rope wrapped around her legs, and the girl realized that it was a trap. The opposing team's representative walked towards her, laughing and declaring that Lily would have to get on her knees and beg for permission to carry out the mission. After this, she hit Lily on the back with a whip and told her little brother to hurry to help, because he loved her more than anyone. When Luke saw how his sister was being treated, he became angry and was ready to destroy Joshua's team immediately. Finally, he was able to transform in the game. The appearance generation was quick, and after a few seconds he no longer looked like a monster. The main character was glad that he now looked like an ordinary person. Then he decided to hide his name in order to remain a wolf in sheep's clothing. When Lily took off her helmet to go out, she was very angry about the order that prevented her from completing the mission. Her friend was sitting next to her and calmed her down, saying that the boss and the others would soon return and help her take revenge. Lily was surprised that her boss could actually say that, but then she realized that it was her personal dislike. If her team joins, it will become a team feud that shouldn't affect the others. Meanwhile, Luke watched in surprise as a small monster approached him, level 11, called Phantom Beauty. He examined the level 11 monsters and found them quite unusual. The protagonist was confident that he could defeat them with one blow. Suddenly, a girl from the team asked him if he was alone here and promised to save him from the monster. They united and began to fight. Luke found out that this was the same sweet girl who once helped him with the realtors. She also played the game, and her name was Jenny. The girls were discussing the armor that dropped from the monster, and someone sold it, offering to split the money. Then a girl asked why Luke was wandering around the forest alone, and the protagonist replied that he was a lone wolf and not a member of a guild. He explained that others destroy players outright, while they kneel, and then asked if they were being too hard on themselves. The girl laughed and said that he wanted others to bow down to him, but in fact it turned out the opposite. They then headed to the main city. The boys revealed that they were not members of the guild and paid someone to lead them through the forest of mist. 10 minutes later, they found themselves in the main city, where the streets were filled with crowds of people. Jenny replied to Luke that before the server split, there were always a lot of people in the main city, even more than in the Oath Zone. Luke looked up and noticed a strange screen. One of the team members explained that it was a ranking of the Twin Towers, where the strongest were gathered. Everyone who came and went from the city admired them, and the first place winner, Ching, was a professional fighter with incredible reflexes. Then Luke remembered that the forum had mentioned that big players and guilds were trying to get on this list. However, his reverie was interrupted by his partner, who said that it was too early to think about him, because they still had to grow to his level. The protagonist responded with several humorous remarks to lighten the mood, and eventually the guy remarked that it was worth simply enjoying the spectacle. Suddenly, Jenny approached Luke and quietly said that he was probably not who he claimed to be, since he had hidden his information. At this point, another girl, Claire, interrupted them and said that they needed to stop chatting and go buy some medicine. She also suggested creating a guild, but Jenny doubted whether she was ready to give up acting to create a guild in the game. Luke looked at Claire with a sweet smile, thinking that he didn't even expect her to become an actress, but it wasn't surprising given her beauty. There were many people on the city streets. Everyone was busy with their own affairs and thoughts. Gradually, the boys approached the Twin Towers. Luke looked at the building with a thoughtful look. Since he didn't have a guild, he decided to start with solo players in the Tower of Divine Punishment. However, lost in thought, he didn't notice the person in front of him and bumped into him with his shoulder. It turned out to be Boss Ching and his subordinates. One of his men approached Luke with a threat, saying that if he saw them, he should immediately stay away. Luke overheard talk about the three masters once again planning to challenge the Tower of Divine Punishment. Since Lily was offline, Luke decided to experiment and see how far he could get. Meanwhile, people began to discuss that the strange newcomer also seemed to want to challenge the tower, although he had just come to the city. The other players started to mock him, claiming that he was afraid because he was hiding his data, and that he wouldn't last even 20 seconds. Despite the taunts, Luke walked up to the entrance and declared his challenge to the tower, and the girl standing at the entrance bowed humbly to him. People were discussing Luke entering the portal. Some were saying that he shouldn't be ignored, and that it was better to keep an eye on the three strongest. The players were amazed that their new acquaintance had come there, and decided that since it was his first time, he didn't know anything. One guy laughed and suggested that they show Luke's data along with the results of the top three, so that the whole country could laugh at him. The screen showed 3 players preparing to enter the portal, but the 4th participant was not visible as his data was hidden. The guy didn't understand why he was posting this video at all, because it looked strange, but Claire asked him to calm down and focus. The first player fought the monster confidently, relying on his abilities and thinking that he could break the record. The stranger had been in the portal for 15 seconds already. Not a bad result. Then Jenny suggested that they find him and join the team, since he apparently had skills. After 2 minutes, everyone was shocked that the newbie had been able to hold out for so long, and it turned out they had underestimated him. In 3 minutes, the first level should have ended, but the stranger's time continued to increase. One of the leaders watched the screen, which indicated that Luke had already been selected, but for some reason did not move on to the next level. During this time, Luke managed to destroy a level 10 silver wolf and received 100 bronze coins. Then he dealt with 2 more wolves. He was very pleased because each victory brought him 100 coins, and before that he did not have a penny in his pocket. The system notified that if a player lingered on the first floor of the tower for more than 4 minutes, he would be forcibly transferred to the second floor. Soon he climbed up to the next floor, where a level 11 shadow cat was waiting for him. For his murder, he had already received 200 silver coins, which made Luke even happier. After 4 minutes of fighting, he received a message that if he remained on the second floor for more than 4 minutes, he would be forcibly transferred to the third floor. On the third floor, he managed to earn almost 40 silver coins. Luke realized that this place was a real paradise for making money. People were surprised that this guy was already on the third floor, because he was a real newbie, and his new acquaintances couldn't believe that it was really him. They were wondering how long he could hold out on the third floor. Meanwhile, Luke was 1 level higher. One of the 3 leaders was able to hold out for only 2 minutes and 33 seconds, the second, 2 minutes and 38 seconds, and the third, a whole 3 minutes. The system seemed to have broken down, and the player was advised to pause. Otherwise he would use up all his energy and would not be able to climb to the 4th floor. He almost managed to stay on the 3rd floor for more than 4 minutes, and was about to go to the next floor. However, the monsters at this level were too strong, and he wouldn't be able to hold out here for long, but it was still a good result. Tao came outside and people started to be amazed that he managed to stay on the 4th floor for 48 seconds, which was considered an excellent result. One of those present told Tao that he was the first one who was able to climb to the 4th floor. However, the boy was surprised why his comrades had not said anything yet. When he turned to them, he saw that they were staring motionless at one point. As it turned out, the stranger was still in the tower, despite the fact that even all 3 leaders had already left the game. Tao turned his head to the screen and saw that there were still people on the 4th floor, and one of them had been holding on there for almost a full minute. Luke stood next to the defeated monsters, and was happy that he had already received 400 coins as a reward. He had a total of 150 coins. He received a notification that if he could survive on the 1st floor of the tower for a certain amount of time, he would be able to move on to the next level. Those present couldn't believe that the stranger had reached such a level, as they had initially thought that he would be easily defeated by a level 11 wolf. People were shocked when they saw that an anonymous player had climbed up to the 5th floor, which was completely overrun with monsters. They demanded that the fight be shown on screen and kept saying that this guy couldn't be that strong because he was just a newbie. Some began to speculate that it might be Luke, but others immediately pointed out that it wasn't him, as Luke was on stream at the time. However, the hero did not want people to know who was actually going through the floors of the tower. He decided to hide his identity and not reveal the truth. He knew he couldn't climb too many floors, so he decided to limit himself to 5. On the 5th floor, he lasted 2 minutes and 19 seconds and received 200 silver coins. The protagonist emerged from the tower with a calm expression on his face, but the players couldn't take their surprised glances off him. Many people watched him as he left, keeping track of the time it took him to pass. One of the people in the crowd told the stranger that he was a good man for making it to the 5th floor, but Luke pretended not to know what floor he was on. The man started asking him if he could teach him how to fight like that, and Luke smiled awkwardly and said that they could just run. At this point, Tao intervened in the conversation and shouted that it was impossible to reach the 5th floor by running alone, and the guy's equipment was not that powerful. Others supported Tao's words and demanded an explanation. Some accused him of cheating and believed that there was a mistake. Luke, although he wasn't obligated to answer all the questions, still approached Tao. He told him to stop shouting because this area no longer belonged to them. As he walked on, he left everyone present in bewilderment. No one understood what he meant. No player in the world had ever been to the 5th floor except this man, whose personality was clearly more complex than he let on. The players couldn't understand how he could speak and repeat his words so calmly. They began to wonder if he was Luke. At the entrance to the tower, an employee asked the stranger to register his team, but Luke was surprised and refused, as he only came for the reward. However, he thought about creating his own team, which required at least 4 people. He remembered his new acquaintances, with whom he had discussed his desire to create a team on the way, and offered to help them. Luke said that if they wanted to move to another team, they could do so without any problem. Jenny replied that they couldn't help with that, but Luke said that he was going to go to the Monster Conqueror's tower alone. He wanted to help them and promised to buy them additional equipment, but the girls agreed to help, but without the equipment. Then Luke asked everyone to go to the registration office, which was nearby, and the employee there said that they needed to pay 50 silver coins. Jenny was unhappy with the amount, but Luke said he had money, so there was no problem. The hero then thanked them for agreeing to help, and the Wild Wave team was created. And then Claire said that it was time to go to the Monster Conqueror's tower. The boys decided to go with Luke, despite the fact that they were weaker, but still wanted to help him. Luke thanked them, but refused to help. He looked around and was a little surprised that so many spectators were watching what was happening. However, he still entered the Monster Conqueror's tower alone, causing another commotion. There was a boss in the tower, and people wondered if the stranger would be able to climb to the second floor, because his behavior seemed like he could handle it. 4 minutes later, Luke was already on the second floor. Some people were outraged that he went alone and no one understood how he managed it. At this time, other players watched and were surprised that someone was able to beat Tao's record. Lily and her team listened to their opinions. The girl noticed that the situation was getting out of control and began to suspect that it could be that player. But she soon dismissed those thoughts, because when the anonymous player conquered the tower, that player was live at the time. And suddenly the team boss came into their room and invited Lily to play, since they helped her complete the mission. Following the boss, 3 more people entered, alarmed by the situation and wanting to see the whole picture from the outside. The girl's partner just smiled sweetly at the men and thanked them for their help. During this time, Luke continued to successfully fight the monsters in the tower. He was able to reach the 3rd floor, which he found less challenging, and was preparing to receive additional rewards. The guys watched the battle in shock. Now this anonymous player had become their idol, and Luke's friends realized that their team was the strongest. Soon the main character came out of the tower, and cries of admiration were heard in his direction. Claire invited the stranger to go to the team station, but he refused, as he did not really want to join, realizing that he did not have enough strength. He was about to leave when he heard Jenny's voice asking if he would come again so they could level up together. After his departure, the audience was still discussing his exit to the 3rd floor, where he lasted 2 minutes and 4 seconds. The guy from the Wild Wave team was proud to be a member, even if he was a reserve member. Everything that was happening seemed unreal, because there were only 4 people on the team. But Jenny immediately said that this was a great opportunity for them. The girl explained that their team's name was displayed on a large screen at the city gates, which would allow them to advertise themselves well. Claire was a little worried, but Jenny thought it was a good idea since they weren't harming anyone, and anyone could join them. Then the girls asked the young man to ask Luke if he agreed with this plan. At this time, Luke was thinking about how his skin now looked like in real life, so he decided it would be better to buy a mask. His thoughts were interrupted by a shout from a guy on the team, who said that they wanted to develop the team on their own, and Luke said that they could do whatever they wanted. The protagonist sighed with relief and a slight smile appeared on his face. He bought a red mask, and at that moment he wondered what his sister was doing now. Meanwhile, Lily was in the game with the team and preparing to battle the enemies. The team boss said that one must first understand the enemy before finishing him off, and asked the girl to move out of the way. A sly smile appeared on the girl's face in response, and then the blonde became very angry. He said that she should not deceive people, since his people did not provoke the conflict at all, and added that the blame lay with her. The girl replied that she was upset when she saw Lily appear in the game, so she wanted to punish her. The blonde was so angry that he ordered his team to attack her. However, their opponent began to retreat with a sly smile on her face. At that moment, Joshua and his team entered the area and asked who Tamo was who dared to attack his woman. Lily started to get a little nervous, not knowing what to do, but Ian told her to leave it to him. He introduced himself as the captain of a team with the same name and explained that misunderstandings were arising in the game, and he saw no point in aggravating the conflict. However, Joshua said he believed Ian was trying to force him into a fight and called their team complete nonsense. Ian started shouting that he had gone too far, but the boss said that they couldn't handle him anyway. He asked what he wanted. Joshua then turned to Willow and asked what she wanted, and she replied that she wanted everyone to kneel and apologize to her. But Jan's team immediately responded that they would never kneel. After this, Joshua stepped forward, saying that they would learn something about him. He then immediately attacked Jan with his huge bat, and the next second both teams were engaged in battle. Lily shouted to her boss that this guy was too strong and could easily take on their team. She said that we needed to leave immediately and leave them. But Jan wasn't going to do that, reasoning that they were a team, and if they decided to fight, then so be it. Suddenly a whirlwind appeared around them caused by Joshua. He started laughing, saying that they suddenly became united, and then called their team trash. He then turned to Lily, calling her a walking disaster as all her friends were on the verge of death because of her. He said he would give her one chance to make things right. If she got on her knees and asked Willow for forgiveness, he would let them go. But the girl had no intention of doing this, and tightly clutched the sword in her hands. making it clear that he could only dream of this. Suddenly, Joshua swung his bat and shouted that he wouldn't wait. Fortunately, Lily managed to put her sword on defense and avoided the blow. After that, at the spawn site, the team members sat and rested after all the commotion. Lily was a little worried and asked Juju where their manager was. The girl replied that he went to the head, hoping that he would come up with something. Then Lily opened the system screen because she had received a message and had to respond to it. As it turned out, an anonymous person wrote to her, promising that he would come to her soon. He anonymously stated that everyone would remain alive and she should not worry so much. Soon their manager came with the information that he did not want to provoke Joshua. Lily, the girl, was upset. She found the strength to smile and told Ian that she felt bad about causing everyone trouble. At that moment, Lily received a message from an anonymous person who said that he had already arrived at the scene. She said goodbye to the team and told them not to worry about her. Afterwards, her team yelled that Joshua looked pathetic and Willow was very mean. At this time, at the place where Joshua's team was, Luke had already appeared wearing a mask so that his sister would not recognize him. When the team boss saw the strange stranger, he said that he was not in the mood to deal with anyone right now, but Luke asked if he was the one who was offending Lily. The guy was very surprised that he really wanted to avenge the girl, and Willow assumed that this was the same brother that Lily loved so much. Luke confirmed that it was indeed him, but added that it was too late to apologize and the conflict needed to be resolved differently. Joshua's team laughed loudly at his words about having to apologize to the girl. At that moment, Lily ran to him and asked him to leave these people alone, stating that she was fine. However, the protagonist said that the girl had nothing to worry about, since they were just a group of fools, and promised to take care of her. Joshua laughed when he noticed that Luke seemed to be against him, and said that he seemed to be as confident as that player. One guy told the boss that he could kill him with one blow, but Joshua asked him not to kill him because it would be too easy. Lily tried to convince the anonymous person to leave everything, since they are the strongest people from Joshua's team. But Luke said that he always finishes what he starts. Suddenly, one of the team members jumped at Luke, swinging a bat. The girl was very scared when she saw this, but did not know what to do. Luke wasn't worried at all. He just hit the guy with his bat so hard that he flew off to the side. When Joshua's team saw their ally lying on the ground with 0 health, everyone froze in silence. Lily was very scared, not understanding what to expect next, as was everyone else present. Willow watched the situation with concern and didn't understand what had happened, and Joshua suggested that it might be a bug in the game. Luke then ordered his men to apologize or he threatened to destroy them all. And then Joshua shouted at him to stop pretending, because no one on his team was afraid. After that, he ordered the entire team to go on the attack and deal with the stranger, but the players didn't even have time to get close to Luke. He struck with his powerful bat, and all members of Joshua's team immediately fell with 0 health. In the end, only Willow and 2 other people remained on their feet. They stood there at a loss, not knowing what to say, as the stranger had wiped out all of their people in a matter of seconds. The players panicked and decided to run as fast as they could, but in an instant, Luke was over Joshua's head, declaring that it was too late. The main character then began to deal with his 2 assistants, while the boss himself and his girlfriend tried to escape. Another player saw a stranger on the battlefield and realized that it was the same anonymous person who took first place in the tower. Once Luke had dealt with his opponents, he stood over the boss and said it was his turn. Joshua began to beg for mercy, realizing that he would be easily destroyed, but Luke paid no attention and immediately delivered a powerful blow. After this, the protagonist approached Willow and said that she should apologize. Otherwise, there would never be peace in their guild. The girl immediately agreed, as she was very scared. She knelt down and began to apologize to Lily for the trouble she had caused. Lily was ready to forgive her, but Luke intervened, saying that he couldn't just let the situation go, and some blood still had to be shed. Willow tried to make amends by giving the girl her powerful bat as a sign of sincerity. The players who witnessed this were shocked. As this artifact cannot be purchased with money, such equipment is priceless. Suddenly, Juju approached the girl and said that no one expected that she knew such a strong boss, because he himself destroyed an entire union. Lily, however, accepted her rival's challenge, thanked the anonymous person, and asked if he could at least state his name. The protagonist replied that his name was Uman, and that he was a friend of her older brother. The girl then offered to accept the bat with the shards as a token of gratitude, but Luke said that he could not accept such an expensive gift. He also noted that he could lose such a valuable weapon, and insisted that the girl keep it for herself. Luke told Lily that now all her problems were his problems, and anyone who dared to offend or intimidate her would be destroyed. After this, the main character left, and the girls looked at each other with joyful expressions on their faces, saying that now they had nothing to worry about. After the battle, Luke returned to his territory at Genai Peak, where his entire team was waiting for him. He picked up the wolf cub, and noted that mana accumulated slowly, so he did not know how the mana pill given out daily in the tower would work. Luke then decided to upgrade his equipment and called his entire team to follow him. After 2 hours, he was able to destroy enough level 15 demon tigers to earn a talent, doubling his attack. He decided to check if there was any new equipment and found that in the Tiger King dungeon, it was possible to level up to level 15 quite quickly. The 3 sacred guilds caught the young man's attention, and he decided to check out the dungeon with his entire team. At this time, Lauren's friend informed her that a live broadcast had started on the Korean server, and it looked like they wanted to show off their strength. The screen showed information about the maximum level, which was 1 level higher than on their server. The girls decided that it would be very useful to cooperate with him, but they had no information about the Tiger King's dungeon. During this time, Luke and his team successfully fought the striped tiger and received 2,000 experience points, a tiger tooth and a tiger skin. The protagonist was rewarded with a large amount of experience and green equipment. Luke decided to put on the boots he received. With these boots, he gained even more agility when fighting monsters. He shouted to his team to all rush into battle at once, and thanks to this, they managed to drive off the tiger. As a reward, he received a level 12 exquisite tiger skin hat, which also granted useful skills. His next opponent was again a striped tiger. Luke started the fight, and although he did well, the monster was also damaging him. Meanwhile, Lauren and her partner were looking at the attributes of the hat that was available for purchase. The girl noticed that the strength of the team of 3 sacred guilds had increased. Her friend added that the Korean server started attacking them, bragging that they were the best team, and the girls started worrying about their team. Luke, in turn, defeated a level 18 Dark Moon Tiger King, for which he received 800 Heaven and Earth Aura points, as well as other attributes. For defeating the level 19 Golden Shadow Tiger, he received over 9,000 experience and many additional stats. However, he noticed that he did not receive a single blue item, but only new pants, which turned out to be quite good. It turned out that there was a hidden boss in this location, the first on the server, and Luke was looking forward to this quest, as it extended the dungeon's duration. Things weren't going well on the Korean server, with players already being eliminated 5 times. This meant that the boss was indeed strong, although it seemed they were close to victory. After 3 minutes, the players finally defeated the first boss, despite the difficulty, and received 3 green items. The team was ready to continue the fight and defeat China and Japan. Suddenly Lauren noticed a problem. With the 3 green items, the power of the 3 Saints team increased even more. Then the guys remembered Luke and the anonymous player, because it was unclear why they weren't doing anything. At this time, Luke had almost defeated a powerful monster and was not monitoring the situation on the server. He was able to destroy the Shadow Fierce Tiger and obtained the Fierce Tiger's blood, as well as 2 blue items. The protagonist decided to test the attributes of his jacket and discovered that the rare cloak he received combines the powers of wind and night. He immediately wanted to put it on, since the item was very valuable and useful. But he also needed pants, since he was still wearing the new ones. Luke didn't know where to get them, but soon received a notification about the opportunity to fight another hidden boss, which pleasantly surprised him. Meanwhile, players prepared to break through the monsters with new equipment. The second team was angry at their opponents, claiming that once they reached level 13, they too would be able to break through and deal with the boss. After 20 minutes, Luke approached the next monster with his weapon at the ready, but as soon as he approached the tiger, his body froze. The tiger used a freezing skill. The protagonist immediately began to free himself from the ice trap and, fortunately, was able to break through the created barrier. He then shouted at the monster that his blood was strong and his skills would not work on him. Finally freed from the icy prison, the hero immediately rushed to attack the monster. After that, he dealt him a powerful blow. As a reward, Luke received 6 level 6 shards and 2 blue items, a great reward. He also received the Frost Effect Dark Mantra, but was disappointed because he wanted to get the pants. Luke ultimately became the first player to fully complete the cave, earning the title Tiger Hunter, which increases all base stats. He received an offer to record the result on the Tiger King dungeon leaderboard and display its ID, but Luke decided to refuse. He could only re-enter the cave after half an hour, so he decided to spend that time farming monsters. When he came out of the cave, an unexpected surprise awaited him. There were many people standing near the cave. They admired the stranger and were surprised by his rare equipment, believing that this was the same anonymous person who had cleared the entire cave. The young man didn't like the fact that he could always be recognized, so he decided to run away, which only caused even more admiration from those around him. The guys suggested that the Koreans were too arrogant and therefore the anonymous person was going to punish them. The team boss then checked the leaderboard through the system screen. It turned out that the 3 sacred caves were completed in 46 minutes and 24 seconds, which is exactly the time it took to defeat the final boss. During this time, the Koreans were actively fighting the boss, destroying the monster in 47 minutes and 44 seconds, which was considered an excellent result. As a reward, they received blue weapons. However, one guy, Gulan, advised the Koreans to look at the situation from the other side and pay attention to the list of leaders. When Lauren and her partner saw this information, they were shocked, since according to the list, the anonymous person had gone through the entire cave alone. Some players were outraged because they couldn't believe that someone could complete it so quickly, and claimed that it was fake. Gulan said that according to the official website, the cave could be traversed in 30 minutes, and suggested waiting for the anonymous person to return. Then Lauren took Shelley's hand and led her to the cave because she wanted to start a stream there. Half an hour later, the anonymous man returned to the cave, where a huge crowd had gathered again, which he did not like at all. Lauren enthusiastically thanked Luke for helping the Chinese players let off some steam. The protagonist appeared calmly and gestured for people to move aside so that he could pass. The players immediately stepped aside and allowed him to pass with a bow. Luke tried to figure out why all these people were here, but quickly dismissed those thoughts, deciding that it was more important to start destroying the monsters as quickly as possible. As soon as the anonymous person entered the dungeon, players began streaming to see his actions. Luke then gave his guys the order to act faster. Then they all joined forces to fight the monsters. His level soon increased again, allowing him to destroy monsters even faster. Lauren noted with alarm that she hoped the anonymous person would get through the cave even faster this time. Suddenly, Shelley reported that the sacred trio had taken equipment from the friendly guild Din, and were probably going to get ahead of the anonymous one. The Holy Trinity was able to destroy the monster in 39 minutes and 3 seconds, which was also considered a good result. Gulan informed everyone that they had taken the equipment from another guild, so the anonymous person would not be able to beat their record. Luke, on the other hand, was determined to win, as he was confident he would get the pants from the level 3 boss, and was ready to act as quickly as possible. In front of him stood an incredibly large monster, the fury of the tiger boss, which meant that it was bound to drop something very valuable. Soon, Luke was able to destroy such a powerful level 19 monster and received many attributes and points. Finally, the long-awaited level 15 Blue Knight leggings were defeated, and the new equipment that dropped from the monster stunned Luke. The time it took to complete the cave was 38 minutes and 44 seconds, breaking the previous record of the Sacred Trio. However, the protagonist refused to publish his result on the public server and asked the system to show him information about the dropped items. The effect of the greaves was True Flame. Dragon Tear had the effect of Tiger of the Mountain, and Tiger Tear had the effect of Tiger's Roar. Luke took the dual swords he got from the monster, each with different attributes, which was a nice bonus. The players waiting for him at the exit began to worry as 40 minutes passed, and he had not shown up. They had already decided that the Koreans had really won, but Lauren didn't believe it, and said that she needed to see it with her own eyes to be sure. She started searching for information on the server, and as it turned out, the girl was right. The anonymous person was able to beat the Koreans' record, and took first place. Suddenly Luke appeared behind her, which scared her a lot, as she didn't expect to see him there. He covered his face slightly with his cloak, as there were too many people around. The crowd began to praise him and admire his weapons, and the girls asked to at least look at his purple equipment. He happily agreed to the request, but asked the girls to give him passage. After that, he opened the system screen. Players saw his purple swords, the first purple equipment on the server. Then Luke again lightly covered his face with his cloak and decided to return in half an hour. And Lauren said that she would wait for him here. The hero looked back at the cave and noted that it was a great place, so if the player wasn't farming it for money, then what was the point? After 40 minutes, the Sacred Trio managed to complete the cave in 36 minutes and 22 seconds, and people were hoping that the anonymous person would be able to break that record. Soon Luke was back in the cave killing monsters. He really liked the new weapon as it was easy to use. The time it took to complete the cave was 31 minutes, again breaking the Sacred Trio's record. He was able to easily pass monsters and quickly complete tasks, so he decided to look at other bosses. This time, he had 22 green equipment, 11 blue equipment, 1 tiger tear, several materials, and over 200,000 experience. However, Shelley learned that the 4 strongest guilds, each consisting of teams of 5, had promised that they could defeat them. But Lauren wasn't particularly worried, as she was sure that the anonymous person would get through the cave even faster next time. After 40 minutes, the anonymous man came out of the cave. The girl was puzzled, as she did not understand how he was able to get out in less than 10 minutes. The players began to whisper that perhaps he had lost to the monster, but it was not considered his fault, since the monsters were very weak to begin with. Luke spoke up so everyone could hear that he had failed due to his own stupidity. He checked his equipment and accidentally walked out. Lauren told him not to blame himself as he had done his best. But then she realized the meaning of his words when he reported that the mission was complete. To check her guess, the girl opened the leaderboard to see where the anonymous person was. When she saw the information about the record, she was shocked to find that the anonymous person was still in first place. Moreover, he was able to complete the mission in just 9 minutes and 32 seconds, and Lauren didn't even know if it was possible. When the Koreans saw the results, they immediately began to scream with indignation. They declared that this could not be. The guys didn't know where to go next, as the gap was too big, and they wouldn't be able to break his record no matter how hard they tried. Then the main character asked his friend to close the official website so that they wouldn't be disgraced in front of the whole world. Luke continued to pretend to regret such a fatal mistake and the end of the mission. Then he decided to stay here and sell all the equipment he had accumulated. As it turned out, by completing the cave challenge in less than 10 minutes, he received double experience on the server for 24 hours. Luke was going to sell the equipment on behalf of the guild. The white equipment was listed at market price, but he didn't know how to sell the blue and purple ones. It required level 15 to use, and no one would know their true value if he sold them now. Suddenly, he noticed that players needed the materials he had, so he decided to put them up for sale for 300 coins, expecting them to sell out quickly. Within 15 minutes, his account already had more than 500,000 coins from the sold materials. In the end, he still had 17 drops of Shining Tiger's blood and 2 of its heads left. He decided to return to Mount Janai to fight the monsters more slowly, because the more he farmed, the more experience he got. He defeated another monster in the Tiger King's cave, for which he again received a good reward. Suddenly he received an unexpected call from Mateo. He answered and heard that he wanted to buy materials from him for double the price: teeth, skin, bones, bile, claws, tiger heart, all for 100 coins each. The protagonist agreed to the terms because his comrade reported that Luke's identity had been revealed, and someone offline might find out that it was him. Making that kind of money in one go was great. But the protagonist realized he had to be careful. He asked his partner to help him and his sister hide for a while, so that in gratitude Mateo wouldn't have to pay double the price for the materials. He then took off his helmet, and his friend immediately started discussing the problem on the foreign server, saying that if they united, they would be stopped. Early the next morning they counted his savings. He had more than 2 million in total, plus the 3 million he had received earlier. At this time, the team from Korea was gathering in one place to discuss the plan of action. Their mission was to stop the anonymous guy from getting double experience. He was farming in the Tiger King's cave, and they were planning to wait for him there. He ordered that the summoners be sure to cast a soul spell on the anonymous one, preventing him from asking for help or leaving the fight. He also noted that he is doing this so that Korea can defeat China in the future, and therefore they are obliged to fulfill this mission. Razor said there was nothing to worry about as players from other countries would be joining them. Another commander gave orders to his team to attack the Chinese players, who in turn would have to destroy the anonymous player. The second team hid their IDs before the attack so that no one would know their identity. After this, all teams were ready and began searching for the anonymous person. At this moment, Luke was standing outside the cave and decided to clear it out one more time before resting, since he hadn't slept all night. His premonition was right. He felt that there were a lot of people hiding in the forest, running from place to place, which was very bad. After 36 minutes, the main character was lying on a rock and resting. He didn't even want to pass out, and decided to stay in the dungeon and take a little nap. During this time, the teams waited for the anonymous person to come out of the cave to attack him, but after 40 minutes, there was no sound from the cave. However, Razor reassured them, saying that there was no need to worry, as their attack strategy was good, and the Chinese would not be able to level up that quickly. Lauren and Shelley watched the battle. Another group of players with hidden IDs attacked other players, according to information from the official website. The girl suggested that these people came from other servers and were foreign players looking for them. Suddenly, one of the players from that team appeared behind Lauren and unexpectedly began to attack her. The girl ran away, feeling very irritated by the large number of foreign players. It was already 4 p.m., and Razor and his team were laughing, noting that all players had sent a total of 400,000 elite creatures to attack China. Lauren looked at the screen with a sad expression on her face and began to wait for Luke's answer. She was worried about where the anonymous person was now. After several hours of sleep, the hero finally woke up. He really enjoyed his rest in the cave, but he was already hungry. Suddenly he saw a lot of messages from Lauren and was very surprised because he did not expect to receive them. After reading everything she wrote, the protagonist became angry at the foreign players who were preventing Chinese players from leveling up. Suddenly his phone rang. Lily's name was written on the screen. The protagonist took off his helmet to answer the call. His sister cried and reported that the shards the guild had given the girl had exploded, just like her pants. The guild leader had high hopes for her, and gave her good equipment for the double experience period. But all of her equipment was destroyed. However, Luke asked the girl to calm down, saying that it was just equipment, and promised to help. Lily also revealed that foreign players are using skills to guard the players' bodies, and now she can't revive. Luke then asked his sister where her body was, and promised to send his friend to pick it up. Then he put on his helmet and got serious about taking revenge on those people. Meanwhile, Razor was informed that another team had come to rescue the anonymous person, and this time there were 400 of them. It was the Wild Wave team, ready to save the anonymous person at any cost, despite the risk to their own lives. The team members admitted that they would not be able to win, as their opponents were very strong and had dozens of dark golden swords. But Claire continued to believe in the team's strength and said that the pressure on the anonymous person needed to be reduced. Meanwhile, Luke noticed the complete chaos on the server because of these players, so he was ready to do anything to get rid of them. Full of determination, he approached the battlefield. As soon as the foreigners noticed that the anonymous person was walking towards them, they immediately raised their heads, as they had been trying to meet him for a long time. Razor raised his sword to chest level and warned everyone on the team that the anonymous man himself had come to them. At that moment, he ordered his team to open fire and turn the player into ashes, as he had made them wait for 7 whole hours. When the foreigners were almost close to Luke, he did not retreat. Calmly deciding to use his skills, he destroyed all the enemies around him with one swing of his fire sword. And then Razor froze in place, surprised, as he had never seen anything like this in the game before. The Wild Wave team had expected such actions from the anonymous person, but after seeing them, they were curious about the anonymous person's skill level. The only difference between the Koreans and the Chinese was that the Chinese had divine beasts. Luke then took out 2 swords from his back and asked the foreigners how they dared to do such things in China. After these words, he immediately began to act and did not wait for an explanation. He activated wind movement, and Razor received an unexpected blow in the form of the Tiger Mountain Descent skill. With one swing of his sword, the protagonist knocked down almost everyone who was too close, and the bright light blinded some of the players. But the vice president said that there was no need to worry about the guild leader's absence, since the leader was still present. However, his words were interrupted by Luke, who shouted at him that what he was saying was complete nonsense. After that, he struck him with his swords at incredible speed, piercing the armor. Other players tried to fight the anonymous player and strike back, but all attempts were in vain. The girls who observed the anonymous man's actions admired his strength, and were sure that the Koreans would no longer dare to come to these lands. After 20 minutes, Luke announced that he needed to leave for a while, and asked us to collect all the equipment that had fallen during this time. The players began to fulfill the request, but wondered if they would get it back, since the Koreans had destroyed a lot of their equipment. At this point, the protagonist approached the players to get an answer. He explained that no one would return the equipment. It was used as bait. He then thanked the players for keeping the secret and put his mask back on to finally help Lily. At that moment, his sister and her team lay exhausted under the supervision of foreigners. Suddenly, the main character burst into their valley and rushed between the players at incredible speed. When the girl saw him, she immediately realized that this was the very friend of her brother that he had talked about. Luke stopped right in front of his sister, who couldn't stop admiring his strength. The protagonist addressed the remaining players and announced that now everything the foreigners had left behind belonged to them. Lily asked if he was her brother's friend. Luke confirmed it and said that if she wanted to express her gratitude, she should thank him. Then the hero realized that most likely the main entrance to the dungeon was almost safe. Soon he returned to the entrance, where a crowd of players had already gathered. They had collected all the weapons as the main character had asked. Luke raised both swords into the air, signaling that it was time to use the bait and finally deal with the foreigners. Flames emanated from his swords, and the players around him watched his actions closely. When they saw that the anonymous man had the Tiger Fang sword, they were amazed, as it was an extremely valuable piece of equipment. Lauren suggested notifying overseas servers, as hundreds of thousands of elite creatures had arrived on the Chinese server to destroy players. Players on the stream mockingly addressed the Koreans, noting that they had equipment in Zone 122, but they could not pick it up. The Holy Trinity Guild found out that their guys left 2 Tiger Fang swords there. Suddenly, Lauren noticed that the foreign players were returning one after another. But it turned out that there were not only foreign players here, but also players from other zones, and everyone had gathered to look at the weapons. Luke then asked the players to pick up all the weapons and follow him. But Claire was worried about the guild leader and asked him to be careful. He himself took up arms and headed towards the foreign players. As soon as the protagonist approached them, the players rushed towards him, declaring that they would destroy him immediately. The protagonist activated the Tiger of the Mountain skill and, swinging his sword, used one of the strongest techniques, Azure Flame and True Fire. Many foreign players were instantly defeated after the first hit. They were shocked to see that there was such a dangerous player on the Chinese server that no one could handle. Luke's team continued to be amazed at how the anonymous man was easily destroying his opponents, while seeming to become even stronger. The protagonist then asked the foreigners if they were behind the attack on the players during the double experience event. Razor was very angry at Luke and asked why he was so arrogant, thinking that he only relied on the divine beasts. The players seemed to think that his strength was solely due to the divine beasts, but this didn't bother the young man at all. Luke hadn't intended to take the game too seriously, but Razor had angered him, so he gave them 5 days to compensate for the damage and apologize to the Chinese players. In response, the Koreans laughed, saying that they had no intention of asking for forgiveness and that he could only dream of it. After this, the main character, with a threatening look, said that he was sure they would return with an apology even before 5 days. He then swung both swords, knocking many Koreans down. When Luke returned to his team, the girls immediately expressed admiration, but Claire was worried that things could get out of control. But the main character said that they had not finished everything yet, so there was still a lot of work ahead, after which he took off his mask, noting that he was very tired. Then Luke took off his helmet and returned to reality, deciding that he would rest for now and return to the game tomorrow with renewed energy. 10 hours later, he returned to the Korean server. What others said turned out to be true. Those who dare to insult China will be destroyed. The protagonist looked around and realized that the entrance to the Lost Garden of Eden should be very close. He was sure that this place was right here, and soon he managed to find the Garden of Eden itself. Soon Luke walked confidently towards the entrance to the Lost Garden, ready to give all the foreigners what they deserved for their actions. Suddenly, he received a notification about the completion of a quest related to repelling an invasion, but it required the fusion of silver items. Korean players were surprised by this divine beast quest, but were happy to participate since they also had a divine beast. One person could hold off 10,000 enemies, so Luke decided to stay behind and set a trap in the form of a poisonous fog with monsters all over the server. After some time, quite a lot of players from different guilds and servers gathered at the site. One of the girls screamed that she had found the entrance, but she was immediately attacked by several monsters. The Korean guild leader ordered a live stream to let Chinese players see how their guild handles monsters. Lauren noticed that the Koreans had managed to find the abandoned garden, and the players on their server were getting stronger. At this time, a group of Koreans approached the entrance to the garden, discussing that Chinese players must be disappointed in the game. Suddenly they saw a tall man in a mask with a sword blocking the way. Luke declared that the way to the abandoned place lies through a fight with him. The guild leader saw the young man's rare equipment and realized that it was the same Anonymous in front of them. His companion couldn't understand how he got ahead of them. The Chinese players watching the broadcast screamed in shock. No one believed that Anonymous could defeat the Korean server on his own. However, Razor ordered his subordinates not to be afraid, stating that the poisonous fog corrodes metal, and this warrior appeared before them. He ordered all the guild members to attack Anonymous. They were sure the young man had no chance of survival. What the Koreans didn't know was that Luke was actually a monster, and the poisonous mist that corroded metal gave him an advantage. Lauren felt like the fog had no effect on him at all, and Shelley noted that Anonymous's attacks had become stronger. After a while, the ranks of the Koreans thinned considerably, and they began to doubt that the fog was having any effect on him at all. Luke frowned as the enemies continued to arrive, knowing that he could stop any number of them, no matter how many there were. Claire and Jenny were proud of their boss, who single-handedly held the passage against 10,000 opponents, a true one-man army. Lily also watched the outcome of the fight closely, and couldn't help but admit that Anonymous was very impressive. An hour later, no one doubted Anonymous's victory. The fog quickly corroded the metal on the player's equipment, but Anonymous proved too strong even without a weapon. The guild leader took the final step, attempting to introduce one of the players in elite blue armor. However, Luke refused, sadly noting that he was not interested in negotiations at all. The time for them had not yet come. Razor angrily stated that Anonymous didn't even know who he was in the real world, but the protagonist replied that he didn't care. The Korean in elite armor turned to the guild leader and said that in that case they had nothing to do here, and it was time to leave. Once everyone had left, Luke removed his mask and summoned a huge purple dragon, asking it to wake him up if needed. Waking up at home at 6 a.m., the main character was surprised that the Koreans didn't even try to counterattack. Meanwhile, players on the Korean server were completely depressed, as their server's main city was gradually becoming shrouded in fog. Some regretted that they would not be able to leave the city, and one sorceress girl noted that the situation was much worse. They could lose the server. At that moment, a delegation of top players from the Korean server arrived to Anonymous to deeply apologize for the insults they received from their server. All the players on the Chinese server were happy. It was fair. One of the men said that he now admitted his mistake. However, Anonymous was adamant and did not care about the opinions of the players from the Korean server. He took out his weapon and demanded that they leave immediately. Then Razor said that this was too much and the winner should not act so cruelly. The protagonist picked up his sword and remembered that the 7 nations had united to attack China, thinking that they could be forgiven for it. In response, Razor angrily stated that Anonymous was not playing by the rules and that this was outrageous. But Luke replied that during the attack on the Chinese server, no one cared about the rules, and compared to that, he was very merciful. The Korean guild chairman asked when Anonymous would leave their server. Luke replied that it all depended on their sincerity and sent the representative away. The man then suggested returning to the others and discussing the situation, and Razor suggested teaming up with other players. At this time, Lauren started streaming at the request of the Japanese server leader, with 177 guild leaders attacking the Chinese server next to her. Suddenly they all fell to their knees. Philip was almost in tears and begged the players on the Chinese server to forgive their reckless actions. The girl wondered what made the players on the Japanese server apologize, and one of the guys suggested that Anonymous had also influenced them. The Japanese leader then handed over some of the equipment as an apology, hoping to soften the losses of the Chinese player army. He asked for only one thing. Lauren had to make sure that Anonymous left the Japanese server alone. The girl happily showed off the list of donated gear live on stream and proudly declared that the Chinese server isn't so easily intimidated. Suddenly she noticed that representatives from 5 other countries had also contacted her. At 8 p.m., a meeting took place at the headquarters of the Korean server. The city was plunging into fog, and Anonymous was not about to accept the apology. Eventually, the leader of several warriors came to him and expressed a desire to make amends, and Luke asked how deeply they repented. He said that he could release them in exchange for 4 divine beasts, and then they offered to pay him triple compensation. However, Luke stated that this was impossible, since it was he who showed everyone the way to the Misty Forest, and it was not worth irritating him. Luke demanded that Chinese representatives from the Ironblood, Red Legion, and Wild Tide guilds be allowed in. All 4 guys from these teams were delighted with the honor of being next to Anonymous, and almost adored him. Then the hero offered to follow him, since it was necessary to pick up 4 divine monsters, but one of the guys asked who would guard the entrance. Luke laughed and explained that there was no need for that. If the Koreans dared to break the treaty, they would face serious consequences. An hour later, the protagonist and representatives of the Chinese server left the area, and the Korean players wished them a safe journey. Only when they had moved far enough did the boys breathe a sigh of relief. Now all that was left for them to do was to provide compensation to China. The next day, Luke got out of bed and did some exercises. He had been very tired for the last 2 days, but now everything was back to normal. The young man's right leg felt better than his left, and he hoped that, in time, the other leg would also fully recover. The hero then took out his helmet and mentally promised Lily that they would have to wait for a while before they could pass together. The first thing he decided to do was check the prices for equipment. Everything didn't look so bad, and he could increase the Legion's level. Increasing the Legion's level allowed the recruitment of an 11th squad member, and also improved the basic skills of the entire squad by a quarter. Luke was pleased, noting that the stat improvements from each battle were clearly worth the reputation points spent. The guy then summoned his entire squad of monsters. They had a short trip to the Tiger King's cave, after which the equipment could be sold. Unfortunately, he himself had already gone through the dungeon 9 times, and now had no right to enter the lair. In addition, Luke had accumulated a whole arsenal, and was now thinking about how to value it, and soon he decided to organize an auction. The protagonist called up a system window and sent a mass mailing on behalf of the Wild Wave Guild, inviting everyone to an auction. This announcement caused a huge stir among players, with many hoping to get their hands on tiger tears. Luke then ceremoniously opened the auction and began it with the sale of mythical swords. 3 swords in one lot were put up for sale with a starting price of 20,000 yen. The bidding was fierce, and the last bidder offered 47,000 yen. The protagonist himself was surprised by the buyer's activity. He never thought that mithril dreams would be so popular. After some time, almost all the equipment was sold. The only thing left was the robe, which no one had ever seen. The guy raised the equipment in front of the audience and announced that he wanted to present the Dark Frost cloak. But first, he would tell the characteristics. The audience gasped upon hearing them. The equipment that formed a protective ring of ice in front of the owner was not sold on foreign servers. None of the bidders wanted to give up such a rare item, and the price quickly rose to 880,000. Then Luke asked for attention and clarified that there were 2 pieces of equipment in the set, and they were sold together. One of the auction visitors immediately raised his hand and agreed to purchase the rare set for 100,000. The protagonist was amazed that buyers were willing to spend such a huge amount on equipment. He struck the table with a wooden mallet and solemnly announced that the robe had sold for 100,000. The next lot will have 3 sets of equipment. All the participants gasped with joy. No one expected that Anonymous would put up a Tiger King set. Then Luke slammed his gavel down on the table and announced the starting price for the epic gear lot, 100,000. All participants offered their prices, and the set went to one of the girls for 170,000. The hero then raised his hand and solemnly announced that he would now be selling the item everyone had been waiting for, Tiger Tears. Tiger Tears were 2 purple quality swords, each of which greatly increased the wielder's attack power and stats. Everyone wanted to get such a set, and one of the buyers noted that such a weapon could be proudly displayed at an exhibition. Luke then announced the starting price of the lot at 150,000, and one of the buyers became the happy owner of the swords, paying 210,000. The protagonist decided that next time he would sell 60 units of tiger blood and 20 tiger heads, which was very expensive. Soon, Luke logged off and took off his helmet. Finally, all the equipment was sold. It was time to see how much money he managed to save. The main character laughed as soon as he looked at his phone screen. Now he had about 14 million. Suddenly he felt that his left leg had recovered just like his right one, which meant he was fully healed in the game. Luke started jumping around the room with joy, and promised himself that tomorrow he would buy Lily a big villa and give him a pleasant surprise. The next day, the main character went to the sales department of the Almaz residential complex. He recalled that initially he only wanted to increase his wealth, and did not even dream of 10 million. Meanwhile, the female employee was telling the old man that their villas were the best quality in the city, and the man muttered that they were also the most expensive. Her colleagues were gossiping that she couldn't sell anything and had turned down her manager, so she would probably be fired. When Luke crossed the threshold of the office, the girl sighed in despair, because she had failed to sell the villa again. Then one of the employees looked at the poorly dressed visitor with disdain, declaring that she would not even try. The girl asked the buyer what kind of house he wanted to see, and the main character replied that he wanted to buy a villa. Suddenly he recognized the girl. It was his classmate Sally, who was now forced to work in sales. Sally offered to tell him more about the villas, but the protagonist replied that this was not necessary and wanted to inspect the property immediately. The girl smiled and asked where his car was, to which he said that the car was not there yet. One of the workers remarked that the deal seemed odd, noting that only crazy Sally could attract such a client. However, the girl did not pay attention to this and told the buyer that she had a scooter and she could take him to the villas. As soon as he hopped on the scooter, Luke asked Sally if she recognized him and introduced himself. The girl had a hard time believing him, because she knew that he was disabled, but she didn't want to offend him. But Luke said that everything was fine and asked her to tell about herself. The girl sighed and began a long story, sharing everything that had happened to her. It turns out the manager is deliberately making her life difficult, and so she wants to quit. But Luke promises that the manager will leave after his call. Then Luke called Mateo, who said that he wouldn't even interfere. All he had to do was show the card and the regional manager would be fired. He stated that after his intervention, even the general director of the Almaz residential complex would crawl on his knees and beg for mercy. Soon, after looking at the brief information about the villa, Luke noted that 8 million is a very small amount for him. However, he wanted to talk about Lily, who was on the verge of being fired. But the manager suggested that Luke had not come here just to buy a villa. One of the employees exclaimed that this guy definitely wasn't going to buy a villa, since he didn't even have his own car. Manager Wang frowned and assumed that the customer came here only for the girl. Luke asked what difference it made, and the man said he had been taking too many liberties and hadn't realized who was in charge, so he called security. Sally was shocked and suggested that they simply leave. But the hero smiled, deciding to see things through to the end for the sake of his classmate. He placed a black card on the table and asked the manager if he had ever seen such a card. The man admitted that he had never seen a diamond card. Luke explained that this was how it was supposed to be. and if he went to management, they would tell him about the map, but Van said that he was difficult to fool. Then he called his boss to clarify the information, and the man shouted back that such a client needed to be served properly. The manager realized that he had made a mistake. This client was so serious that the boss wanted to meet him in person. At that moment, security guards with batons entered the office. One of them threateningly asked who dared to disturb the order. The manager shouted for everyone to leave his office immediately, but the man reminded him with surprise that Wang had called them himself. After the security guards left, the manager admitted that he had been blinded and had made a big mistake, hoping that the client would forgive him. The arrogant employee was extremely surprised to see the manager shedding bitter tears over some client. Then suddenly Luke said that he wanted to talk to their boss in person, but the manager said that there was no point in bothering the boss over trifles. At that moment, Lewis's regional manager burst into the office and demanded to be introduced to his client with a diamond card. The protagonist showed his black card with a smile and hoped that this would help resolve the small misunderstanding. Soon Louis angrily said that he understood everything and told Van that he was fired, and Sally could not believe what was happening. Then another employee pointed out that Wang had worked there for a very long time. But in response, Louis angrily pointed at the girl and said that she was also fired. The manager then told Sally that the girl would now work here as a manager. Louis then bowed to the customer and apologized for the inconvenience, offering an additional 30% discount as an apology. Luke was delighted that, in addition to the discount he already had on his card, he now received another one and ended up saving millions. Sally eventually thanked him for his help and, by the way, asked if he played computer games, since she was currently playing Nine Heavens. Luke expressed his hope that they would meet in the game and said goodbye. He was glad that he was able to buy a large villa for his sister. In the evening, Luke was leveling up with his squad in one of the cemeteries. He reached level 17 and could no longer visit the Tiger King's cave. He then decided to kill ghost spirits to reach the next level. Suddenly he noticed a strange structure that looked like a stone gate. Perhaps it was an entrance to a new place. At the gate sat a ghostly girl, moaning in misery and screaming for help. Luke came closer and asked if she had any additional tasks, and the girl replied that she could only give the task to one person. After quickly reviewing the quest's requirements, Luke was surprised that the reward would be the ancient heart, and he immediately realized that this was a worthwhile quest. The protagonist extended his hands towards the gate to activate the quest and declared that he would take it on. The task turned out to be really difficult. It concerned elite resurrected monsters of level 22. Moreover, the first attack on one of them was unsuccessful. Luke was struck. The spirit was practically invulnerable to his blows. Two spirits flew through the air, causing significant damage to the young man. Blocking another blow, he realized that he would not last long, and decided to try to convert the effects of his attacks into mana using magic. This made Luke much faster, and the resurrected ones could no longer deal serious damage. At the right moment, the protagonist rushed forward and took a lot of health from one of the resurrected ones. Almost immediately, the second was destroyed. Both spirits let out terrible screams and soon simply crumbled into dust. After this, Luke solemnly landed on the ground. The system instantly counted the kill of 2 elite monsters and awarded rewards. The guys sighed with relief. The girl at the stone gate was right. It was difficult to deal with the resurrected ones alone. The artifacts obtained from the Tiger King's cave needed recharging, and the quest promised to be long and difficult. After a short rest, Luke rushed at the next monster, which also flew towards him. After 10 long hours, the task was completed, and the ghostly girl thanked her savior. Luke was excited to be able to level up, but it turned out the ancient heart didn't interact with the human form and required transformation. Then the protagonist returned to the form of a jackal, and was surprised to see that the ghostly girl was screaming in fear. The jackal then carefully picked up the ancient heart, and it exploded in his hands with a blinding white light. The boy felt incredible strength in his body, and demanded to see the updated characteristics of the character. They turned out to be better than he expected. At level 18 all the stats increased significantly, and then Luke decided to take on a few more quests. The protagonist asked the spirit not to cry so loudly, and suggested that he tell him about the next task. However, Luke decided to turn back into a human. He did not understand whether he was so ugly that even ghosts cried at the sight of his appearance. The young man then asked the spirit to repeat the conditions, but she suddenly changed her mind and offered to help her kill another 3,000 revived spirits. Luke was shocked by how many creatures she demanded he destroy, as he could barely handle even a few. However, the hero still agreed to accept her task, noting to himself that the girl turned out to be ruthless. Luke then decided to try and combine with the Banshee bloodline to get some magical damage. He activated the Undead Origin talent, which reduced the physical armor of nearby enemies by 15%. After this, the young man rushed forward and attacked all the monsters nearby. The spirits quickly fell under the influence of his talent. Thanks to this, Luke could now attack 6 targets at once, which proved much more effective against spirits. While he was clearing out the monsters, he decided to look at the progress of other players who were also leveling up, and quite quickly. Some had already reached level 16, and the young man hoped to get good equipment from them. 3 days later, he himself reached level 19, quickly completing another quest. He only regretted that no equipment dropped. Then Luke noticed something strange in the distant valley. It seemed as if a whole crowd of monsters had gathered there. It turned out that many creatures were participating in some kind of ritual. They stood in the designated area and seemed to be waiting for something. Ominous spirits circled around, plotting something along with the other monsters. It became clear that they were greeting someone important. This creature turned out to be the leader of the vanguard, a reborn spirit of the 27th level named Sanabis. The protagonist never expected to encounter such a dangerous creature, and he really hoped that he would not be forced to fight it. The monsters, meanwhile, asked the great god of the undead to accept their sacrifice for the sake of his existence. Sanabis activated a powerful artifact of the area, after which he received a huge influx of power. A significant number of creatures began to gradually disappear, pouring energy into their master. Luke realized with horror that the monsters were sacrificing each other to strengthen the boss, and that such an enemy would clearly be beyond his power alone. So he decided to continue looking for other assignments for now. When he returned, the spirit thanked him again for his help, and Luke realized that thanks to the ancient fragments, he could strengthen 2 more of his talents. So he chose Critical Strike in defensive form and the Tiger Demon attack combination. Now he needed to take on another task to earn more ancient fragments, and Luke asked if the spirit needed help. The girl noticed that the patron had done too much for her, and she did not want to burden him with her problems. But the hero said that he himself asked for it. Then the system started the mana theft quest. The essence of the task was to steal 500,000 units of mana obtained from absorbed souls. Luke wondered how he could steal mana at all and suggested that he needed to get closer. He also noted that the quest likely included a trick to allow players to collect the required amount of mana. Then he decided to stay where he was, meditate, and thus gradually accumulate pure mana. The main character didn't even expect how effective and fast this method would be. However, the undead overlord would clearly not approve of such behavior from a player who did not allow the overlord to complete the mana replenishment. The young man decided to read a powerful human prayer, trying to make sure that the monster did not notice him in time. Then he took a desperate step and activated the ancient abode of the undead lord. Sanabis didn't expect such an act from an ordinary player. He didn't understand why the effect was so much stronger than planned, as if someone else had been interfering. Meanwhile, Luke tried to retreat immediately before the monster discovered him. After this, the spirit admitted that she did not expect to see such determination from her benefactor, and offered to help in destroying Sanabis. At first, Luke thought the spirit must have found someone else for such a task. However, the girl asked him not to be afraid. Since he had stolen the mana, the boss only had 1/10 of his strength left. The spirit said that after killing Sanabis, the gates of the dead would open, and this would be an important step towards finding the gates of Ragnarok. The system started a quest, Divine Blood and Demon Seed. The hero had to collect 4 absolute wild beasts, and he agreed to this quest too. The system said that Luke had to weaken the overlord and finish him off, and as a reward, he would receive a purple ghost pet. However, Luke was puzzled as to why there were no bosses or monsters around, and suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to ask about the spirit girl's skills. He was delighted, realizing that this would help him think through battle tactics, but the girl immediately jumped down the slope. Although Luke asked her not to act on her own, he decided to follow the spirit to understand her strategy. During the battle, Luke and the girl discovered a core in the center of the formation, which activated an unknown mechanism. However, the spirit asked him not to touch it. Luke was surprised by this, and then she asked if he knew about the 3 divine cores. She then explained that there were 3 divine cores, the energy core, the crimson core, and the world-avoiding core, all of which had tremendous power. They discovered a fake core that was much weaker than the real one, but as soon as they touched it, they later died. Then Luke noticed that the girl wouldn't be able to extract it herself, so he suggested that they deal with Sanabis first. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Undead lay unconscious. Luke suggested that the spirit hold back the creature's attacks while he attacked, but the girl knew she couldn't withstand even 1 blow. But now the young man didn't understand the logic of why they should fight at all. Previously, the girl explained that the Lord had become very weak, but now it turned out that it was only a question of the speed of his attacks and the use of spells. Luke realized he had to risk everything, asking the spirit how exactly she would help. And the girl replied that she would help when the right moment came. The boy agreed, asking not to leave him alone, and then attacked Sanabis. The young man was surprised that the huge lord apparently did not have that much health, at most about 30,000. He realized this because he had just taken a quarter of his HP. However, the lord was not pleased that the player dared to disturb his long sleep. The monster was preparing to attack the hero. The girl then asked Luke to be careful, as the creature was preparing to use an arc-shaped energy wave attack. Luke decided that such information was extremely useful. Something like this resembled a yellow rank combat technique. He even thought that later he could buy a scroll with instructions and learn the technique. The boss still tried to use this technique against the player, but Luke declared that even if the monster begged for mercy, he would not give in, even if the lord tried to cut him with his sword. Then the spirit warned that now was the time to turn around and strike unexpectedly. Luke listened to the girl's advice and did as she said, as a result of which he was able to inflict significant damage on the boss. Now the spirit asked the benefactor to move away, since the lord was about to attack her. The protagonist could not believe that the great lord of the dead could only swing a sword. Luke's words only angered Sanabis even more, and he raised his sword for another attack. Luke asked the spirit to quickly explain what kind of spell had covered the entire battlefield. The girl noticed that the magical sphere covered the entire arena, and suggested running to the exit as quickly as possible. Luke did not expect such a sudden and powerful attack. He asked what rank such a technique had, and the girl suggested that it was no less mystical. Hearing this, the hero immediately wanted the same one for himself. But the spirit asked him to take a break and quickly return to the battle to attack the boss. Luke realized that such a test was not intended for humans at all. After 8 minutes of fighting, the main character no longer understood what was happening. His stamina was running out, and he could no longer dodge. Then the girl asked him to promise that he would avenge her and her family. The spirit transferred a huge amount of mana to him, and Luke accidentally absorbed it all, beginning to recover at an incredible speed. The dome the hero was in was immediately destroyed by Sanabis' attack. Then Luke decided to deliver the finishing blow. The Tiger Roar skill tore through the air, wanting to destroy the Lord. Luke activated the incredible power of his talents, and with that, the mighty Lord Sanabis fell. As a reward, the guy received 230,000 health and 10 mana. In addition, he received a mystic rank scroll, a spiritual sword, and Reign of Justice. However, if the spirit died, he did not understand who to hand over the task to. But the girl thanked the benefactor for being able to take revenge. Now she had turned into a spiritual being, and, if he did not mind, she could accompany him. And then the hero agreed. The system congratulated him on receiving a purple class pet, the ghost Mimi. Luke realized that since she was purple class, she must be strong. The pet truly possessed an incredible set of skills: immunity to all physical attacks, invisibility, and the ability to possess a body. Luke then decided to find out why he needed the key to the Gate of the Dead, and Mimi explained that it would be able to open the gate of a level 50 undead dungeon. It turned out that when someone died in the dungeon, part of their essence was preserved and could then be merged with other creatures. Then the hero noticed that his own essence had deteriorated. Its characteristics had dropped from 3,500 to 3,200, so he realized that he had to create a dungeon as quickly as possible. But first, the boy had to return to Genai Peak and feed his divine beasts. In addition, the main character reached level 19 and received a lot of resources, so he did not plan to use all of these items right away. Finally, thanks to the giant tower swing technique, he gained a normal magic attack. Meanwhile, Luke's team trained by fighting against other major guilds. Claire confidently dodged and tried to counterattack her opponent, and the other guy thought that she, as the vice president, had incredible strength. Jenny understood this too, but there was still a difference between their levels, and Brother Tao had not yet fully utilized his power. Tao praised the girl, although he admitted that he no longer wanted to continue the training fight with her. He then deliberately attacked Claire, who was not expecting such a blow. Since the attack was unexpected, Claire was unable to dodge. After striking, he apologized and noted that the girl had turned out to be absolutely useless. At the same time, Tao also noted that Wild Waves did not live up to its reputation at all. Then Claire clarified that such a duel concerned only the two of them, and did not understand why the man mentioned the Wild Waves. Tao explained that he was the leader of the Brotherhood, and she was the leader of the Wild Waves. And then Claire declared that from now on, she wanted to leave the Wild Waves, because he defeated her in battle. But this did not mean that the Brotherhood defeated the entire guild. The rest began to call the Wild Waves team worthless losers and simpletons. Claire simply didn't want to be humiliated by the wild waves, and was sadly going to say goodbye. But the protagonist doubted whether he should let the girl leave without his knowledge. As it turned out, Luke witnessed everything that happened here. The players didn't expect Anonymous to suddenly appear to them. He asked if Claire had been offended, but she did not expect that the leader would finally be able to return. She apologized for disgracing the guild. However, Luke asked her not to apologize, since it was all his fault, adding that the rest should be left to him. Tao then announced that today either the Brotherhood would defeat the Wild Tides or they would leave the server. Many of the guys couldn't believe what they heard. They doubted that Anonymous could win with such equipment. Tao asked Luke not to think badly of him. In these 10 days the situation changed, and he became the first to climb to the 8th floor of the Immortal Tower. Then Luke suggested meeting outside the city to settle the matter with a duel, if Tao wasn't afraid. His guild members wanted to see this epic duel between the strongest leader and the mysterious Anonymous. Soon both sides gathered opposite each other. They were amazed at the upcoming battle. Some felt that the Wild Tides looked disorganized, while the Brotherhood looked much more collected. Tao turned to the Wild Waves and suggested that they go first. If they lost, they would be forced to leave the zone. Then Claire gathered everyone, asking them to line up and listen to her without dispersing. But the protagonist had no idea what was going on either side. Then the guy asked to postpone the group fight, because he alone was enough. The anonymous person wanted to clarify the situation and stated that, first of all, no one should touch his people. The Brotherhood leader was furious, because this hero was looking down on the players again, and he ordered the entire team to crush the overconfident guy. The players gathered to overwhelm the enemy with numbers, as they had an advantage of 200 people. But Luke understood that he could kill 1,000 dead souls with one swing of his sword, and the player believed that his magical armor was stronger than any defense. The guy then summoned the incredible power of a tiger and directed it straight at the other players. The guys thought that Anonymous had become even more brazen, because he wanted to fight everyone at once, which they considered impossible. The girls discussed tactics, considering the leader too arrogant since he chose the strategy of one against all. Tao asked Anonymous if he really dared to fight face to face, and warned that he would tear him to pieces, avenging his past shame. Luke apologized and noted that he didn't expect more from an idiot like the Brotherhood's leader, and then he used a powerful circular technique. Many did not even understand what kind of technique the hero, filled with a gigantic amount of power, was using. Luke performed the long-awaited area attack, instantly catching a huge number of enemies. Tao couldn't understand what kind of magical attacks Anonymous was using, because just one swing of the sword knocked down thousands of players. The ability was so incredible that it could amaze everyone around. Turning around, Tao couldn't believe that most of his people were dead. He decided that they probably underestimated Anonymous's strength, because he didn't disappear. It was as if he was in a world where he became even stronger. Soon the leader of the Brotherhood simply collapsed to the ground. Jenny didn't expect that 10 swings of the sword could kill everyone. Her friend Claire also didn't understand how this was possible. The other guys couldn't believe that Anonymous had wiped out an entire army of players with one skill. Then the protagonist cut the air with his blade. Luke found it strange that he didn't hear any shouts, cheers, or even applause. However, the players couldn't even move, not understanding whether Anonymous was really a person. His team didn't expect their leader to be so powerful. They assumed that now no one would dare to offend their guild anymore. Then Luke realized that no one was going to applaud him, and decided to get straight to the point. He was heading towards the Twin Towers. When the players heard where Anonymous was headed, they wanted to see how the protagonist would cope with the challenge. That's why they also hurried there. Otherwise they would have missed the most interesting show. Luke cleared out many monsters with his new ability. He wanted to level up as much as possible so that he wouldn't have to return to the city so often. People couldn't believe he was so strong. It usually took at least 3 minutes to clear each floor of the tower. Lauren realized that everyone had now seen Anonymous move through the floors of the tower, taking only 13 seconds to reach the 5th. Then people started making bets, expecting that the main character would be able to get from the 10th to the 15th floor. Claire wanted to bet 2,000 on the 15th floor, although she was upset that she couldn't bet on an even higher floor. Meanwhile, on the 12th floor, Anonymous still couldn't clear the monsters instantly. However, players were surprised that the main character still managed to complete it in just 3 minutes. After some time, Anonymous reached the 15th floor, and Shelley even started saying that he was using cheats. But Lauren believed that this was not the case at all, and believed that the protagonist could rise even higher. Then the audience was surprised at how Anonymous got to the 16th floor, and understood why everyone lost to him in battles. The players couldn't believe that the guy was actually going to the 17th floor, and tried to guess what level he was. And Luke himself continued to climb higher and higher, killing creatures along the way. In the end, he reached the 20th. However, The main character was still too weak. The monsters on the 20th floor already felt excessively strong, and Luke could not defeat them. Many players didn't believe that a person was capable of such a thing, and wanted to bang their heads against the wall to make sure they weren't dreaming. Luke wanted to continue clearing the Immortal Pagoda, because soul source fragments are the only way to improve the soul source. The guy needed to reach the 7th floor of the Immortal Pagoda, which would have taken a huge amount of time for any other player. Many were upset, realizing that they could only envy such results. The Wild Waves Guild had truly become invincible. Then Claire approached the hero and thanked the guild leader for everything. But Luke said that he didn't need to be thanked. He said that the guild belonged only to the team, while he only wanted to take fragments of the soul source and give the rest away. The girl didn't understand how this was even possible, and Luke replied that if it happened that way, then that's how it was supposed to be. He then got ready to leave, but before that he sent a friend request, asking the girl to add him. He said that if the Tau people or anyone else harassed them, she should just let him know. Players noted that if Anonymous knew about the importance of magic after level 25, then he himself had long since surpassed it, and this thought greatly frightened them. The protagonist's level was too high, so these rewards were not suitable for him, and he wanted to look for the secret boss. Meanwhile, in front of the entrance to the mine, many players were gathering for a raid. They were all looking for people to join their team. Some lacked healers, and others lacked warriors. But Luke wanted to quietly walk around the area and check if there were any hidden dungeons there. He fought against a variety of creatures that did not particularly hinder the player's progress. He even came across a strong monster, a level 23 boss. But wasting time on him was pointless. Luke was hoping to find a secret dungeon. The system then recorded that his guild had cleared a level 20 cave with a boss in 2 minutes and 18 seconds. Luke didn't expect to actually find the hidden dungeon, but he wanted to continue clearing it. 5 minutes later, the young man found exactly what he was looking for. The main character faced a rather strong opponent. This enemy was the Abyssal Zombie King, a diamond rank level 30 hidden boss. The guy didn't expect to meet such an ugly monster, which was 2 whole levels higher than the main character. In the end, the hero suffered a slight defeat, as his level was too low against such a massive creature. One blow from the boss was enough to send the seemingly all-powerful Luke flying into a stone wall. However, the system activated a number of talents that quickly healed the guy and gave him a slight advantage. Luke didn't expect to meet such a strong opponent. This boss was indeed a diamond rank, level 30, and would take away a quarter of the hero's health with just one hit. However, Luke told the creature not to think that he was afraid, as he was only pretending. The creature dealt over 7,000 damage, had strong armor, and had at least 60,000 health. After some time, the guy realized that he had met an extremely cruel and dynamic opponent who even knew how to control the course of the fight. Besides this, the monster could hide underground. Luke understood that at this pace he could die in the dungeon. Then suddenly the server temporarily suspended clearing the underground mines, because they were currently assembling a team capable of challenging the zombies from the abyss. The players couldn't believe what kind of monster was hiding deep in the dungeon, and they couldn't understand what kind of person was even capable of fighting it. The system warned players that they would be teleported outside the dungeon in 5 seconds. Lily thought their team had worked so hard to finally become a strong guild, but this pause had caused their progress to stall once again. Her friend noted that Lily's level would rise too quickly, and at the moment only one person would be able to attack the boss, Anonymous. The girl said that she had heard about him, but had never seen him without a mask, and now she wanted to know what he looked like. At that moment, Luke suddenly appeared in the cave and asked Mimi to make him invisible again. Immediately after that, Luke again bounced back from the devastating attack. He mentally cursed this monster for hiding underground all the time. It was impossible to attack such a creature. Luke then noticed the boss rise up from the ground again, trying to find the player. Now Luke was invisible and the Zombie King couldn't detect him. While Anonymous was hidden, the monster couldn't attack him, which meant this became a great opportunity. This time the young man was not going to let the creature break through his defenses. So, remaining invisible, he began to attack the enemy. An hour and a half later, the guy received a ton of stats and rewards for destroying such a dangerous level 30th boss. Luke was surprised by the number of useful items and decided to first check out how the dungeon had been updated. Luke asked the system to show the stats of the purple level 30 Zombie King mask, and it turned out that this equipment was blocking his meridians. The second item turned out to be a key that opened the second level of the dungeon. Since level 25 was too low, Luke decided to open a new layer first and then test it. At this time, the system announced to the players that the 20th level of the underground mine had been destroyed, and the 25th level had officially opened. The players couldn't believe how easily Anonymous completed the dungeon. Lily struggled for so long, but Anonymous got through it without any difficulty. As the protagonist expected, a crowd did indeed gather around, hoping to see him, but he was lucky and was able to become invisible again. However, Luke did not expect to meet Monica in such a place. He didn't even think that he would run into this silly girl here. He noticed that she was wearing excellent equipment, a golden sword, 2 items from the Tiger King set, and even a uniform from the dungeon. Then the guy lightly hit her to see the damage and roughly determine her level. However, Luke didn't expect to cause such high damage and realized he should stop. The young man asked Lily not to move, explaining that if she continued, the damage would increase by another 10%. However, the girl herself did not even understand who hit her so hard. Luke panicked when he realized he had accidentally killed his little sister. Lily and her friend did not understand why she suddenly died, not realizing who arranged it for her. The protagonist was only glad that her equipment was not lost, but decided that he should not tell his sister about what happened. After some time he reached the mountainous area. The guy needed to build a dungeon on the Zhenyan Peak. He planned to block off most of the descent to make it easier to defend and more difficult to attack, and decided to check out what the new dungeon looked like. While watching, he didn't encounter any monsters, and the main character realized that there was a lot of work ahead. After examining the dungeon's characteristics, he discovered a secluded Tier 2 dungeon that required a Tier 2 legion to upgrade. There was a yuan entry system, where 100,000 people a day enter, each paying 1 yuan. The hero was surprised when he actually received 1 yuan, although copper coins were also useful. Then he chose the mixed mode. At level 20, he could charge 3 yuan for entry and earn around 90,000 a day, a very profitable business. The monsters now included leopards, which gave 2.2 times more rewards for killing. Soon, Luke finally finished his preparations, asked to open the dungeon and began to wait for the first visitors. He himself was going to level up to level 30. Within 10 minutes, the players noticed a new dungeon that hadn't been there before. They were surprised to see that it was Luke's dungeon, and wondered if regular players could create such things. Many decided that the main character was a real mysterious god of war. As soon as the area began trading, he became known to everyone. Then one player started a stream to introduce his new dungeon. Players explored rewards and hunted cheetahs, which dropped bones and other loot. They were amazed at how easy it was to kill monsters and gain a huge amount of experience. The stream, from the player's perspective, quickly attracted a large number of viewers. Many were able to obtain blue equipment and yellow skills, which was an excellent result. The streamer himself earned over 90,000 experience points and noted that the dungeon was truly remarkable. Here you could get dungeon bones worth 300 copper coins. But suddenly, all viewers stopped watching the stream and ran to the specified coordinates to check out the amazing place for themselves. Some decided that there was a hidden passage somewhere nearby, and began to comb everything thoroughly. One girl warned that if anyone tried to deceive her, she would kill the bastard. Players tried to break into the dungeon en masse, and Luke eventually managed to attract nearly 50,000 visitors and earn a huge amount of money. Luke knew that if the guys wanted to open a second-tier region, they would need to gain a lot of reputation points on the marketplace. Then he came to an abandoned building. There was a lonely old man sweeping up trash in the yard. As the boy quietly approached, the old man was surprised that it was this boy who was the first to approach him and invited him to sit down. Luke responded to him respectfully, although he didn't expect to meet an NPC capable of giving out quests. The stranger offered to gather 2 divine beasts, a rare opportunity, but he added that there were only 4 such creatures. Luke had no idea where to get the other 2. The old man was surprised and reminded him if Luke had previously received 2 keys associated with the remaining species. The protagonist thought about the key to the Gate of the Undead, and the key to the 2nd level of the underground mine, asking about them. But the NPC didn't want to go into details so that the guy wouldn't lose the fun. He was about to leave and asked Luke to look after Dahuan. Luke took this as a task and realized that taming Dahuan would mean joining a divine beast with him. The protagonist agreed to help, for which he thanked him. And then the system congratulated the player on completing the Immortal Fate quest, rewarding them with an ancient fragment and an ancient heart. It soon became clear that the old man was a spirit and had to fly away, and Luke, who had not expected to meet an immortal, was upset that he had disappeared so quickly. After the guy drank the tea, he suddenly received an effect of 50 units, although before it was 68. He felt a little sorry for the lost bonus, since the effect of the drink wore off. Luke realized that with the ancient fragment and the ancient heart, he could improve his bloodline and talents. As a result, he received 1,000 units of physical damage, 500 armor, and 22,000 experience. He then decided to look into what was special about Dahuang, and found out that he was 202 years old. Although by the standards of divine beasts, he was considered young. Luke asked the dog if he knew where the other divine beast was. and the dog replied that the beast was located in the main city. The guy decided that since no monster dared to appear in the capital, the second beast could well be its guardian. Meanwhile, the story moves to the headquarters of the Longtang Guild. The manager announced that it had been decided to use one of the non-core members to participate in the competition within the guild. The man agreed with the participants, who correctly assumed that all this was necessary to expand influence and recruit participants. This time, the competition took place in the 72 Pillars of Heavenly Flame martial arts arena, and the participants only had a second to dodge. One employee noted that if someone brought in a suitable participant, they would receive a reward of 500 yen. Then Lily's friend remembered that her brother was playing Nine Heavens and suggested inviting him. Luke's sister decided to ask him, but she thought that his level might not be very high. Meanwhile, Luke couldn't decide where to go after the divine beast. He noticed an ancient battlefield connected to the ancient heart, and decided to head there first, despite the thick poisonous fog. He wondered if this area was part of the Bayou Blood Pond. Suddenly he was distracted by his sister, who asked if he was playing Nine Heavens. Luke confirmed this, but lied that he didn't take the game seriously. Then Lily sighed with relief. She wanted to ask him for help. She said that tomorrow their guild would hold a competition. The team was supposed to have one guild member and one outsider, and she wanted them to form a pair. The guy agreed, stating that if his sister organized everything herself, he would participate, and that the test was entirely on her. He still needed to get to the main city for the second divine beast, so he might as well surprise his sister at the same time. However, he was worried about the inscriptions on the pedestal, and then Dehuan said that he would go first, since the place was quite dangerous. Luke found it hard to believe that this young dog, over 200 years old, had been to such places. However, he still decided to find out which monsters could pose a threat to him. Before him appeared victims and bloody skeletons, monsters that looked very much like people. Luke didn't understand what was happening, and didn't realize why he was losing his health so quickly. He didn't expect that these creatures could poison his blood, causing an effect that caused his life to decrease by 10% per second. Soon, the guy unexpectedly discovered new creatures, bloody macaques with level 33. He didn't know what talents they had, and was surprised to find teleportation, an incredibly useful skill. Luke immediately knew he wanted one too. Then he attacked all the creatures nearby, destroying them one by one. As a reward, the hero received a new item, the macaque belt, a level 24 green item. It was strong and of very high quality. After a whole day, Luke finally reached level 30 and was able to put on the purple mask that dropped from the Abyss King. After some time, players noticed his mask and asked to show its characteristics. But the guy said that it was just a decoration. Luke knew that he couldn't just show people his level 30 purple gear, as it would make everyone else too surprised. He then greeted his sister, who, in turn, was surprised by the appearance of an anonymous player next to him. The guy couldn't understand whether the girl really didn't recognize her brother, and the girl asked where he got that ugly mask from. However, Luke thought this outfit was incredibly cool. Lily, however, sincerely did not understand why he thought so, because the mask completely hid his face. She asked him not to become arrogant and not to waste money on nonsense in the future. At this time, the spectators admired the fight that was taking place below in the arena. Lily admitted that she didn't know much about the Pillars of Light, but 72 Pillars of Heavenly Flame dealt 10,000 damage per second. Meanwhile, Lauren greeted the crowd, announcing the start of the Longtang Guild competition. She then invited the first group and the opponents to enter the arena, and now Lara and her partner were supposed to fight. Luke silently wished his friend luck, but his sister was surprised, assuming that the boy considered this player his friend. 3 minutes later, that guy was defeated by a stronger opponent. Lily didn't want to hurt her brother, but she saw that he couldn't do it. Her opponent was too strong. Suddenly, Luke seemed to disappear, and she didn't even have time to notice when exactly it happened. Meanwhile, Luke was looking for the beast, but couldn't find it. If he had known in advance that the beast had been raised from the arena itself, he would have been truly scared. Then the guy saw the next fight and realized that their turn would soon come. Lily asked her brother to stop watching and quickly prepare for the attack. The boy agreed and joined the conversation. However, Luke did not understand how he could summon the divine beast. While he was thinking, he racked his brains. Meanwhile, many spectators noticed the participant nicknamed the God of Death, and assumed that their opponents didn't stand a chance. The guy apologized to Luke, but said that he made a choice in favor of his team, and that it would be stupid to go against them. However, Luke asked them not to get cocky, since the opponent was chosen by the AI, which meant that the opponent was intended specifically for the main team. The guy hoped that their levels would match. Lily admitted that she did not understand who the God of Death was, but Luke decided that it did not matter, because the rival was very close. Soon the countdown began and finally the fight began. As soon as the signal was given, the opponents immediately scattered in different directions of the arena. Lauren was surprised to see the long-range attack. The death god seemed like a martial arts master, but it turned out that the masked man was not a master at all. Then the guy asked Lily if she wanted to get closer, and asked her in that case not to lose heart and try harder. At that moment, his partner noticed that Lily would not be able to avoid their attack. Lauren felt like Lily was truly in danger, and all her escape routes were blocked. However, her friend did not understand when the masked guy managed to change into a night cloak. Lauren decided that in the martial arts arena you have to choose your target, which meant the guy was essentially using the girl as bait. But the girl still didn't understand why she would change her clothes for the sake of beauty. But Lauren objected that it could be related to her abilities. Meanwhile, their enemy was already approaching Lily to strike her. However, the main character managed to block the blow that was aimed at the girl. Lily also managed to react and deal a small amount of damage. Lauren didn't expect to see chaos suppression, a signature skill of martial artists, and the enemy was in serious trouble. Then Luke's opponent asked the god of death to come faster. At this point, Lily retreated, realizing that the player could not wait for his partners. Lauren didn't expect that the boys would be able to stop the death god from attacking, but now it became clear that the girl's strength was no less than the boys'. Luke stated that his sister is not as simple as she seems, but as Lily continued her attack, she suddenly noticed something important. Her opponent was able to make a dash upon seeing it, and declared that Lily had not yet won, as the pillar of light was about to rise. Approaching the rising pillar of light, the guy touched its area, and suddenly a huge crack appeared in the pillar. At the end of the round, the girl acknowledged the other team's victory and joined the main team. The god of death then turned to the main character, but he wished the boys to have fun and said goodbye. But the guy asked him to wait. He wanted to clarify whether Luke intended to fight him again, but he answered negatively. Then the god of death suggested that he think again, saying that they were giving 100,000 for participation, and that Luke could end up on the same team with him. Lily pointed out that 100,000 was an incredibly large amount, but Luke asked her not to fall for it. The god of death laughed, saying that they didn't have any money anyway, and his sister was a beauty, and he could offer her to come to him and take the money. He offered the two a challenge. They could choose any number of participants, but each loser would lose 100,000. No one expected that he would be willing to take such a big risk, but there were still volunteers who agreed to fight him. Luke noticed that the god of death looked rich, so he suggested they play for high stakes. Then he declared that he was ready to go against 40 people at once. Lauren didn't expect this. Since the total amount was 8 million, she assumed that her friend was really rich. However, the god of death did not understand whether the protagonist really wanted to scare him. But Luke was absolutely serious. He then agreed to the terms, but admitted that he did not understand how he would be able to collect 8 million in case of loss. Luke said he would be happy to play, and asked that the money be transferred to him in advance. Then the god of death asked his president to bring the Tianhu team. 10 minutes later, the entire team was assembled, including many famous representatives of the Death God Guild. Lauren realized that with such a lineup of opponents, the opponents posed a serious threat and could overwhelm the hero with their strength. The god of death declared that his people were already there, and advised the hero to seek helpers while he had the chance. Lily was surprised and asked her brother if she should call in the main team to at least reduce the losses, but the hero was against it. Lily didn't understand where the guy was going to get 8 million, because if they lost, they would be doomed to work forever. Then the guy asked his sister if she really thought he was completely stupid. She admitted that she had previously thought differently, but now she was beginning to doubt it. Luke decided that Lily shouldn't participate. He could handle it alone. He wanted to tell her something else, but decided that now was not the right time. The girl didn't understand what he was talking about and assumed that Luke was simply afraid to fight, so the guy asked her to come down from the arena and just watch. The god of death didn't understand why Luke didn't call anyone for help, but only pushed away the next player. The players started laughing at the guy, who they thought looked funny for being so willing to give up 8 million so easily. Then the guy activated all his abilities, including a 100% boost to his attributes. Lauren noticed that the masked guy had changed his clothes and turned on all his skills and attributes. His mask was part of a purple set, but the players asked Luke not to get cocky. Even if he got purple gear, he shouldn't show off. Then the presenter began the countdown to the start of the fight. The guy prepared himself for an attack from all the players at once, who immediately rushed at him. However, they suddenly couldn't understand where the main character had disappeared to. The players didn't know what kind of technique it was, and even the god of death had never seen such power. This was not an ordinary skill, but Mimi's technique. Now it was the protagonist's turn to attack. Luke activated the incredible technique Deathlord Shockwave. Lauren couldn't understand how this was even possible. because he used an incredible technique. Viewers began to guess that this man was the same Anonymous. Shelley didn't expect to find out that Anonymous turned out to be Lily's brother, and Lauren was completely confused, no longer understanding what was happening. Lily also couldn't believe that the man in the arena was her brother. Then Lauren decided to test it by damage. Last time, Anonymous' technique dealt 1200 damage. However, Luke was now even stronger, his normal attacks tearing enemies to pieces, dealing 1600 damage. Everyone was shocked to realize that their enemy was Anonymous himself. Then Luke decided that he no longer needed the mask and offered to show his face. Now everyone could finally see the real face of this legendary player. Spectators saw that this player was indeed the same Anonymous. Many did not believe that they were seeing with their own eyes the same man who had become even stronger. The guy from the opposing team was stunned and didn't understand how the Death God even dared to challenge Anonymous and drag the entire team into it. Luke wanted to remind him that the God of Death owed him 8 million, but he couldn't believe what he saw. The God of Death decided that Luke had deliberately staged all the events to obtain a large sum of money. Then the hero remembered that he had given him a chance before, and if he had refused the fight, nothing terrible would have happened. But the God of Death realized that he still had a chance. He realized that the ring of 72 pillars was beneath his feet and was about to strike. He tried to distract the main character in order to win and take 8 million. He pretended to let Luke win. He asked for forgiveness and asked not to kill him in order to preserve the remains of his dignity. The protagonist noticed that the God of Death was holding on with all his might, but still did not know how to repent. Luke remained standing inside the beam, which dealt 10,000 damage per second. The God of Death began to laugh at Anonymous and shouted at him to die, claiming that he did not know how to fight. Lauren didn't expect this and asked everyone to pay attention to the center of the pillar. The spectators were confused as to how he remained alive despite the massive damage the pillars were causing. Luke didn't understand why the enemy was laughing and asked if it was because of the pillars. The God of Death never understood how this was possible. Spectators noticed that the guy had already been hit by a pillar twice and had taken 20,000 damage. They didn't know Luke could have that much HP. Lauren couldn't believe it when she found out that Anonymous had 28,000 health. She realized he was level 30. Lily had previously told a friend that her brother was simply into the game, but for some reason he ended up being level 30. The players realized that the pillar had already hit Anonymous twice, meaning that it had more HP than the Death God. Then Luke summoned a ferocious tiger from the 3 sacred mountains and attacked the enemies with incredible speed, and soon he was credited with 8 million. Meanwhile, his sister at that moment could not believe what was happening. The girl realized that her brother had lied to her when he said that this game meant nothing to him and was just a fun activity. She even remembered how she died from poisoning last time, although no one was around, and accidentally asked her brother if he did it. However, Luke pretended not to understand what his sister was talking about, because he didn't understand why he would poison her. But then he admitted that it was indeed him, but it turned out to be a pure coincidence. Lily was glad that it was he who turned out to be Anonymous, because otherwise she might have lost consciousness from fear. Then the guy asked her friend if she wanted to join the wild waves with Lily. The girl was surprised, but agreed. The protagonist wanted to apologize to their leader because he took 2 players to his side at once. However, the man asked Anonymous not to worry, noting that he wanted to apologize first of all because he did not know that Lily was his sister. He thought that luckily he hadn't done anything bad to Lily, otherwise they would have been doomed to failure. Meanwhile, Lauren wanted to ask Anonymous a question, and he agreed to listen to her. She asked if he knew Luke. The guy pretended not to understand why he needed to know it, but Lauren wanted to meet him to ask him to read her message. The guy assumed that the girl wanted to confess her feelings to him, but she didn't mean it at all, since he was just helping her. Soon the 3 of them, her sister and her friend, left the game, and Luke asked her to pack her things to go on business. She wanted to thank him, but he didn't answer. The guy agreed to help the girl, and right at that moment Mateo called him. The guy had previously sent someone to pick up his sister, and she was supposed to arrive home in about a couple of minutes. They also processed information about her and her friend, and it turned out that in real life in the West, there had already been 3 incidents between players. Now the protagonist was sure that the divine being was under the pillars of heavenly flame, and he would not be able to defeat it. Soon Luke set out again, but encountered too few monsters, so he decided to return to Bloody Pond. And then he suddenly noticed the sound of water in the rock and assumed that the secret entrance was nearby. The system noticed that the stone gates would test the protagonist's abilities and would be able to act depending on the outcome. The guy turned on the pain system, and the game became even more intense. The system recorded his thoughts and wanted to activate the pain system, starting the download, but the protagonist suddenly stopped it. Luke hit the stone with all his might, behind which, in his opinion, was a secret passage to the dungeon. During the test, 91% of the power was used, and the system congratulated him on unlocking the level 30 ancient ruins. However, it turned out that behind the rock there was an ordinary river, and now it became clear where the sound of murmuring water was coming from. Then the system asked to turn off the pain system before the end of the test, but the guy considered this 10% limitation a trifle. Suddenly, he was attacked from behind by macaques, which the main character did not notice at first. He tried to attack the annoying creatures, but they proved immune to his attacks. Luke didn't understand how this was possible, since they seemed to be invulnerable even to magical attacks. Then Luke decided to attack the ferocious tiger that came down from the mountains. The system tasked him with killing a level 33 evil monkey, and receiving 50,000 XP and 1 unit of pure mana as a reward. As a result, the guy was able to receive 3 items at once as a reward for the kill, in various quantities, including blue equipment. The monsters dropped a lot of items when Luke killed their boss. The abundance of items made it seem like everything was going to explode. After he got the demon core, he was debating whether to kill the monkeys first before dealing with the boss. After destroying all the enemies, it became clear what blue equipment had dropped. The guy also noticed that the belt had increased its stats by 1 level, and an item had also appeared that he had never encountered before. After the battle, the guy decided to put on the belt. He was wondering if it was possible to improve equipment beyond level 30. The system then offered Luke to increase the equipment's stats by 300 units, and he agreed. However, he was missing 2 items to improve, so he provided 2 more belts. Eventually, he was able to strengthen the equipment. If he had gotten more equipment that could restore health in battle, the guy could have strengthened himself and gone to Bloody Pond. The hero then continued hunting wild creatures, enjoying the process of leveling up his characteristics. Experience increased by 1/3, and he also had 180 belts. The protagonist had never received so much blue equipment in his life before, and for free. Now he had to fight the boss, trying to improve the belt as much as possible. Luke wanted to upgrade the Monkey King's 3-link belt. He was about to use invisibility and enter the battle, asking the monkey not to let him down in future equipment. Suddenly Lily returned home, but Luke asked her to be quiet, warning her that he was fighting the boss, asking her to wait for him a little. However, Lily really wanted to see the duel, and the hero agreed, offering to turn on the Bluetooth on her helmet so she could watch the fight. When Lily saw the boss, she couldn't even believe what kind of opponent she was dealing with, because he was fighting one-on-one. However, her brother said that there was no need to worry because he was strong enough to cope. He continued to strike, making the monster regret ever getting into the fight. Lily couldn't believe her eyes. The main character was dealing over 15,000 damage and restoring 7,000 health in 1 hit. The guy wondered how long it would take to become invisible again, and it turned out to be only 17 seconds. Then Luke used aerial movement, which was a great skill despite the 40% slowdown. After some time, he would be able to recover again. Otherwise, he would not be able to escape from the boss again. After some time, he managed to use invisibility again. He continued moving, using the skill of a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains. After 2 minutes of combat, the protagonist received a ton of praise from the system, which rewarded him with a large number of upgrades and rewards. Lily congratulated her brother on his good haul. The boy was able to obtain purple boots, a blue ring, a creature core, and a lot of materials. And then Lily realized that purple boots had dropped for the first time on their server. The item turned out to have a 300 power increase, and it was not for nothing that it was called the Boots of Strength, since it gave a special effect of accelerating the hero and talents. The guy experienced incredible speed with a reduced recovery time. The item could be used twice per minute. Lily didn't understand what her brother was doing, going so fast, but Luke was very happy with the new equipment. The girl knew that the boots were cool, very cool, but she didn't understand why their effect was better than the boss's. However, Luke asked her not to worry. He wanted to keep the boots, wanting to know about the possibility of improving them. Lily thought her brother had lost 2 purple items, not understanding how he had gotten so many shoes and purple equipment. In fact, this boss dropped 5 items, but Lily couldn't believe that this was possible. She called it magic. Meanwhile, Luke was able to upgrade the boots 3 more times. His sister had a lot of questions about what the enhancement was, and couldn't understand why she hadn't heard of it before. Luke decided to explain everything later, but for now the equipment was becoming stronger each time. Receiving the blue power ring was supposed to be good news. The guy wanted to check if it could be strengthened and then give it to Lily. The girl thought it was great news, an improvement in purple and blue equipment. Luke himself was surprised at how lucky he was, being able to obtain 2 power rings, upgraded 3 times. Lily was still far from level 30, but she could only watch, not play. Then Luke asked his sister not to delay, reminding her to join the wild waves, where she could quickly rise. Then the girl called her brother a real strong man, and Luke asked her to have lunch with him, and then they would start packing and moving. Lily couldn't understand why Luke would throw away the rice cooker that was still in use, but the guy figured they had been using it for many years. Lily was pleased that they were now rich, although she felt sorry for the rice cooker. But Luke asked his sister not to be so frugal anymore. Now they were moving from a rented apartment to a big house. Luke didn't want to tell her anything in advance, so she could see everything for herself. They soon found themselves in a palace of impressive proportions, Luke introducing Villa A16, the largest in size, as well as the most spacious and quiet. He asked his sister to love and take care of the new home for his Princess Lily. Lily immediately ran to the big apartment, wanting to choose her room. Meanwhile, Mateo congratulated the guy on completing the move, and suggested that he consider buying a car. He said that the 9 Heavens had been operating for 50 days already, and in honor of this, it was decided to hold an event where the prize would be a new car. There are only 200 of them, one per country, and Luke was thrilled, his heart racing just at the sight of them. Mateo believed that the main character needed a chameleon car, but he wouldn't give it to him just to sit in it. In addition, in the evening he was also planning to install a surveillance system and anti-theft protection to keep everyone safe. Soon after, Luke wanted to play again. Luke received an item to increase physical strength, but not the damage that attack items give. However, the anonymous person's physical strength was not used to restore health. However, Luke decided to deal with it later. Now he continued to fight with a large number of monkeys, for the victory over which he could receive many rewards. He dealt with these creatures as quickly as possible, obtaining more and more equipment. Now the stone-skinned monkeys were easier for the protagonist than the previous ones. Luke came across equipment with health restoration. The shoulders restored 204 health out of combat and 70 in combat, and the robe restored 215 out of combat and 72 in combat. Then the hero met a new giant boss. Luke noticed that he had 24,000 health, which could probably even transform. Luke considered himself lucky. Although the boss had a lot of health, his attacks were quite weak. Luke almost destroyed the monster, but it suddenly began to heal itself. The boss used a skill that seemed forbidden to the hero, restoring almost 200,000 health, or 80%. Eventually, after half an hour, Luke managed to destroy the boss and receive a lot of rewards and upgrades for his character. He was also able to obtain purple equipment with incredible stats. This cuirass had a special effect, a second life plus a stun. With this effect, the hero had the opportunity to try the bloody pond. Suddenly, the president of his guild, Wild Waves, wrote to him and asked him to help the guild leader level up to reach 90%. Luke decided that 90% was too much, asking for at least 50-50 of the original price, and managed to negotiate a price of 500,000 gold. But before he could take the people, the guy had to clear the dungeon of agility first. Claire thought 3 million in an hour was a lot, but she didn't seem to care and wanted to send messages to all the companies. Meanwhile, the guy continued to destroy the same boss and get new items. Luke found it strange that this time only 1 item dropped, while before 5 dropped, although he cared more about the stats. As it turned out, he received a rare level 30 purple staff that dealt incredible damage and had very powerful attributes. Overall, the equipment increased critical strike chance by 18% and had 3 special effects. Then Luke decided to use the weapon, striking the ground once. It destroyed a large section of the ground, creating a rift in the area and dealing over 6,000 damage with a 3-second stun. After him, clones of the hero would appear, which could be useful for distracting enemies and dealing damage. Luke remembered that the equipment could be further improved and even combined with other equipment. The system then congratulated the player, who could now summon a golden-furred monkey, whose movement speed had increased by 70%. Luke didn't expect to be able to move so freely next to such a boss. Then he summoned a creature. It was the size of a normal boss. However, Luke found his transport satellite's appearance to be epic. He asked his pet to walk a little. After some time, Luke walked with him to the nearest forest. He praised the pet, noting its impressive size. They then headed to Lingxiao City. Luke hoped that it would help him in merging the equipment. After some time, they were already in the city. It was amazing, as expected from one of the top 10 cities. However, a level 70 guard warned the hero that riding animals was prohibited in the city. Luke didn't expect to meet an ordinary guard of this level and decided not to provoke him. Luke hadn't met any players yet, which he considered good news. But now he needed to go to the blacksmith to find out about merging gear. The blacksmith said it was possible, but explained that since the protagonist was not a member of the Blacksmith Association, outsiders would be assisted in the merger. Luke asked how he could become a member of the Blacksmiths Association, and the blacksmith quoted him a price of 100 copper coins, which was quite cheap. The main character needed to transfer special effects from one staff to another, but the blacksmith said that his level was insufficient and advised him to try it himself. The system required the gathering of the necessary materials to transfer the staff's effects, and Luke found it very expensive. He then asked how to increase his blacksmithing level, and the blacksmith said that he could increase the level by disassembling, upgrading, and fusing equipment. Now it became clear to the hero that he would have to constantly improve his equipment. In any case, he had a lot of money. He had been upgrading his equipment for a long time, improving his mastery skill. After 4 hours, he finally reached the 5th level of the blacksmith. It was time to improve the staff and transfer special effects. The staff gained immense power through the fusion effect, and the system congratulated the player on successfully transferring the powerful effects of Rui's staff. Now the staff truly looked like a divine weapon, and with such equipment the boy became respected among the great sages. Suddenly, the hero received a message from Claire, who said that the players considered them scammers. But Luke decided to correct this, and headed straight to the city. Then Claire asked everyone to calm down, because their leader would be arriving soon, and besides, there were currently 24 million people on their stream. The guy who was there didn't expect to meet the popular leader, and his partner thought that everyone just wanted to see someone being made fun of. But another woman asked her to watch her language because they were criticizing her decisions. The player then turned to Lady Lucretia and noted that this time they had indeed been deceived. Luke, in turn, wondered who dared to deceive him, assuming that the guys could hit the real jackpot. The players were terrified by the huge monster. They did not understand how this terrible boss appeared next to them. However, Luke asked people to calm down, explaining that it was anonymous. The guys couldn't believe their eyes, and had no idea that the anonymous person would have his own boss. Luke didn't understand what the players were talking about, as the creature turned out to be a mount, not a boss. Claire couldn't believe it, because this was the first such beast on their server. However, Luke was more interested in whether the players were ready for the event, but in reality, he was a little tired, and could only spare an hour for the conversation. Lauren then asked the anonymous person to take her along, as she was in charge of the live broadcast. Luke agreed to take 4 players, but it seemed a little unfair to the host since the guys would get less experience. However, Luke hadn't said before that he would only take 2 people. They didn't need much experience, so he thought that these 2 would go with him. The players were surprised not only that the anonymous person took people for an hour, but also that he took 2 of his own people, so the spectators decided to start insulting him. Some called it a real disgrace, although the studio was indeed rich, as it could afford such expenses. Then Lauren told the leader that the audience had already started criticizing them, suggesting that they leave the group, but the hero asked them to ignore it. Instead, he suggested that they go to the Stone Gate dungeon, a new dungeon. Soon the players finally arrived inside the dungeon. The girls noticed that there were level 22 elite monsters living there, and Lauren found the place extremely scary. Luke explained that all the monsters used magical attacks, so he asked them to be careful while he walked away. Lauren realized that the anonymous person wanted to attract all the monsters to himself, and she also knew that the leader's attacks were incredibly powerful. The Dragon Slayer Guild also started a live broadcast, clearly wanting to compete with the anonymous person. They claimed that their leader was personally leading everyone, intentionally gaining more experience while Anonymous left people in the dungeon and did not return. 20 minutes passed, and during this time the hero's team did not increase their level at all. They did not know how to proceed. However, Claire asked the boys to calm down and wait, as the anonymous person undoubtedly had a plan. Then the girl asked her friend if they were ready to trust the main character if they signed the contract. The guy wanted to trust him, but he wasn't sure. And then suddenly Lauren noticed Luke's long-awaited return. Luke didn't know how many monsters were around him, guessing at least 1,000. It even gave him goosebumps. Lauren thought the young man had brought too many monsters, even doubting whether he would be able to kill them all. However, Luke asked her to just watch and rest, as he could finally wait his turn to have some fun and test out the new staff. After this, the hero immediately rushed to attack the monsters. He began to cause a real massacre in the dungeon, using powerful explosive techniques. Lauren was surprised at how strong the anonymous person was. The main character used a deadly whirlwind that destroyed all living creatures around him. He had amazing skills and impressive equipment, but fighting 1,000 creatures at once was not easy. In the end, Luke collected all the monsters in 20 minutes and destroyed them in 1 minute, finding it quite boring. Players couldn't believe the anonymous player's superpower. They had never seen such a rapid level increase before. Then Luke decided to check how much the experience bar had increased. Lauren noticed that her experience had increased from 70,000 to 80,000, while Claire found it strange that her experience had decreased, which was not something that usually happened. Then another player asked the leader what happened, but the protagonist thought they were pretty stupid, because they should have seen the golden glow. The players did not understand what golden glow was being talked about, as they were too engrossed in watching the anonymous person. Lauren was able to level up to 21, and Claire was also surprised to reach level 20, going up 2 levels at once. Luke then asked the players to check their mana, assuming it had increased. Having done this, Lauren was convinced that her mana had indeed increased, by a whole 1,000 units. Luke reported that this dungeon also quickly restores mana. In the end he received 4,000 mana, and each of the players, 1,000. The girl realized that even if they trained on the guild's territory, it would take them about 14 hours to obtain 1,000 units of mana. Then another girl asked the anonymous person what kind of dungeon it was and what kind of monsters lived there, since she had never seen anything like it before. Luke explained that they couldn't handle these monsters on their own, but they could try if they didn't trust him. The girl then tried to attack the creature that was nearby, but the monster turned out to be immune to physical attacks. The girl realized that physical attacks were useless, and if they used pure magic, they would not be able to defeat the monsters. They realized that they could only count on the main character. Meanwhile, Luke himself was going to collect a few more monsters. After an hour of this leveling, Lauren was able to rise from level 18 to level 22, and Claire reached level 23, becoming one of the highest on the server. The remaining players quickly wanted to contact the Wild Waves Guild, asking them to also take people for 5 million. Soon, Lunting headquarters received word that the Wild Waves Guild had reported a large number of people in line who were willing to pay more. So if they didn't raise the rate, they wouldn't get the seats. So the chairman asked for a meeting to discuss raising the rate. Meanwhile, Luke decided that he would look at them next time and suggested that they contact the chairman if they needed anything. The young man then ordered his mount to head towards the Blood Moon Pond. After some time, they found themselves in the territory of the Bloody Pond. Luke didn't want to constantly lose 0.5% of his health every second, as this blood curse was a real nightmare. The worst part was that there were a huge number of monsters in his area. Then Luke asked the spirit to turn on invisibility again. Mimi immediately agreed, providing him with complete cover. Then Luke wondered where to continue on his way to the ancient battlefield. After some time, he discovered a landmark. It was written on a stone that he needed to go down into the water on a hidden path and go forward. All the monsters had the blood curse skill, and the hero had to kill a couple of such monsters, combine their blood, and take one as an ally. First, he had to exchange the shards for reputation, and then improve the order for recruiting a legion. The young man not only increased the number of soldiers, but also increased their health by 10%. Luke then began to destroy the servants of the Blood Moon Pool, receiving many rewards. He even tried to subjugate one of them in his spare time, but it turned out to be impossible to subjugate the creatures of the Blood Pool servants. When the boy found this secret kingdom, he immediately realized that he had entered the secret kingdom of Moonlight, where the stone platform was located. If you put an item on it, the reward would increase 5-fold. Moreover, Luke was able to obtain another title, which was announced on the server. Thus, the main character became a celebrity again. The players didn't expect to see such a title. The leader of the Wild Waves Guild opened another secret kingdom. They thought that this person would be stronger than the anonymous one. Lauren knew Luke definitely hadn't left the game, but the last time the secret kingdom appeared, it was accompanied by a server quest. And then the system detected an active public quest, the Blood Demon Invasion. The girl wanted to tell all the details to the players, but she didn't expect that all the major level 10 cities would disappear. Then she asked her fortune-teller friend to quickly determine the difficulty of the task. The last server quest was very difficult. Now the situation became even more interesting. I was curious what kind of quest would come this time. Lauren soon learned that the Blood Demon Invasion was rated 3 stars, and the difficulty of the mission was 5-star destruction. At that time, all the heads of the major guilds gathered at the guild headquarters on the national server. They started a general meeting where they were going to discuss the server quest together. One player realized that if the Chinese server merged, the number of players would reach hundreds of millions, and coordination would become a problem. The players agreed that after the merger, the main city would have over 1,000 elite level 50 NPCs. The chief also noted that almost all high-level fortune tellers rated the quest's difficulty as 5-star destruction. The guys thought that if they really lost level 10 cities, the Chinese server would die, and no one would be able to enter level 30 cities. The system then warned players that during the Blood Demon Invasion, players would not be able to resurrect until the end of the mission. Players couldn't believe that the system seriously proposed such a terrible condition. The difficulty seemed incredibly high. But the head understood that in the current situation they had to act effectively. The strategy had already been developed and would soon be sent to everyone. The next day, the players gathered in Stormwind City. Lauren couldn't believe that the main city had grown tenfold in size, and the number of NPCs had also increased tenfold. The system thanked all players for their support, as their game turned 50 days old, and a celebratory event was planned to celebrate. Players realized that in addition to the Blood Demon invasion, they would have to face many underground bosses. But Lauren was hoping to meet Luke, as their situation was truly critical. Luke thought the event was a good one, hoping to find a boss that would drop ancient materials so he could enter the dungeon. However, the level near him was high, and it could take a long time for the boss to appear. Lauren couldn't believe that almost 8 hours had passed and players were still killing bosses, and the best score was already over 1,000. Lauren watched as many players came to fight the bosses. The task of defending the city was becoming increasingly difficult, and the players hoped that the Blood Demon's army would not prove too strong. And then they noticed how they began to approach the city. Suddenly the city was filled with a red, demonic fog. A debuff appeared everywhere. Players lost 0.5% of their maximum health every second, forcing them to drink potions. And then the players quickly began to close the city gates from the advancing army of blood demons. At that moment, Lauren realized that the only one who could save the situation was Luke. Mimi warned the hero. With the demon invasion about to begin, Luke finally waited for the moment to manifest the destruction of the spirit beasts. The girl couldn't believe that the master was actually going to help with the blood demon's invasion. But the protagonist asked her not to worry. Although the monster was still a member of the Chinese side, he could not allow the destruction of the main cities. Luke wanted to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He was going to destroy the 2 beasts of the city, and then kill the blood demon. Meanwhile, monsters entered the city and wreaked havoc among the players. Many players, including all healers, archers, mages, and swordsmen, tried to resist the monster. The beast wanted to crush all the players using the powerful power of the stone skin. The players couldn't believe they were facing such a powerful blood demon, and wondered how they would be able to defend themselves if it attacked. Suddenly, an anonymous person appeared in front of the guys, who was going to complete the system's mission. Luke noticed that green numbers appeared above the monster's head, indicating health recovery. He was now invulnerable and a monster himself, capable of regenerating 0.5% of his maximum health per second. Moreover, Luke almost forgot about his pet Dahuan, who knew the way to the ancient battlefield. The dog reminded its owner of a previously voiced proposal to find a mass of stone pillars and spend 10 million reputation to open it. Luke realized that spending 10 million was a robbery, but to earn such a reputation, he had no choice but to attack the main city. However, before the attack he had to change his appearance. Luke decided to choose the blood monkey. The young man apologized to the people, but first he needed to breach their defenses. Only then would the spirits of the city show their strength. The protagonist attacked all players using Sweeping Whirlwind. Many players have suffered significant damage from a single hit from an unknown creature. Luke attacked them like a traitor. But because he had changed his appearance, everyone saw him as a monkey. The city's residents were panicking because they were attacked by a large number of monsters, and that monster turned out to have abilities similar to the anonymous one. Meanwhile, Razor realized that the Chinese server probably wouldn't be able to hold on, as the main gate had most likely already been lost. Meanwhile, one man ordered the healers to quickly retreat into the city so that they could treat the guards holding the defensive line. The players couldn't believe that he actually agreed to sacrifice his close fighters. They realized that the Chinese server was finished. The guys rushed out of the main gate with the crowd, trying to finish off several blood demons. The Koreans couldn't believe that the Chinese players were so brave and united, not afraid to die. Meanwhile, the old man realized that with this scenario they would be able to hold out for a few hours, and then they would be able to rely on the elite guards. However, the players did not expect the sudden appearance of a great demon. The demon began to act, destroying all players in its path. Many players were doomed. The monster sent 5 waves of attacks at them, each dealing 3,000 damage, and the players realized that almost no one had more than 6,000 health now. Meanwhile, the demon was amazed by the small army of people. The players thought he was too big and no one could handle him. The creature was furious, filling everything around it with a demonic aura. Players couldn't even imagine how much damage a simple demon roar with an incredible radius would cause. One player attempted to attack the large monster, but was only able to deal 1 damage. Then the monster decided to fly away from the players. He decided to attack the city, intending to blow it to pieces. The system detected the monster's attack and activated the main city's defensive array, which utilized the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. The players couldn't believe they still had a chance to escape. Luke realized that the blood demon would likely have enough power to break through the array, otherwise the task would be pointless. He couldn't delay. If the spirit beasts didn't appear before the end of the mission, everything would go down the drain. He then created a huge crack in the ground with his sword, and unsuspecting players immediately began to fall into the crack. People couldn't believe that a low-level monster could fight stronger than a boss. Meanwhile, the old man noted that the strength of the defensive array was rapidly declining, and asked everyone to push the monkey away. The player's goal was to knock out the monkey, and they had to hope that the array would hold out a little longer. The protagonist did not understand whether it was possible to discuss tactics so openly right in front of his eyes. Luke didn't know how to react to the player's appearance. If he obeyed, he would be knocked out. If not, it wouldn't look like he was a real monster. Meanwhile, the players went on the attack to destroy the annoying monkey. And then Luke decided to make a tactical retreat, shifting the responsibility onto the blood demon. The players didn't understand what exactly he was trying to achieve. They should have chased him earlier. The boys started calling the monkey, who was trying to get away from them. And then the hero realized that apparently he had no other choice but to use one method. So Luke used the Earth Rift. The monsters were greatly surprised when the barrier provided them with a passage. The players couldn't believe that the monkey actually wanted to clear the way for the other monsters. So they decided that when the monkey was out of the blood demon's reach, they would attack it. The players began to attack the monkey, but he did not want to give himself away so easily. Although this act seemed insidious, the players were unable to stop it at the current level. Meanwhile, the monster rushed straight forward, destroying all the players in its path. The players didn't understand what was happening. The monster was simply receiving blows and didn't fight back. It didn't follow the logic of the bosses in this game. So the players decided to forget about reasoning. Since they couldn't continue to die in vain, they had to attack the boss with the whole crowd. Luke was finally able to fight off the players and continue with his part of the plan. The battle had already lasted for 2 whole hours. A multitude of players filled the space with their power, and formed a powerful beam flying in one direction. The heavens showed no mercy. All races fought for supremacy. The 9 heavens shook and only grew in their grandeur. The white tiger was one of such divine creatures, a powerful animal that attacked the blood demon. Soon the white tiger Aurora appeared next to the main character. The hero knew that this was another supreme beast. Then the players realized that the blood demon was too strong, and were afraid that the white tiger would not be able to withstand the fight. The players could not rely only on the NPC. However, the old man asked to stop, since there was no news from the anonymous player. That is, from the main character himself. The young man noticed that the anonymous person had sent a message saying that he would not participate in the defense of the city. And as for Luke, he simply disappeared. The old man assumed that Anonymous wouldn't come. Last time he single-handedly turned the tide of events, so this time he wasn't obligated to help. However, it seemed strange why Luke did not show up, which was what started this event. Luke had been waiting for 9 hours since the invasion began. Finally, after such a long wait, the young man had his opportunity. Meanwhile, the monster tried to attack the tiger again. The hero noticed that the blood demon was about to launch a diagonal attack that could deal 100,000 damage. Luke couldn't let that blow hit the white tiger, so he attacked the tiger with Earth Rift himself, dealing 3,000 damage. However, this was not enough, so he used a clone. He continued to cause significant damage to the tiger. He then switched to attacking the blood demon, who now dared to attack the protagonist. The players didn't understand what was going on, because 3 bosses were fighting each other at the same time, and the monkey was attacking 2 of them at the same time. Now the protagonist used the best moment to implement the final step of his plan. Luke was eventually able to defeat the tiger on his own, earning rewards for his destruction. He didn't expect to receive 10 8th-star materials, 100 million reputation points, and even a magic weapon that he had never seen before. At this time, the 50th day celebration of the server's launch was still underway, and killing the boss gave the young man a lot of points. He dodged the powerful monster that was trying to hit him. Players believed that the monkey was clearly not a wild monster, even suggesting that it was Anonymous or Luke. The blood demon's invasion lasted 11 hours and 40 minutes. The system congratulated the hero on his victory over the blood demon boss from the secret realm, allowing him to obtain 4 million experience points and other items. Luke didn't expect to get so many rewards on his own. Now the materials, orange weapons, wings, and techniques are his. The system congratulated him on his victory over the blood demon and the awarding of 20,000 points, thanks to which the young man ended up in the ranking. The players realized that the monkey was Luke. They didn't expect this from a wild monkey who had killed both the spirit beast and the blood demon. Lauren still admired Luke, thinking he was an incredible person. Meanwhile, in the double-star tower, the servants wondered if such a Luke could be stronger than them. To their boss, level 33 seemed like just an ordinary insect. Many have already reached level 42. The boss understood that at level 42 he could strengthen others, and rich players would agree to this. Meanwhile, George was surprised that the anonymous person and Luke were becoming more and more famous, although the spirit animals were originally supposed to belong to him. Suddenly, some girl asked if the guy was the Imperial Prince. The guy asked who she was, and the girl replied that now he could call her Master. George did not understand what that meant. The girl then explained that after reaching level 42, she had discovered the Master-Apprentice system, and she didn't know that the prince didn't even know about it. George thought she was lying. No one had ever reached level 42. The girl just said that he didn't know about the game yet and asked him to trust her. Then the man decided to check whether it was true or not. The master showed him her riding animal and asked if George liked it. It was the 42nd level Purple Heart Linglong. It was hoping to accept the prince as a disciple for 20 million, and he simply couldn't believe it. Meanwhile, Luke still had a few bosses left to kill, and little time was left for the event, so he destroyed the Shadow Wind bosses. So far, the materials for the 8th star were not suitable in composition, so he was thinking of selling them and improving the Legion's recruitment process. The main character was able to get the desired increase in characteristics. Later, somewhere in the mountains, he was able to pump up a lot more, starting with his own dungeon, which could now be expanded to 5 people with a daily profit of 150,000 units. In addition, he received another 3rd stage spirit core, and the mana situation in the hero's territory improved significantly. After activating Tiger's Roar, Luke dealt 12,000 mana damage per second. Now he could appreciate the wings and their capabilities. Demonic Wings of Purple Rarity allowed flight at speeds of up to 18 meters per second, consuming 20 mana per second. Luke could now fly and it felt great. With the Ancient Heart and Ancient Shards, the protagonist could travel to the Bloody Pond. The young man received 5 fragments of each type. Killing the Blood Demon counted as a boss kill, and in any case, Luke had time to practice in time. Once the protagonist had enough prestige, he needed to advance into states that opened the Ancient Altar. The system has noticed that the character's prestige has reached a sufficient level, allowing them to gain access to the Ancient Altar. Because the young man used the prestige of the wild, the altar called upon humans as opponents. He showed a strong interest in the summoned opponent in front of him. The girl climbed onto the Ancient Altar for the first time, awaiting her monster opponent with incredible interest. However, she did not expect to meet such a terrible monster in front of her. She asked the protagonist to stay away from her. Initially, the guy did not expect such treatment from his opponent. Luke noticed that the girl was not an NPC, but if she was a player, then she was of a high level. Seeing her equipment, he did not expect to meet a strong opponent. For some reason, the monster scared her very much, and the girl was ready to admit defeat. The system congratulated the winner on 10 million reputation points, but the protagonist did not expect to win so easily. However, he didn't care about the opinions of others. Meanwhile, George agreed with Master Julia, asking her to accept the bow from her student. Then the prince asked the beauty where she was going to take him to level up, offering to train together. However, she asked him to watch his words, but George reminded her that he spent 20 million as her client. However, he still decided to apologize, admitting that he had overdone it a bit, because he just wanted to defeat the anonymous guy, who was already level 30. The girl didn't expect that he was only level 30. For 500,000 she could help him kill him once. Luke was delighted and wanted to transfer the money immediately. But the girl asked him not to rush, promising to help him level up first. Julia explained that before the server opened, the guild invited the best players from the beta test, and according to their contract, they could not participate in events. Now more and more players have reached level 42 and are allowed to take on apprentices, and in 3 days the guy will be able to reach level 30. Meanwhile, Lauren asked viewers on the stream if they had seen level 42 players who could fly and use magical artifacts. The young man was surprised, since it was believed that there was always someone stronger. The players were amazed. Anonymous and Luke looked weak in comparison. The girl noted that the appearance of these players, along with the opening of the Master-Apprentice system, will undoubtedly affect the structure of the game. Meanwhile, the protagonist fought level 40 elite monsters that gave a lot of experience and materials, although no equipment dropped. Soon, the system congratulated him on killing an elite monster, a level 40 ancient war soul. Luke hoped that the boss would give something valuable. The boss looked strong enough. Then the main character ordered Mimi to activate invisibility. Soon Luke attacked the boss, causing a real heat. He could easily burn him to ashes. With the magical artifact in his possession, Luke hoped to receive a good reward from such a majestic boss. In addition to the usual reward, he also received an ancient heart. However, for some reason, the main character was unable to use teleportation. He didn't expect the dungeon boss to constantly respawn. 4 minutes later, Luke had another fragment. Luke again asked the spirit for invisibility, wanting to go somewhere out of boredom and see something new. There were already many beta testers above level 40 on the server, and Luke noticed the Imperial Prince who wanted to challenge him. The prince tried to fight the anonymous man for a bet of 10 million, trying to harm him in any way possible. Luke found the challenge unfair. He would hardly have challenged him so recklessly, assuming that he wanted Luke to fight his master. The protagonist then asked Mateo to inform the Imperial Prince that he accepted the challenge, but his friend doubted Luke's decision. Soon the system showed a message from a person from the Iron Guard, who was a friend of the anonymous person. The players didn't expect the prince to want to use the master in battle, as if the anonymous person already knew about it, and they didn't understand why he accepted the challenge. Julia eventually agreed to take the challenge, wanting to make this guy the laughingstock of the entire server the next day. After 3 hours, the protagonist reached level 35 and could use orange equipment, looking forward to it. And then Lily asked her brother if he was really going to accept the prince's challenge to a duel with his master. But Luke asked her to calm down and confirmed that if he won, the divine animal would go to Lily. After an hour and a half, his character's prestige reached a level sufficient to open the ancient altar, which required 20 million reputation points. Luke realized that 20 million was a lot, although stronger players could have appeared. He knew that the second altar was worth 10 million reputation more, so he expected the opponent to be stronger. Having transformed into a jackal, Luke wondered who the enemy would be this time. The same short-haired one couldn't believe that she had met the same monster again, assuming that this monster was the only one in her zone. Luke also didn't understand why she was in front of him again. Then the system congratulated him again. The hero considered it a wonderful event. Now he could go to the ancient battlefield again. An hour later, Luke was able to defeat the ancient war general, a level 42 ancient boss, receiving 840,000 XP and new equipment for it. He received the necessary fragments and could finally use a new weapon. It was a unique orange flame spear of level 35. The main character also discovered a third special effect that had an incredible skill level. It should have unlocked the second magic weapon slot, and then Rui's staff would have turned into a level 35 orange weapon. Now the hero became interested in how the Imperial Prince's master would fight him. Now it was time to upgrade all talents to skill level 5. And soon the system congratulated the protagonist on several character upgrades. This kind of pumping seemed like a real art to the young man, and he was looking forward to tomorrow's duel. His squad realized that the enemy had set up a bookmaking operation, opening betting pools with odds of 2 to 3. While Luke wondered why the boys didn't bet themselves, they didn't think it was worth it since they were level 42 themselves. But the main character asked the guys not to worry. No matter the bets, he would still win. Claire didn't expect so many people to come to watch the duel. There were so many spectators that there was hardly enough space on the field. Lauren thought the duel between the anonymous player and the Imperial Prince had captivated many people, and she was interested to hear the players' opinions. Many players admired the beta testers with purple auras, but with so many purple items, Anonymous has no chance of winning. Lauren noticed that most players were betting everything against Anonymous, but she was sure he had a plan. However, Prince George himself believed that the reputation and popularity of the anonymous person would soon end. Then Luke asked how the Imperial Prince was doing, but he asked him not to be friendly because he would be destroyed today. The prince then invited Julia to continue her move. The girl didn't understand how he dared to act so arrogantly while sitting on a pathetic bloody monkey. The young man noted that Julia was simply of a higher level, but that did not mean that she was stronger than Luke. Then Julia reminded him that in duels it was allowed to take items from corpses, so she should pray that he didn't lose his equipment. Luke was surprised because he didn't know about this before. However, Julia asked to stop chatting and start fighting. In response, Luke called upon his monkey to fight against the huge whale. Players did not expect the duelists to use divine creatures. Many saw this for the first time. While some thought the duel was boring, not understanding the point of a level 42 versus a level 35, the anonymous player seemed quite confident. The girl noted that he was dressed in full Monkey King gear, hinting that he would jump like a monkey. Then Luke decided to show off that he had a full purple set. The main character realized that if the girl asked him to jump, he was going to show her one trick. He used his clone skill, after which he himself became invisible while the girl played with his clone. He drew his swords, striking at his enemies from a distance. The players even felt that the power of the anonymous person's attacks was so great that Julia even used a healing potion. However, Julia was convinced that the young man knew a few tricks, but she still considered him weak. The players didn't expect the girl to have 120,000 health. Her defense was high, but the anonymous person's attack exceeded 2,000. Then Julia used the triple pure sword formation. Luke received heavy magical damage exceeding 5,000 units. Meanwhile, the girl continued to strike with the second phase of the triple pure sword. Players couldn't believe that Julia had already used the second phase, each hit counting 3 times. Julia then used the third phase of triple pure sword again, dealing nearly 30,000 damage per hit. She wanted to know if the guy understood the difference between them. She used only one skill, and he was almost dead. And to complete the humiliation, the girl wanted to finish Luke off with the low-level skill 10,000 swords. The prince realized that now everyone could see how useless the anonymous one was. Against a strong opponent, he really did look like a monkey. However, the girl suddenly felt that something was wrong. Then Luke asked her if she really enjoyed killing the illusion so much, and who was really deceiving whom. The players didn't expect the anonymous person to use an illusion. Assuming that he was invisible, the girl asked the anonymous person how this was possible, since even monsters did not have the ability to become invisible. But Luke was more interested in finding out if the girl was a beta tester, because then she should have known it herself. But Julia didn't even care about his invisibility. She didn't believe he could remain invisible forever. The protagonist noticed that the girl was acting too arrogantly, so it was a good time to attack. The girl wondered if the anonymous man would dare to reveal himself, and then used a powerful skill. The players couldn't believe that she used the 5 elements thunder iron. Such an artifact was incredibly rare. However, something unexpected suddenly happened on the battlefield. They noticed a pillar of divine fire that looked incredibly powerful. The spectators noted that it was twice as powerful as usual. Players couldn't believe that Luke could actually attack while remaining invisible, and they didn't understand where the main character got such artifacts from. Luke noticed the enemy's incredible artifact, although it had low attack power, and the girl only used it for detection. Luke told her not to worry as he didn't intend to remain invisible for long, so he used his flaming sword. The players couldn't believe their eyes. They didn't understand where the guy got the orange weapon from. Luke noticed that when the girl destroyed his illusion, she was incredibly happy. Although it was unclear who was actually playing with whom, the protagonist asked her to watch carefully because her equipment was useless against the orange weapon. He dealt over 16,000 damage in one hit with Earthshatter. Luke also wanted the Imperial Prince to tell his master to hurry up and run away. The players couldn't understand where Anonymous got such strength from. Luke noted that in the wild, Julia would have been reborn at least 3 times, and each time her health would only be restored by 10%. Luke wondered what to do with her next, then delivered a crushing blow to her head. The young man received level 40 purple thigh armor. However, Luke was curious to continue and see what other interesting items Julia would drop, so he did the damage again. In the end, he was able to knock out a level 40 chest plate this time. Players noted that the girl's level had even dropped. She was now level 41, making it clear to players that dealing with the anonymous person would be more expensive. Some viewers asked him to stop, although the guy didn't understand the point, since the character continued to receive items from fallen enemies. Players claimed that Luke won only because of his invisibility. In a fair fight, they believed, Anonymous would have lost. Luke was amused by these statements and wanted to ask one of them if anyone wanted to check it out. Then Julia turned to the protagonist, threatening to repay him 100-fold for today's humiliation. But the hero didn't understand why she was acting like a victim. Because she wasn't the one who initiated the duel. Luke could have accepted her offer at any moment. Then he gestured for Mrs. Lily to come to him. His sister was very scared and worried about her brother throughout the battle. Luke noticed how beautiful the lady was and wanted to give her his divine beast. The players couldn't believe that the guy would give the beast to the girl just for her beauty. But some warned them not to be naive. Lily thought her older brother was a joker, but now she had a little friend. Then the protagonist asked if the prince had anything else worth seeing. Luke himself wanted to go to the ancient altar as soon as possible to find out which player would be there this time. Now he had to turn on 50% pain sensitivity, which seemed a bit crazy. The stranger who was his opponent was determined and wanted to act calmly, without fear of fighting bosses. The main character noted that this guy really looked like a newbie. However, the stranger was able to use a protective barrier that could withstand the werewolf's powerful blow. The man then plunged his metal destroyer straight into the ground. It seemed to Luke that the players who seemed to appear out of nowhere were actually even more experienced beta testers. He assumed he would have to play seriously. However, 2 minutes later, the system congratulated the anonymous person on his victory. The stranger admitted that the werewolf was a strong opponent, but next time he wanted to take the artifact that removes control and win. The protagonist wondered where he came from. If he brought an artifact to remove the control, everything would become much more complicated. In any case, the young man needed to train even harder. Then Luke decided to inquire about the next altar, and the system again suggested increasing the pain level to 75%. The same girl again found herself next to the formidable werewolf, not understanding how this was possible. Then the guy said that the girl had definitely sinned somewhere, and this was her punishment. However, she honestly admitted that she had done nothing and really wanted to go home. Luke said that he was just an ordinary wild monster, so she shouldn't be so afraid of him. But the girl said that he was very ugly. The werewolf offered her to surrender. But the girl had already spent so much reputation that this time she had to try to overcome her fears. The protagonist asked her to try, as there was a chance that she would be able to win. The girl didn't understand what other wild monster would root for the player. She asked not to interfere, because she herself was actually very strong. She finally decided to attack the creature with her weapon. However, Luke used his tracking skill. He never expected that the girl also had this skill. Meanwhile, she wanted to launch a powerful ice shot. Luke did not expect that the girl's daggers were not her main weapon. She switched to ranged combat, which created a significant distance between them and became a serious problem for the werewolf. Luke had taken quite a bit of damage, which seemed serious, and was already starting to regret asking her to fight. The girl then used a double ice shot. Luke took a lot of damage along with a 1.5-second stun. Such skills made him wonder if this woman had some kind of deadly combo. He couldn't let this continue. Then he asked the girl to kill him quickly, explaining that only after that would he be able to leave here and find her in real life. The girl hesitated a little when she heard this. However, she knew she simply couldn't afford to lose her last few reputation points. Luke ended up getting hit pretty hard by the archer. He realized that this woman was much stronger than many of the beta testers. Then the main character decided to take control of his emotions and start acting. Luke responded by summoning a fierce tiger from the mountains, which struck 18 times in a row. In response, the girl promised to remember the monster so that next time she would be ready to defeat the enemy. Now Luke could no longer let his guard down during the fight. He hoped that he could reach the altar for 40 million reputation. But despite the double experience, he shouldn't have stayed late and would have been better off getting more rest. Luke noticed that his sister was always in a hurry lately, and he didn't understand when she would be calm. Then the main character activated the 100% pain sensitivity mode. In this mode, it was impossible to die. After that, they teleported to the place where the event would take place. Meanwhile, the story continues in the intermediate zone, Sandy Oasis, level 45. There, Julia approached her boss with a question about the progress of events in the Sky Tower. He replied that the results were still there. The boss was at the Heavenly Realm level and was too strong. He also heard that the girl had recently lost a duel to that anonymous person, and Julia said that the guy had been incredibly lucky. The boss then asked if Luke had taken anything from her, and Julia replied that he had, but it was only 2 items and her fire kiln. The man said with displeasure that this could not be allowed. Divine beasts could be combined, so they should not have been thrown away. Meanwhile, the players wanted to wait until the anonymous player entered the level 40 map, so that they could all destroy him and remove him from the game completely. Then Julia said gloomily that this anonymous person should just wait for his death. Meanwhile, Luke breathed a sigh of relief and grinned. He himself hadn't slept for 2 days. Then Lily came into his room and was outraged that he had made a remark to her. And then he himself had lost his temper and started to level up madly. Then she asked him about his level. Luke said that he had reached 44, and then the girl's jaw literally dropped. She was shocked that he was already level 44, while she, despite the help of veteran beta testers, hadn't even reached level 35. Luke explained that he was leveling in a zone where almost no one went. This zone required 4,000 reputation, pain mode at 100%, and did not give any loot. Meanwhile, in the Sand Oasis staging area, the boss praised the team for not sleeping for 48 hours. But George didn't pay attention, and assured him that he would continue to stick with him, because they needed to destroy Anonymous. His comrades agreed, and decided to camp his body indefinitely, knocking down the level to the very bottom. The boss confirmed that they would indeed watch and loot him until they completely destroyed his progress. Julia reminded him that Anonymous was already level 44, and George reacted with anger to the news. He thought it was impossible that he had leveled up so quickly. He was especially shocked by the fact that Anonymous had recently been only level 35. Users decided that Anonymous had probably found an incredibly effective place for leveling up. And then Julia said that if he was not eliminated now, he would become a huge threat later. 8 hours later, the city of Lingxiao was bustling with activity, and it was clear that no one had been idle for the past 2 days. With everyone already leveling up significantly, Luke decided it was time to sell off his level 30 gear. He put hundreds of green, blue, and purple items up for sale and expected another solid profit. Then his attention was drawn to a suspicious guy who was spying on him. Luke wondered if he was one of the beta testers. Meanwhile, the spy contacted the boss and reported that the required player was here. However, then he saw Anonymous take off. The guy was stunned, wondering if he had wings. Meanwhile, the boss ordered everyone to be on guard. Anonymous was approaching, Julia decided to start a stream so that everyone could see what would happen to him. While Luke was flying, the game notified him that he had enough resources to complete the growth of the Chimera and offered to use 100,000 mana and essence. After this, his Chimera finally evolved. Luke felt a real surge of joy when he saw it, because he had been waiting for this upgrade for so long and was hoping that he would be able to give the players a surprise. Then he passed on his experience to the Chimera, bringing it to the maximum, to level 30. He then looked at the stats. The Chimera was in the adolescent stage, and its level cap for that stage was 30. Her main talent was Divine Bloodline, which granted her the ability to split attack. Her other talent was listed but remained sealed for now. Luke chuckled. His own full set of equipment only gave 6,000 attack, while the Chimera already had over 5,000. Her health was 70,000, and she was only level 30. Then he decided to test her talent in action and found a wild white tiger. Luke grinned contentedly. He hoped the players had come in large numbers, because using the split attack would be especially satisfying. Meanwhile, the boss asked his people if they had installed the Dust of Disclosure, and they reported that everything was ready. The plan was that as soon as Luke entered the map, they would see him immediately. As Luke entered the area, the game notified him that an item had been detected ahead that would activate a special effect and neutralize his camouflage. In that case, he decided to use the clone and the main body to play with the hunters a little. He ordered Mimi to temporarily possess his clone and give him invisibility, and when he called her back, she should return to him. Then he transformed, and even he himself found the appearance of his true body frightening. At this time, the boss's men reported that Anonymous was already here, so Gon ordered George to start the broadcast and notify everyone outside the map. George immediately launched a stream, urging everyone to watch as the closed beta veterans hunted Anonymous. The audience was shocked. They really had set up an ambush. Everyone thought that it was all over for Anonymous, and that this time he would definitely die. Hordes of players rushed towards him, intending to finish him off and punish him for daring to mess with the beta testers. However, when they reached their destination, it turned out that it was just a clone. The players couldn't believe it, because Anonymous had been invisible a second ago, and they began to suspect that he had realized that an ambush was being prepared for him. And suddenly someone said loudly to look back. There stood a frightening creature. It was Luke, transformed into a tiger, Black Burton. Everyone was shocked, and could not believe that such monsters really existed. They were shocked by the absurdly long name of the creature. Although some users recalled that such prefixes were only found in the player Luke, everyone found it impossible that it was actually him. The players were 100% sure that it was him, but they had no idea why he had been transformed into a wild monster. Julia, noticing the growing panic among the players, declared that there was no point in wondering about his nature. He simply needed to be killed. They then used the Earth Rift spell, but the monster attacked back. The players realized that things were bad, since the monster seemed to have the same technique, and everyone started shouting for the others to retreat immediately. However, it was too late. Luke used a powerful combo, combining Tiger Descent and 8-fold damage. The monster destroyed everyone who fell under its paws, and everyone died instantly, without the slightest chance to fight. The hero was even a little disappointed. It was too boring. He didn't even have to fight properly. Meanwhile, George stood frozen in a stupor, covered in cold sweat. When Luke noticed him, he mockingly stated that he had forgotten that he was supposed to be next on the list. At that very moment, the broadcast cut off, and viewers were shocked to see so many beta testers wiped out in one hit. Meanwhile, George sat on the ground in despair, believing that if he could beat Anonymous, he would become the best player. But their boss was furious, seeing that his weapon had fallen. Everyone else was still digesting what had happened and wondering what kind of monster it was. The beta testers were called incredible losers by the audience. So many purple items dropped, and it all ended in a complete failure. Then George told his boss that he realized it was Luke. He didn't know how he became like that. But this guy turned out to be much scarier than Anonymous. Then other users suggested reconsidering the strategy, since Anonymous himself hadn't even appeared yet. Then the boss said that he didn't need any new strategy because he already had an idea. Meanwhile, Luke was collecting the loot. He used Tiger's Descent on the remaining enemies. The users nearby were shocked. They couldn't believe it, because Luke seemed to have left earlier. They even wondered if he had overheard their conversations about the boss's plan. Luke, on the other hand, enjoyed the chaos he was causing in the game. He deliberately impersonated Luke and pretended that he had forgotten to wait for Anonymous. He then smirked, looked at George, who was lying on the ground, and declared that his equipment was so pathetic that it wasn't even worth killing. Then George breathed a sigh of relief. At least they weren't going to kill him. The audience watching all this was in complete shock. They were stunned by the fact that Anonymous and Luke were actually friends. The players complained to the boss because their weapons had dropped, and they were indignant and said that this guy was crossing all boundaries. Meanwhile, Luke continued to combine powerful techniques, destroying any player who came close. Users were shocked, asking why Luke was back again. One of the players, completely delighted by what was happening, even bowed to Luke, declaring that he had already destroyed these guys 3 times. George then called out to Luke in a rage, which only made Luke even more angry and told him to relax, as he had already killed him 3 times. After about 10 minutes, George looked around and muttered that maybe Luke had left after all. Then everyone's attention turned to the Chimera. Users couldn't believe their eyes. The existence of the Chimera was considered a legend, but they were shocked to see it. At that moment, the boss died from the Chimera's blow with a single blow. Players' jaws dropped. Even with his health at 10% after respawning, it was still around 7,000 HP. To make matters worse, other monsters suddenly appeared. A whole crowd of creatures rushed towards the users, and they ran away in panic. Luke chuckled from the side as he watched them try to pump levels out of his mobs, and in his opinion, they got what they deserved. Outside the game, people were screaming in frustration. Their levels were dropping and Luke was still camping their bodies, not allowing them to respawn. Then the boss called his boss and explained the situation. He said that the enemy was too strong and they needed help. The boss, irritated by their mistakes, called the beta players a disgrace, but still said that he would send someone to rescue them. After 15 minutes, the underboss and his team were finally rescued. It became clear that the two would run into the same boss in the desert sand. Hearing this, Julia grinned, thinking that it would be a wonderful meeting. At this time, Luke was amazed. He picked up the crystal and suddenly the earth shook. Then he wondered how he could cause an earthquake. Suddenly a monster, the Ironbeak killer beetle, appeared in front of him. It was gigantic. However, Luke wasn't at all scared and decided that just because the monster was just a little bigger than the others, that didn't mean he could show off. He attacked the boss with his sword, but the monster's defense was so high that Luke only dealt a little over 8,000 damage. Then he realized that it was a passive skill. Moreover, half of the damage dealt was reflected back at him. After this, Luke decided to switch to magical attacks. However, when he used the Great Slash skill, he discovered that even mana attacks were reflected. If he had a group of healers and a bunch of health potions with him, the situation would be bearable. When the monster attacked Luke, he realized with relief that the boss's strength and speed were not that high. So he decided to stall for time. 10 minutes later, Luke's Chimera finally arrived to help the main character. Luke himself summoned a clone and allowed him to take charge of him. Fortunately, he had upgraded the Legion's camp beforehand, and the warriors could return there for treatment. To secure his advantage, he summoned his pet and asked Mimi to give him the invisibility skill so that he could control the clone without any problems. After an hour of grueling and merciless battle, Luke finally delivered the decisive blow and achieved victory, standing over his fallen enemy. He received a special quest item called the God's Eye Core, which allowed him to repair the broken amethyst. After being restored, he received the Sleeping Eyes of the Gods, a treasure that could see invisible objects but was in an inactive state. Then he moved further and saw a black mysterious entrance. Deciding that it was the entrance to a dungeon, he went inside. Meanwhile, in another part of the dungeon, the boss and Julia were floating in the air, wondering why Anonymous and Luke hadn't arrived yet. At the same time, in the timed dungeon, Luke encountered the Eyes of the Gods. It looked creepy, but Luke was already used to such things. But he couldn't take it anymore, so he took out his weapon and decided to first check how much damage it reflected. When he attacked the Eyes of the Gods, the reflected damage was about 10%. After a tough and intense battle, Luke finally killed the boss, a level 42 monster. At this point, Mimi revealed that she had a skill, so Luke asked her to assist him by blocking fatal damage once every 120 seconds. He then attacked the next monster with his sword, using the Earth Rift skill. In this way, he defeated 3 Eyes of the Gods, each level 42, receiving 72 life points from each. Luke laughed as he saw that he now had over 1,000 particles in his hands. Meanwhile, the audience was discussing how the other 2 players definitely wouldn't be able to log in and farm Eyes of the Gods. Luke then continued fighting bosses and ended up spending 75,000 Divine Vision pieces. He himself could hardly believe what was happening. He then decided to begin clearing the dormant Eye of the Gods. As soon as he confirmed the action, an ominous aura immediately began to accumulate around him. 10 minutes later, the game popped up a notification congratulating Luke on receiving the Dark Gold Eye of the Gods gear. Users who learned about this were in complete shock, as they did not believe that dark gold equipment even existed. Meanwhile, Luke remained dissatisfied and calculated that only 12,000 divine particles were used for the purification. He then decided to continue, Once he completed the secondary cleaning, a notification appeared in front of him. He received a dark gold artifact, as well as the title of the Demon Lord's Eye. But Luke only chuckled, considering the title overly pretentious. Users observing the events decided that Luke was no longer human. The artifact not only turned dark gold, but had also improved. Then Luke saw the item's stats and was impressed. The abilities looked too strong. After that, he equipped the artifact and continued on his way. It was surprising to him that he had just entered a level 40 map and had already obtained such equipment. He soon came across the entrance to the Twilight of the Gods dungeon and realized that he simply couldn't see it before without his new equipment. It was a level 45 hidden dungeon. However, at that moment Mateo wrote to him, surprised that he now had a dark gold object and asked to show it. Then Luke allowed him to watch, deciding that this would avoid unnecessary problems. When Mateo saw the specs, he asked for permission to post them online. Luke agreed and said that he was entering the dungeon. After the publication, users went crazy. The characteristics of the item seemed heavenly. Many were envious. Then the boss told everyone not to provoke Anonymous and Luke until the big boss came out. Meanwhile, Luke entered the Twilight of the Gods, received a notification about entering the God Zone and activating 100% pain sensitivity. He had to fight with the incarnations of the gods, and any failure would reset his progress. His opponent was mockingly pleased with the new challenger, but doubted that Luke would survive even the first round. The system then began the fight, announcing the first opponent Cerberus. When Luke saw the three-headed monster, he knew the fight would be tough. The monster immediately used the binding technique, and Luke was extremely surprised that the technique was so powerful and fast. As the fireball passed him, he knew it was close enough. At that moment, Cerberus rushed straight at him, and Luke was extremely surprised that this monster was so fast. However, he managed to use the Earth Rift in time and stunned the monster for a second and a half. At that moment, Mimi appeared behind him. She gave the protagonist invisibility and activated a pillar of heavenly flame. Luke immediately noticed that the monster was preparing some new skill, and realized that he urgently needed to dodge. He was glad that the Demon Lord's eyes warned him, otherwise he could have easily died from that attack. Immediately after that, he jumped on Cerberus and used the skill Tiger's Condess, dealing a whopping 180,000 damage to him. It was a really great hit. Cerberus didn't actually have that much health, so Luke could have won. An hour and a half later, the system congratulated him on his victory, and he received 2 million experience and 10 talent fragments as a reward. The spectators were very surprised that Luke was able to defeat even Cerberus, and they were wondering if he would be able to win the next match. Luke realized that the random avatars of the gods meant that they were most likely similar in power, and if that was the case, then maybe he could complete this dungeon. Once he cleared the first level of the Sky Tower, the second would open, but all three bosses there were quite strong. Meanwhile, in the forest, there was already another team of players heading to battle the second boss. They were confident that in such company they would definitely cope, and the leader even promised to give the rest of the players equipment from the boss. At that moment, he jumped straight at the monster that stood in front of him. The other players were indebted to this guy Joseph, because without him it was unclear how long it would have taken them to get here. Then one of them suggested fighting the third boss, but the other guy replied that this boss was currently invincible. Joseph then said that in that case, they needed to continue farming the first boss, and if he had time, he would help them with the second one. The boss then decided to put everything else on hold until he got the last 2 pieces of the divine equipment set. Meanwhile, Luke defeated the second avatar of God, which took him 2 hours, and he decided to take a break. Then Mateo told him that there were groups of 5 strong beta testers who wanted to join their guild. They were level 46. The protagonist was intrigued by this, so he went to headquarters to meet the candidates. They stated that they weren't short of money. They just couldn't tolerate the behavior of the other beta testers any longer. The hero liked this, but he asked who was following him when he left the dungeon. One of the candidates replied that the beta testers were waiting for strong players, and now they were defending the tower. The first team had already defeated 2 bosses. As it turned out, they did this to obtain divine orange tier equipment sets from them. Luke immediately thanked the girl for the information and thought that he, too, urgently needed to get a new set. He soon went to the Twilight of the Gods dungeon, where he met the third divine avatar. An hour and a half later, the avatar was already defeated, and now the main character could move forward. He looked up at the 3 crystals hanging in the air in front of him, and used pseudo-demonic equipment synthesis. He ended up getting a level 50 pseudo-demon robe, which was orange equipment. This gear had scaling potential. It would get stronger as it took damage, which was awesome. 4 hours later, the protagonist was still using synthesis to obtain new equipment. He ended up getting level 50 shoulder pads, which were also unique orange gear. The clones could use skills, and also gained invulnerability, and more importantly, the devouring ability worked on any mob. Luke noted that this set was just insane, and no matter what, he had to destroy the final boss. He also ended up getting gloves that were made for him because he had a whole army of units. However, he was interested in what the next item in this set would be. The item turned out to be a level 50 blade with incredible talents that seemed like some kind of scam. This sword allowed the use of dual weapons, gaining power regardless of the enemy's level, and even resetting the cooldown. The effect of 4 items increased attributes by a total of 3.5 thousand and provided numerous bonuses. However, now the hero needed to continue farming mobs to strengthen his set. And then he remembered that the best mobs are the players. Now he wanted to hit the Indian server, since they were attacking them a lot. Meanwhile, the story moved to the main city of the Indian server. Luke transformed into a jackal with the body of a snake and went hunting. The local server reported that a wild monster had broken into the city. Players saw a wild monster in the city for the first time, but they were hoping that it would drop something cool. As it turned out, these pieces of equipment would each gain 1 growth point at a time, which wasn't bad. However, the players did not understand why the monster did not resist. They assumed that he was simply stupid. But at that moment, a powerful explosion occurred right in front of them. When the dust settled, a pack of jackals emerged from there. Among them was the main character, who decided to upgrade his attack equipment. When the players saw the army of wild monsters, they decided to quickly alert the others to return and defend themselves. The hero noted that improving his legion was also beneficial to him. By standing still, he earned growth points. Moreover, he raised the stars of his legion and thus killed 2 birds with 1 stone. 3 hours later, all of the protagonist's growth points were almost at maximum, and all of the legion members had been upgraded to 5 stars. Now Luke decided it was time to settle scores with the beta testers, but suddenly his sister called him and asked him to help clear the 2nd floor. For the protagonist, his little sister's requests always came first, so he promised that he would come soon. After some time, he arrived at the underground mine where his sister was. There were a lot of monsters here, but unfortunately they were level 20, so Luke wouldn't get anything from farming them. But his sister Lily was very pleased, because in the end her brother received another cool title. The hero noted to himself that these monsters were quite weak. Logically, there should have been a strong boss here. Meanwhile, Lily looked at the system window and saw that her older brother had already reached the top floor. However, Luke found it strange that the hidden boss didn't appear. He assumed that he hadn't cleared the dungeon fast enough. However, suddenly the system informed him that his power had attracted the interest of some underground creature. And then Luke realized that he had finally managed to activate the hidden boss. The next moment, the supreme beast Purple Flame Nihuang appeared right above his head. Luke smirked contentedly, as he knew it was one of the 4 great beasts. This beast had 5 million health, about the same as the white tiger, and the hero decided that he had to defeat it. The first thing he did was summon his clone. He then immediately attacked the bird, striking it 3 times. The bird itself was also dealing him quite a bit of damage. It was incredible. It was exactly what he expected from a higher beast. And then Luke decided it was time for him to try out a new set of equipment, after which he immediately transformed. His base stats were increased by 450%, and he regenerated 9,000 health per second. The protagonist was confident that in this state he was invincible. In the end, the bird lasted less than 10 seconds, but Luke noted that he did not receive a notification of victory. When he looked up, he realized that the bird he had just defeated had suddenly come back to life. Moreover, her characteristics did not decrease at all, but the hero was still confident in his abilities. 8 seconds later, the system sent him a notification that he had killed the Purple Flame Soul Remnant and gained a lot of experience. He also received the Flame Revival artifact, which was a real treasure. Suddenly, the system informed him that someone wanted to become his student. Then the main character's assistant Mateo approached him and said that the girl was ready to pay 80 million. Luke knew it was a lot of money, but the master-apprentice system was lifelong. But he still decided to look at the candidate. Meanwhile, the story moved to the headquarters of the Wild Waves Guild. That same candidate Elsa had already arrived there and encountered another one. She told her that she was good, but she would not allow anyone to take the anonymous one. However, the second girl, Christina, said that she didn't take anyone. Those people simply said that she and the anonymous person looked like a couple. At this point, Luke, who was watching the battle, noted that Elsa had some good skills. Then Christina stated that she was a fan of the anonymous person and asked to take her instead of Elsa. But the protagonist disputed their question and said that he chose money. After this, he turned to Elsa and said that he would take her as a student. He hoped that Christina would not be offended by him, since 80 million was a huge sum, and he could not miss it. He then said that Elsa should follow him, they would raise her level, since he could not allow his student to fall behind the others. Soon they arrived at the dungeon of 100 ghosts. Luke asked Mimi to make Elsa invisible, and she was surprised that the guy had a real ghost under his control. Luke explained that it was a purple ghost pet, the only one on the entire server, and then asked Elsa to follow him. Immediately after that, he approached the monsters and struck them with Earth Rift. Elsa couldn't believe her eyes. This guy just killed all the monsters with one blow. An hour later, the protagonist was already finishing off the last monster, as a result of which Elsa had already risen to level 32. Luke explained that since he had things to do, in a couple of days he would help her level up as much as possible during these days. He will log into the game, but he will not have time to help her. He will need to settle scores with the beta testers. The next day, the main character leveled up to 46, and Elsa to 40, so they could stop there. By that time, a whole crowd of people had already gathered in the main city. The protagonist was told that the beta testers had declared war and had decided to lie in wait for him at the exit from the main city. Moreover, they were meeting outside the city, so Matteo asked his boss not to leave the city. Elsa also turned to him and said that she had already called for reinforcements from the TT Guild. They were his father's subordinates. Matteo also said that he led his team because they were up against hundreds of max-level beta testers. However, the protagonist said that there was no point in making a mountain out of a molehill, and in fact, he was not afraid of these beta testers. However, his loyal men were still ready to fight for him to the last, and promised that they would arrive in 15 minutes. Elsa also suggested that she would ask her father to mobilize all the teams, but the protagonist refused. The girl then asked him if he had an orange set, since she had only seen an orange staff on him. But Luke replied that she would see his equipment soon. Before he just helped her level up, but today she would fight on her own. Soon after, Matteo arrived with his men and reported the situation to the protagonist. As it turns out, one of the beta testers named Rain God upgraded every one of his items to level 5. The hero said that in that case, Claire and Lauren shouldn't have gone out with their equipment. They most likely wouldn't have been able to even penetrate their defense. Lauren agreed, but said that they would definitely fight alongside him. At least it would help distract some of the enemies. Meanwhile, the crowd began to wonder where the anonymous person was. They assumed that he was simply scared and did not even come. Suddenly, Joshua stepped forward and began to mock the anonymous man, saying that he called himself the god of war, but acted like a coward. However, the main character simply didn't pay any attention to them. Instead, he simply disconnected from the game. The other guys didn't understand what was happening. They began to assume that the anonymous person had simply run away. Lily asked him what was going on because they were using the latest gaming helmets, but somehow they turned off. She had the same problem herself, so she asked her brother to help her check her gaming helmet. Matteo received word that the anonymous man's helmet had a problem and he was going to help him fix it while the others were supposed to defend themselves. However, it turned out that the main character's in-game helmet was too complex, so it took time to repair it. Matteo asked the master to hurry up, since the beta testers had already started calling them cowards. The players continued to laugh at the anonymous person and his team, saying that they had timed their shutdown and escaped perfectly. The god of death called the anonymous man a coward who only knew how to talk. But when it came to a fight, he ran away. However, other players began to say that the anonymous person was not one to retreat in the face of battle. The other half of the players said they shouldn't have even tried to stand up for the anonymous player, since they were nothing compared to the beta testers. However, the protagonist's supporters still stood up for him and said that he simply passed out. However, many did not believe them, since its shutdown occurred at an extremely convenient moment. At this moment, Luke's supporters gathered into one large detachment and rushed into the attack. Their opponents were quite strong, but they did not give up and believed that they had to fight to the end. Meanwhile, Luke, who was watching everything from the real world, said that he would not let their sacrifices be in vain. The protagonist's comrades were determined to stop being afraid and fight for his honor. Meanwhile, the beta testers continued to laugh and said that they would now kill them again. At that moment, a rather powerful explosion occurred right in the middle of the square. Beta testers have already killed players 10 times and taken all their equipment. Lauren and her team realized that things couldn't go on like this any longer, so they went on the attack again. The other team was also determined to show all their strength, even if they fell in this battle. All of the protagonist's supporters were determined to kill these insolent beta testers. However, the beta testers themselves were confident that these newcomers were not even able to penetrate their defenses. They continued to deal more and more explosions to groups of players, saying that it was even more enjoyable than farming mobs. At this point, Luke himself was already burning with the desire to enter the game and take revenge on those bastards for what they had done. After some time, his gaming helmet worked again, and now he could return to the game and help his people. The next moment he appeared right in the place from which he had disappeared. He immediately cast a protective barrier on himself and ordered everyone to retreat back immediately. When the boys saw the anonymous man, they immediately screamed with joy, since their leader had finally arrived for the fight. Now they understood for sure that he had not run away at all, but had simply been thrown out of the game. Claire immediately approached him and wished him luck in the battle. Luke reached out to the beta testers and said that their accounts would be terminated as of today. At that moment, Prince George stepped forward and said that it was the funniest joke he had heard all year. And then Luke said that if they were so confident in themselves, then they should make the battle more exciting. They could bring up to 1,000 people. The condition was that both sides had to be resurrected 50 times and turn on 100% pain simulation. However, the players were not happy with this condition. It was too much for them. His guild members didn't believe that he really wanted to take such a step. It was too impulsive. Luke then began to suspect that the beta testers were afraid, but they steadfastly denied it. Then the hero offered one of them, Donald, to sign a contract in which the winner would receive 1 billion. When the contract was signed, Donald arrogantly informed the hero that in their eyes he was just trash. However, Luke told him that they were nothing more than ants to him, after which he used demonic transformation. In 1 second, he turned into a terrifying demon with black wings. Now he was ready to begin the massacre. Everyone around was shocked. He looked really cool, and no one even suspected that such a transformation skill even existed. Donald also didn't understand what this skill was, but he asked his people not to be afraid, because with the pain simulation, they could cause him great damage. But at that moment, the main character used another skill and summoned his clone. Now the beta testers were terrified because they didn't know which of the 5 clones was the real one. Immediately after this, the main character, along with all his clones, launched an earth rift at the place where his enemies were standing. This skill caused an explosion of incredible force that threw all the people standing there in different directions. Players couldn't figure out if the anonymous guy was really that strong, as he dealt 100,000 damage in 1 hit. He himself was a true monster, and even his clones were incredibly strong. At that moment, Donald realized that even he couldn't handle him. It was better to wait until his transformation was over. Meanwhile, he himself began to receive even more praise, and more people became his fans. However, at that moment, one of the beta testers struck him even from behind, using his strongest God of War charge. But in response, the main character only grinned and said that it couldn't even be called a blow. Immediately after that, he opened his demonic mouth and used the absorption skill. The players were absolutely horrified when they saw that he had actually absorbed someone. Afterwards, Luke licked his lips, saying that it was not bad. The taste was quite pleasant. The players froze in horror. They couldn't believe that there really was such a skill, absorption, which allowed one to kill a player. Donald also couldn't believe his eyes. He was wondering if the account or just the character disappeared after the takeover. Meanwhile, Luke was thinking that it was a pity that he could only eat those who were not bosses and had a lower level. 8 minutes later, his transformation ended, and then Donald chuckled, saying that his time was finally up. Immediately after that, he summoned the God of War's domain, and a huge knight appeared behind him. He immediately attacked the protagonist with his huge hammer, but he simply remained standing in place. Luke didn't lose his head. He grabbed his sword and used Earth Rift. He then aimed a blow at Donald, but he raised his divine shield and blocked the blow. The players were shocked because they didn't know that the Earth Rift could be blocked in any way. So Luke decided to borrow some blood from everyone and see how much damage he could do. Meanwhile, Donald did not give up and decided to show the anonymous person his best skill, Divine 9 Thunder Spears. He dealt 120,000 damage to the spot where the protagonist stood, but Luke was no longer there. Donald was puzzled as to why the anonymous person was still alive, given the amount of damage he had sustained. As it turned out, the blood shield shared 80% of his health between all of his creatures, so he could block up to 700,000 damage. Donald didn't understand what kind of shield it was and why he had so much health. But Luke didn't want to answer him. Instead, he used his cloning skill again. Donald was horrified. He couldn't imagine that his skill's cooldown ended so quickly. Then Luke decided to remind him of the terms of the agreement, and that they had 50 revivals each. He then turned to Claire, complimented her equipment, and then said that it was time for them to respawn. An hour later, all the beta testers were either defeated or were being held captive and begging to be released. However, the hero said that they had just begun, after which he removed all the equipment from the players. An hour later, there was not a single surviving beta tester left on the battlefield. The protagonist's team was delighted, as all beta testers were now below level 35. Now Luke was sure that no one would dare to joke with them again. The others were also happy that the Wild Waves Guild had finally truly gone wild. In the end, Luke decided to keep the orange level 5 gear set for himself. and distribute the rest among 4 guilds. However, the girls objected, saying that these sets were too valuable, and that it would take a very long time to obtain one. However, Luke said that all the guild members participated in this battle, so they deserved these trophies. The protagonist's comrades looked at each other and had all come to the conclusion that this was a rather reasonable decision. Lauren then smiled broadly and suggested that he start a live broadcast to discuss the results of the battle. However, it seems that the main character did not really want to take part in this, since he was tired of this battle. His comrades from the Wild Waves Guild also went about their business, as they still had to level up and distribute equipment. Then the hero said that since everyone had already left, it was time for him to go too. At that moment, 2 people were watching them from the roof. One of them said that if Luke agreed to join their guild, they would have a chance to defeat the boss of the heavenly domain. However, he was hardly an outsider, since one person could not break through the barrier of the world. At best, he was an ordinary mercenary. It was simply necessary to force him to submit so that he would understand his place. The man then said that they had to go. He was only missing one thing to complete this set of equipment. Meanwhile, the main character was already discussing the fact that he now needed to find the supreme animal. 2 days later, he was still looking for it, but he was getting nowhere, and now he was even getting a little bored. However, suddenly Luke noticed that one part of the sky looked strange. He suggested that it could be a hidden dungeon. So he immediately jumped into the air and decided to scout out the situation. However, Luke was surprised that even after climbing so high, he still hadn't reached it. Moreover, he had already used up 40,000 mana. However, the system suddenly reported that he had entered a hidden dungeon called the Forbidden Lands of the 5 Elements Divine Dragon. The protagonist immediately noted that even the name of this dungeon sounds cool. The system offered him the choice of one of the reward items, the Fire Dragon Summoning Stone or the Sky Tiger. After some thought, the protagonist finally chose the Summoning Stone for the fiery dragon that devours the heavens. Soon after, the system congratulated him on completing the dungeon and opened a portal for him. Luke noted that the hour had been tiring, but the reward was definitely worth it. Immediately after that, he summoned his new fire dragon, and it instantly appeared in front of him. Luke was very happy that he had a new pet. Moreover, it was a very beautiful red color. Moreover, he actually had a skill called Flame Breath, and it was incredibly powerful. There was a city right below them, and then the hero decided to test his skills on it. It landed on the roofs of houses, and immediately began to spew flames onto the settlement. The townspeople immediately ran out to attack the monster as it had caused incredible damage. Luke was very surprised that the dragon killed so many players with one skill. It was simply unbelievable. The players then decided to call for reinforcements as they were unable to cope with this huge monster. But Luke asked them not to panic. He was just testing his skills and apologized to those who were hurt. When the players realized that it was the same anonymous person in front of them, they immediately stopped and asked him how he got such a pet. The hero explained that he had entered a dungeon, but it was difficult to explain where it was, and there he was able to find a dragon. He also said that he would be selling pets tomorrow, and if anyone was interested, they could join the auction. The players were delighted, many of whom wanted to buy pets, since no one else was selling them. The protagonist then decided to use the Spirit Source Core to expand his wild monster territory. After that, he headed to the very territory where his wild monsters lived. After the core, the spiritual energy became much richer, and now the hero wanted to count the total number of pets he had received. He was delighted to see that he had 170 green pets, 73 blue ones, and 40 purple ones. Now he was interested in whether he could unite pets that belonged to different elements. However, the system told him that the merger had a 50% success rate, and that if it failed, all materials would be lost. But Luke still decided to spend all his purple pets and hoped that he could turn the bike into a motorcycle. He felt a little sorry to give up 40 purple pets, but he still hoped that everything would work out for him. In the end, the merger was successful, and the hero received a purple glowing sky dragon. Moreover, all the skills of the 5 attributes were inherited by this pet, and it was truly amazing. Meanwhile, the rest of the players were in complete shock when they saw another dragon in the sky. Various people immediately started writing to the main character asking to let them try this pet. However, Luke asked to wait until he returned the pet to the city, and then they would sort it out. Suddenly, Mateo called him and said that he really wanted to see this pet up close, and began to beg Luke to let him do it. Suddenly, the main character heard a monster appear behind him. As it turned out, it was a beta tester. He immediately summoned his red dragon, and its mere appearance scared off the other monsters. Korean players were shocked when they realized that all their pets were giving way to this dragon. Luke then turned to his new pet and said that his friends would be coming here soon, and asked him to behave well. He said they would just sit on it for a while, and after the auction, he would give him some good gear as a gift. Meanwhile, the story moves to the auction house of the Wild Waves Guild, where the auction has already begun. Today, 170 green and 69 blue pets were put up for sale. Players were shocked when they realized there were so many pets. Everything indicated that every player would be able to afford a pet. Then the worker introduced the first pet. It was a green bird with a starting price of 50,000. Players immediately began naming their prices, and soon the cost reached 160,000. Luke, who was watching everything that was happening, realized that today he would get an incredibly big jackpot. 4 hours later, Claire told him that the green pets sold for over 150,000 and the blue ones for over 400,000. In the end, the main character was able to get about 100 million, but Lauren was more envious of his pet. Then Luke told them not to worry, as he had saved pets for the 3 of them as well. Next, he had the final test of the first heaven, called the Heavenly Piercing Tower. Soon his partner said that in 2 weeks there would be a one-on-one tournament, and anyone who wanted to could join it. However, Luke said that he wanted to reach level 50 to prepare for climbing the tower. 3 days later, he headed to the tomb to destroy the monsters there. His subordinate had already reached level 42, and he himself was bored, so he decided to look at the forum. There, people kept discussing who was stronger, Anonymous or Luke, and then the main character decided to write to them to calm them down. He wrote on behalf of Luke that he and Anonymous would not participate in the tournament. After 12 days, the tournament finally took place, and all the participants had already arrived at the arena. Lilia was very happy that the tournament was finally starting. She wanted to at least get into the top 256. 7 days later, Lilia was finally able to get into this top, which was very unexpected for her. Meanwhile, the main character continued to level up, soon reaching level 50 and receiving 2 good talents. The first talent was called Ghost Bloodline, and the second was Demon Bat Bloodline. He understood that climbing the tower would not be easy, and first he should clear out that hidden dungeon. Soon he came there with his pet Mimi. The girl told him that since they were here, he should take the Electric Dust Pearl, since it was a pseudo-artifact. Mimi explained that Luke wouldn't have been able to obtain this artifact before, but now he was strong enough to do so. When the main character looked at the effects of this artifact, he was delighted. In fact, it was a mana generator. With this item, he will never have to worry about running out of mana again. Therefore, without any hesitation, the protagonist headed towards the gate that led to the hidden dungeon. There, a level 50 Cerberus was already waiting for him. But for Luke, he was an easy opponent since he had already met him. So, without further ado, he dealt him a crushing blow. Soon it was time for the final boss, and the hero headed to where he was supposed to be. When he saw the one he was about to fight, he was delighted. This boss looked scary. The Bone King Rhinoric appeared before him, and upon seeing the main character, he immediately began to roar loudly. As soon as Mimi saw him, she warned the protagonist to be careful, as the Bone King was very strong. She said that this boss is not just a remnant of the soul, he is even stronger than all his pets. Then the Bone King declared that he remembered Luke. It was he who defeated Sanabis and took the sphere of electric dust. But now he had become a lonely mad king and was ready to show Luke all his despair. However, the protagonist said that he talked too much and suggested that he see how strong he really was. After that, he struck the Bone King, but he easily blocked it. Luke couldn't believe his eyes. Such a powerful blow only dealt him 30,000 damage, and the stun effect didn't even work. Immediately after this, the Bone King landed on the ground and used the skill Void Rupture. The main character was horrified. He had never encountered such a massive attack before. However, he decided that he shouldn't relax and immediately used a clone. Together with the clone, they rushed straight at the Bone King, intending to attack him from both sides. Luke noted that it was very good that the Monkey King's clone skill gave 1 second of invulnerability. However, something unusual suddenly happened. The Bone King simply blew the entire dungeon to pieces. Mimi explained that Luke shouldn't stand still, as the dungeon was supported by artificial structures. At this moment, the Bone King laughed and thanked Luke for finally opening the gate so he could go outside. Immediately after that, he used the skill Shroud of 10,000 Souls. Luke was horrified. He realized that he could not dodge this attack. The king said that his Veil of 10,000 Souls was impossible to escape, but he also couldn't kill Luke here, so he would just leave him here. The hero realized that his skill had tied him up for 30 minutes, and it looked like the king was actually heading to the city where the tournament was taking place. Meanwhile, the tournament began to feature matches between players in the top 64, and the final was getting closer and closer. However, suddenly the players felt that an earthquake was happening right below them, and it was getting stronger. The next moment, a monster of incredible size appeared in the arena right in front of them. People froze in horror. They didn't understand where the boss came from, and wondered what the developers were thinking. And the boss himself, without thinking twice, immediately attacked the people. since they were just food for him. Meanwhile, Mimi told Luke that this boss is very strong. The main thing is not to die from him. Otherwise you will not be able to revive for a long time. Luke asked her how long it would take for him to be revived if he died. The answer shocked him. If the Bone King killed him, he would be out for at least 24 hours. Mimi knew that he had two skills. The first one enslaved souls, and the second one turned them into skeletons under his control. Luke realized that the more this boss fought, the larger his army became. And now he didn't understand why he was released in the first place. At that moment, his sister informed him that a disaster had occurred in the arena. A boss had appeared in the city and killed the players. Their guild, Wild Waves, was hiding in the city, and it seemed like the boss hadn't noticed them yet. But he had captured Elsa. Moreover, the boss said that he would make the strongest man his eternal slave. The main character didn't like this state of affairs. This boss was too arrogant, but he didn't know how to get out. Meanwhile, beta testers arrived at the arena, giving players hope that they could be rescued. Together they launched a massive attack on the Bone King, but he blocked all their blows. This guy's shield was very difficult to penetrate, and none of their moves worked. The boss stated that they should just surrender and wait for their deaths, since the strongest of them was already under his control. However, when the boss looked down, he saw that right above him in the air was the very man he was talking about. It turned out that Luke was able to get out, and now came to the aid of his comrades. At this point, the beta testers realized they needed to put their plan into action. They used 4 orange-level artifacts and directed them towards one point. The next moment, another spirit appeared in the arena. It was the divine soul of Kwafu, and now the battle became even more fierce.